Yeah, 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 yeah. We out of here, you can feel it right. Light it up till it's feeling bright. On the move like you feel it good. Out of sight like you dynamite. Busting in like you finna fight. Get the pin right, I'ma pin it right. Trying to run, I'm the winning type. Heat it up like some minute rice. Bet I beat you to the finish line. Cause we out to get it feeling fine. Keep it up or we'll be creeping up. Running up the mountain, steep and rough. Jumping over hurdles, beat the rush. Hold it like a girdle, going out the burners. I'ma keep believing till I touch. Give another level on the clutch. I'ma get up in your face, whoa. Steady keeping up the pace, whoa. Get the feet that you can taste, whoa. Squeezing by you like some pace, whoa. Feel your confidence embrace, whoa. This is the beginning, ain't no way to spin it. Headed for the finish. Show me get a bit, we about to win it. Are you ready for the show? Now we caught up in the flow. We gon' give a little roll. Ready, set, go. Are you ready for the show? Now we caught up in the flow. We gon' give a little roll. Ready, set, go. 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 Are you ready for the show? Now we caught up in the flow. We gon' give a little roll. Ready, set, go.
He's taking out 2 and out to 1v1. How he's able to make the Real with the 1v3. He's Strop holding it down. He's still going. There's just absolutely no way you can help this man right now. It's done. The towel is thrown in. That is unbelievable work right there. He's able to pinch. A flag spree, and the subliners are in. This is the highest level of Call of Duty we've seen.
It was a 250 to 49. This one damn worse. Vegas not able to find a whisper of success here on 6-star. Last attempt to break. No. 250-45. Krebs says, get out of my lobby. Give me a chance at that upper bracket as Ghosty gives him the counter with the heart.
Yikes. The 50-point club is down there for Las Vegas. LA Thieves walk away with the win, and Allie has taken over the prediction crown. Before we get to today's predictions, though, Nameless, tell me the story. What are we looking forward to in the final 2 days of qualifier?
You know, we've been highlighting it for the last 2 months now, the champs race. It is so real. We have so many teams tied at 140 points. We're going to see them featured today, and I can't wait to see how it shapes up.
Let's take a look at our standings. All the teams in white will be playing today. Allie, who are you excited to see?
Honestly, Honestly, I'm just excited to see who kind of forces their way up in that bubble, because what should have been a weekend of a little bit of disparity between some of these teams was instead a lot of upsets, and we still have 4 teams tied, and they're very close to making it to that top 8 with only 15 points behind LA Thieves.
Only one of those is going to make it to champs as it is right now, but the Gorillas have the first opportunity to pop the 140-point bubble. Can the Gorillas keep this momentum going? They're coming off a hot 3-0 over the Breach and then followed it up with a very impressive 3-0 over Vegas Legion.
Absolutely. Los Angeles Gorillas have been showing a lot of life throughout this split, and they had a tough schedule. They were going up against some teams with their backs against the wall, and they pulled off some huge W's versus the Boston Breach and the Vegas Legion, which was a big turnaround after getting handed an 0-3 loss to the Atlanta FaZe, one of the favorites heading into the major. And Ant was telling us earlier, there's no real bad mode for LAG right now. They're finding success everywhere.
Yeah, it's no real bad mode. And you know, after their first win, we talked to them, and it was DiamondCon who we had in the interview. He was like, we were just getting frantic. If you really look at our HPs, they were very, very close. And I did some deep dive, and I'm like, yeah, they were all within 50 points. We just have to calm down within these games. So it just seems like they understood the situation they're in. Still very much could make champs, and they come out with back-to-back 3-0s. Every game mode looks good, and Fame has been unbelievable, particularly in Search and Destroy with a 1.29. When they found success, Chris, it felt like every time we were watching the series, it was Fame taking over in S&D, and now he's back.
He tends to lead on the comms, and we have been surprised by the leadership out of Hoop. Normally a guy who kind of is out on an island doing his own thing. He's now the veteran there in Seattle, one of the younger lineups competing in our league. Let's take a look at what Seattle has accomplished recently, because they started hot. They had that Game 5 reverse sweep over Toronto Ultra. They went on to beat Rocker. They 3-0'd Breach, but you're also holding 3 L's after that Game 5 loss to Miami.
Yeah, it's been fun to watch Seattle Surge throughout this split, to be honest, because there's been some upsets, but also they've been kind of falling to teams we wouldn't expect. That's 2 Game 5 losses now to Legion and Heretics, and this is not the time to be losing those Search and Destroys when that was your bread and butter for the majority of the first half of this game. So for Seattle Surge, backs against the wall, I don't think they're panicking just yet, but they do need to make a break here when it comes to Major 4.
Listen, the way that I look at Seattle is like, they're very good. Like, they're a great team. I mean, they're losing Search and Destroys throughout this split, which is, I mean, that's just going to happen. You're not going to win every single Game 5, and they're going to have to figure that out. But the respawn has been even better. You're talking about a guy in Abuzo, potential Rookie of the Year, averaging over 100 seconds every single hard point. Everybody on the team's over 4,100 damage in HP, and he's been lighting it up in Control. It's their best game mode throughout this split. So given the Game 5 losses, they're still at almost 50% in Search and Destroy. So they're feeling damn good headed into this major.
Now, as we take a look at the numbers, we know they're great at Search. 04 has been so fun to watch, but everyone looking at their attack record in Control, it leads the league right now. They're 3rd or 2nd across all the other categories.
Their Control has been great. The problem is, though, is it kind of minimizes their map pool, because they love high-res, and so does the team that they're going up against today, and they lost a Karachi round 5 versus Miami Heretics yesterday, so they can't lose their way in their strongest game mode.
LAG with the first opportunity to pop that 140-point bubble as they take on Seattle Surge in our second match. But at the end of the day, we have our Monster Energy matchup between 2 squads on the bubble, and Minnesota is getting their captain back. Welcome back, Accuracy. Much love to the whole family. I know everyone in the Rocker jersey excited to see the Iceman return. They needed him in those Game 5s.
Yeah, they needed him, man. And honestly, Spark played fantastic.
Yes.
A great fill-in. You know, they have Accuracy. They come and they beat Optic, right? Great performance, winning both Search and Destroys. They've been great there. And then they go up against the New York Subliners with Spark, where they go to a Game 5 that they ultimately lose in around 11. So they still have been playing good Call of Duty. For them, though, it's all about improving in the respawn. Search has been great, but when you look at the HPs, it has not been good throughout this split. Like, they've won them when they've needed to get a couple of their W's, but overall, Minnesota, they're what? 4 and 13 in respawn throughout this split. Like, that's just not gonna cut it if you're trying to make it into champs.
And that's the problem, because you don't have a lot of time to work on these individual game modes. So right now, they just have to piggyback off the fact that they've had a really strong Game 3s, and their S&D has been keeping them in these series and these Game 5s. Now with the Iceman back, they're going up against the Vegas Legion right now, who has also been struggling in those Game 5 Search and Destroys.
You take a look at the big picture, 4 teams at 140 points. Carolina's last opponent, Boston, the worst team who hasn't taken a single match in their last 15. So you have to think Carolina's hitting 150 points. The question is, Who's going to join them? Will LAG get it over Seattle, or will it be Vegas or Minnesota at the end of today, Nameless? Who are you most confident in on this list?
I mean, I feel like Vegas has got to beat Minnesota. Like, Minnesota's respawn has just been that bad. But then you think about Vegas yesterday, you're like, how did they get 50-point club, right? So that's kind of where we're at. Like, all these teams are on an equal playing field. Like, who's going to show up on the day? There's a lot of unanswered things when you talk about Minnesota as well, because, like, actually hasn't played in about 2 weeks' time. So, honestly, I can't give you a concrete answer to that. But I will say with Vegas, I think it was an off performance in that game for yesterday. I do think they come stronger today.
And we should mention, Ali, that it's not just champs that they're playing for. One of these teams will improve to probably 3-4 or 4-3 on our Major IV standings and start in that winner's bracket. If you start in the winner's bracket, you basically get 2 lives entering Burbank.
And you need it, right? Because this is the last run. This is the last opportunity to get some more points to make it to chance, because the top 8 still are not solidified. And for Vegas Legion, this is coming down to the wire, because they might be beating teams unexpectedly, but they're also playing down to their competition, getting handed losses they shouldn't.
This might be the most unpredictable match we've had on the season.
And I can't wait to see this showdown. It's one as old as time, going all the way back to AW. I remember Attach facing off against Accuracy. 89 events for Attach, 62 for Accuracy, but most impressive on this list, they've been to 8 out of 9 potential champs, looking to make it 9 of 10 for each one.
Yeah, and you also have some players in Attach who's won champs, you know, arguably the MVP at that tournament, and actually who's been to a final, right? So these 2 guys have been playing for so long, you know, Hall of Fame career for Attach, and then Accuracy, arguable Hall of Fame career as well when it's all said and done. So this match is one for the ages, and their backs are against the wall.
It's going to be a great day, and it's going to be a packed day. We have 4 matches coming your way, Alley Cat. Of course, we have that Monster Energy matchup coming up at 7:30. What else are you looking forward to?
Before that, we're going to have Boston Breach taking on Optic Texas as Ant likes to set up. It's the 11th to 12th seed of Major IV Quals.
Allie, that's the best match of the day. It's the 2 worst teams throughout Stage 4.
Yikes.
Exactly.
And of course, we start things off. Miami Heretics have been on a heater. They've taken out everyone below. Can they now dismantle Atlanta FaZe, who fell to Toronto last night? It's not looking likely, but anything's possible. It's your Stage 4 qualifiers.
All right, fans, time is running out to make your picks. Choose your winners now by scanning the QR code you see on the screen. Hurry, it closes at 3:15 Eastern.
The Champs Tracer Pack is available now. The bundle includes the Reaper Operator Skin, Ripper Weapon Blueprint, Death Stare Weapon Blueprint, Cuts Deep Charm, 2 calling cards, 2 emblems, and 2 weapon stickers. Use these items in both Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3 and Call of Duty Warzone. Available in store now using Call of Duty points.
Never miss a match of your favorite teams with the Call of Duty League Calendar Sync. Here's the fun part. When you add a calendar, you'll also receive a Squad Up calling card you can use in-game.
a new era. I wake up early, feeling rich like I'm Kesha. I get to the paper, boy. Extra, extra. Work with me, you know that I got it. Come with me, let's take a trip to the islands. We up on the jet, we'll do more than just fly on it. Stand on that hill, you gon' die on it. Boom, boom. Back with a vengeance, I show you the ropes. Peace in my town, I can show you the coast. Up in the shots if they wanted to smoke. If you know, then you know. Hey, let's see how you do under pressure. Let's see how you do under pressure. A moment can live on forever. Oh.
Welcome back, everybody. It's the first fight of our Super Saturday night. We have Miami Heretics taking on Atlanta FaZe, and at the end of the match yesterday against Seattle Surge, we had to crown Miami as the 5th best team in the league. But talking to them in interviews, they struggle against the Big Four.
Yeah, there's still a little bit of struggles, and they've already had the matchup against the Atlanta FaZe, and it didn't really go up their way, which is to be expected, right? We're talking about the favorites in Atlanta FaZe, just unbelievable in search and destroy and control. But we got to see them get taken to a Game 5 yesterday versus Toronto. Well, they fell short in a 6-star S&D. Kleenex just absolutely dismantled them, going 13-5, and they weren't able to get any first bloods in those opening duels. So definitely some focus for Atlanta FaZe in this matchup.
Yeah, and our Monster Energy pregame champ spot first is no longer 100%. You know, right now they're the first seed with 475 CDL points, but Toronto is on their heels, and we saw they've struggled against Toronto on LAN and now online. For Atlanta FaZe, though, I think it's just another opportunity to refine your map pool. We've seen them play sub-base. Now they've won back-to-back sub-base hardpoints, so now they feel comfortable there. And now they got to go back to the new maps. We see Vista and 6-star in this series, which is something that they need a lot of work on. They're not particularly great at either of those, right? So Atlanta FaZe, they've been working, and you can see they also have to be better in early rounds. 7-2 in S&D, first in round win percentage, 10th in opening duels, which you're not used to seeing them be that low in the opening duel category. Like Abizi and Simp typically get it done. Yesterday, maybe not the case.
If you were watching yesterday, it was a propane tank that dismantled Atlanta's chances of taking down Toronto. Will the Heretics get any luck today, or what can they learn from Atlanta's loss? We take a look at the lineup. Vikel dropping 10 kills in his Game 5. Real leading in the respawns. Metals, though, seemed to be the player you loved watching yesterday, Ant.
Yeah, that's what I was going to highlight is Metals has been unbelievable, and we need to talk about him more. This split, almost 5,000 damage a hardpoint. The stats are through the roof. Top 4 in search and destroy, and their champ spot, Monster Energy pregame, is all but locked. 5th seed with 170 CDL points. They've done a good job against all the middle and bottom of the pack. But the thing is, they have star players in Real and in Metals. Can they do that versus the top teams? And that's what Lucky said in the interview. He's like, listen, we just have to get over that hump. We have to play strategic, but also be able to win our gunfights. And that's literally what it comes down to. I fear Atlanta FaZe could brute force them at times, and Miami just gonna have to come correct today.
Allie, we got our maps and modes. How do you see this series sorting out?
Well, as we look at the layout, that Vista already, I'm excited for Miami to get that as their map number 1, and they got high-res as the control. That's going to be their favorite control in the lineup, so they aren't feeling too bad about this lineup. It's just I need to see the slaying that we got from Real and Metals yesterday in their series versus Seattle needs to be present today versus Atlanta.
Cellium not afraid to go up against the propane twice here, Nameless, in search and control today. You surprised?
Yeah, I mean, I think they're trying to refine their maps, so I'm not surprised. But I do think that this is amazing for the Miami Heretics across all fronts. 1 through 5, they feel good about these maps, but I'm still going to go with Atlanta FaZe in this series. I think they brute force.
He's going Atlanta FaZe. Rosalie, are you going to let him catch up?
I'm still going to go with Atlanta FaZe, but I do love the map set. I echo what Ant said. I think Miami could at least take this to 4.
Vamos! Nothing to gain if you're Atlanta, a lot to play for if you're Miami, and the fans disagree. We send it over to Shift and Study. Gentlemen, do we go past to Game 3?
Well, we're casting, so maybe. It's definitely possible, if not maybe a certain guarantee. Shift with Study, like you said. The desk get it appropriately. The map set does open up a lot of opportunities for Miami. The big struggle, though, is that, hey, they may be the 5th best team right now, but they still have not found tremendous amounts of success versus the top 4 teams. So are we actually getting a team that could possibly be a dark horse for not just the major, but maybe also champs if they could put up a fight here?
We're going to get our answer right here, right now, because obviously we know versus the top 4, they struggled. Lucky even said it in the interviews. Everybody below us, we should be able to take care of them with ease. And they've been able to do that in this stage, sitting at 4-2, 170 points breach, basically lock up that winner's bracket side and potentially on that champ spot as well. Yep. But in this specific matchup, the thing that they struggle with is their SMG presence. I know Metals has been going amazing so far throughout this stage, over 1.0 KD in every single mode. But Real and Vico, they dropped 0.7s versus Atlanta. Atlanta. You need to step that up, and you need to do it quick.
Well, again, it's been a little bit since these two teams have seen each other, at least in certain regards. It was all the way back during Major 3, first matchup that they had. And, well, the map set is very, very different. The other thing to consider here for the Vista, like we talked about, the map set does look good for Miami. But for Atlanta, you got to figure this map back out again. This used to be, without question, one of their best when it got into the pool, but they've been struggling on actually finding points off of their rotation success.
Yeah, in stage 3, they were sitting at a perfect 6-0, where they were dead last in rotations, but #1 in hold percentage. Now in stage 4, you go a little bit forward. They're sitting at 0-3, being #1 in rotations and 12th in hold percentage. So if you are Atlanta FaZe, let's just make the map a little bit more mixy, because the fundamentals have not been treating us well.
That's exactly the case. So we'll see how things go. Draza off to a great start, 5-1. And with that, Atlanta will reap the reward of the majority of time here on P1. Looking down over towards the bottom of the net, though, Metal's already on rotation, looking to put a little bit of threat over towards P2. Good first gunfight win, and that does stagger off this Atlanta retake over towards the backside of 1 into 2 pretty quickly, but through mid-map, you want to talk about Mixie, there's Simp and Draza, 3 for 1, Atlanta win the rotation.
Yeah, and that's insane because Miami found a 2-piece right off the rip. You can't allow Draza and Simp single-handedly to find that break right back on in, because you need this time here at P2. Finally, they're able to put themselves in a position where they can win a couple of those gunfights, 2-2 on the trade, but it turns into a 1-on-1 on a point, and it's Real able to stay alive.
Yeah, really nice stuff from Real initially, but Simp still part of the problem. Also help from Draza right above. And this hit from Miami, trying to get over through Burger, is being tested from multiple fronts. Hardpoint neutralized for just a moment. Abizi trying to follow up on the damage that was dealt early, but not really being able to find the connection are either him nor Cell at the moment. Pistol will get it done, and that will be enough for Atlanta to at least continue to contest the last 15 seconds here.
Yeah, this is going to be their time because they're also finding every single kill over towards Burger's side. You're forcing Miami Heretics to now hit that early rotation. A couple players are going to spawn all the way across the map. Great shots from Simp, not able to take down Vico, but sets up Draza. So if you are Atlanta FaZe, this is the ideal setup to try to break into this hill. Two players applying pressure through the backside, and then you have 2 other guys in your SMGs just slowly working that front.
Spawns should also move around here just a touch with this wrap from Atlanta, and it will be so. Abizi trying to recut back over through mid, and now here comes the hit from all fronts at the same time. Miami, whoa, lucky. A little shaky there for a moment. Does take down 1. Avoids a bit of embarrassment, but still Atlanta flip the spawns, and with that also the hard point.
And you saw the Des touch on it with this Miami Heretics in their hardpoint game specifically. They can win a bunch of rotations, just a whole percentage sitting at 10th overall. That has to improve because you can't allow Atlanta on their first attempt to find a break for now all this time here at P3. Still a good chunk of time to fight for, though. If you are Miami, you're still contesting around those back spawns, but if you lose these fights, you're going to spawn all the way across the map. Not what you want.
Well, at least one member in Lucky will still have some sort of spawn preference over towards P4. He has Real spawning with him, and Lucky will win the pistol battle over towards New. But the problem is the scoreboard. 92 plays 28. Atlanta in their worst position at the moment, spawning across the map. So this is where Miami needs to set up some sort of a hold, and the problem is they have to try to survive through this cruise missile.
Oh, but the good thing that Real finds that kill onto Celio, because now he's able to find that double onto Simp.
Whoa.
The team kill unfortunately happens because when you're that player that drops when the cruise missile is getting invested, you no longer are able to control it. So Miami hold on to the first burst, even with the cruise missile coming in. But only 35 still seconds here to fight for.
Yeah, this looks a lot more like it here for Miami. Not just off their ability to stay alive, but they've also kind of staggered out this Atlanta hit. Not really a good setup for their break attempt. But finally, some success from the front for Atlanta starting to come through. Contest is it. Lucky on 4 in a row, holding nicely. Also gets the trophy system down. Help is on the way, but Lucky at full HP wants the battle, takes down Cell, and now Miami have brought this back to within 30 points, and Lucky's one away from a cruise missile.
That's well played right there out of Miami to get those close spawns off the rotation, to make them count and get that much needed time to now only be down by about 15 points. And now you're going to be late off the rotation and New. Thankfully, Lucky picks up that 6th kill in a row, so you're going to invest that cruise missile now.
Yeah, definitely could be the time for it. Try to get this thing strung back together, and that's exactly what's going to happen. So getting phoned in. Atlanta trying to maybe find him out from the front, but it's not going to work out. First 2 kills, make it 3. Good for Miami, and they're going to neutralize Atlanta off the time while also have an opportunity to possibly win through mid-map, but Lucky doesn't finish the kill onto Simp, and all of a sudden Atlanta now have numbers trying to re-break.
Oh, yeah, we get too aggressive right there in that situation. If you are Miami, you knew where the spawns were coming in. Let's just try to hold the pre-aim, make the kills come to you. But when you send in and lose the 2 initial fights, this is what gives Atlanta opportunities to break their way back on in. Real trying to dance, even with the Renettis putting down shots. Got to hit the reload on both sides, but it's still Miami here fighting to the end.
Yeah, decent moments. Vical trying to confirm the trade over towards Cell, but they couldn't quite lock him down. And it just feels like, looking at the recap of this first set of hills, Miami, good opportunities, good moments, but it just feels like maybe we pause an extra second or two before we actually take these chows, because it is a little individual, and Atlanta will get over towards P1, sitting at, again, about a 50-point lead.
Yeah, that's the way that Atlanta wants you to play. If you're not going to use the teamwork, if you're going to go for those one-on-one gunfights, that's when they're going to have the most fun. So let's try to turn it around in that teamwork aspect in the second half of this game as they break in early on at this P1, and they still have the control of the spawns that they want. Yeah. Just got to make sure you're just finding a couple kills, especially over towards this bridge side. They're able to find 2. The hill's still going to be white, but Atlanta break their way right back on it.
Yeah, Cell just pelting everyone inside the hardpoint. Couldn't find the kills he wanted, but it makes life very easy for the rest of the FaZe members to break right back through. How about the 22 and 13 from Sim? He is all over the map, shooting nukes right now, as Atlanta still have the last 13 to fight for, and Cell is hanging to it, and there's the extra body shots as we jump into Atlanta FaZe listening on rotation.
One shot burger, one shot.
Low on me. Low weak. Low, I can't. Low. Very weak.
One's long time down. Jumped off burger. One's open, Vical.
If you want to.
Sunny this, throw this shot, guys. Yeah, throw this shot.
You're on
You know, I'm deep. I'm open.
Nice.
I had a trophy. Down on burger. Open. Done. What's up, man? Time me up. One's trying to get me burger.
Yeah, burger.
One more low burger. After real, low. Hold me.
I want shot. Nice. I want shot.
I'm trying.
I'll take a round.
Ivor's top.
Yeah, take a round, Chris. They're already rotating. Metals are the
burger.
Nice. Make sure you get this ult time. Metals is P1. He's gonna go mid. I think they're gonna try and cut you guys mid.
I'll see him mid. What are we doing here? Go front?
Yeah, let's go long. Let's try from long. Someone should slow play the back though.
Yeah, I will.
Let's clear P1 and then go long.
Yeah, I saw him in lobby.
Yeah, he's still P1, guys. Metals.
Yeah.
P1's
the burger. I think. Big kill.
He's still on P1. He's still on P1. I'm hitting Arch. He's Arch stunned. Arch is naded. The shot. Yeah.
Yeah, she go front, okay?
Yeah, I'll go.
Yeah, she go front. I'm gonna take a look, okay?
I might put shell.
Every kill they flip.
Take that lucky. Time metals. What? I hit him twice. I'm shot challenge.
Arch metals. One's front, bro.
Challenge.
On team March on the back. Arch is dead. Another one on time Vical. Where'd he go? He's on the bar. Nice. Running out, guys. There's funny bridge.
Oh, so I mean, one shot arches. Really weak arch.
Arch is dead. I'm on. I'll kill him.
Nice.
The rush rider. My bad. I'm out.
Well, a little bit of confusion in there for a moment for Atlanta on how they wanted to rotate over to 3, especially when it opened up. But hey, they figured out, they get the break through it, and now all of a sudden they're set up over towards 4 with Miami trying to get around the back.
Yeah, they're trying to get around the back because they don't have those back spawns, so they're only trying to apply the pressure through that front end. But Atlanta able to stabilize for the spawns, finding all those kills on the overextenders, but now turning all their focus on that front end. Stunning nades, everything getting invested. A BZ on 4, make it 5. No cruise missile going to be earned. But Atlanta now, with 30 seconds still to fight for, they should be in a position to walk away with all of it.
Man, Simp is just floating at mid-map, able to kind of come back and hit this pinch whenever he wants to. He is now at 29 and 22, just taking over in the map as Atlanta very close to breaking past the 200-point mark. Miami not giving up on this scrap time, though. This is an important time for them to try to contest, and Cell reads that perfectly. Deals with the last contestant from the Heretics, who now just have to default to rotation to bridge.
Yeah, and they have to put themselves in the full setup to where they can shut down 1 or 2 waves from Atlanta FaZe, because they're going to be the team initially in it. And now how do Atlanta decide to execute this break? Already finding a lot of presence over towards the middle of the map. Draza is going to get traded, so Miami able to reinforce on that angle. But if you are Atlanta, just use your stuns, your nades. Make sure those trophies are going down before you commit with those guns.
Yeah, Cell just trying to walk through mid-map. The rest of the SMGs flooding in from the front, topside P1. Good pickup from the SMGs, though, for Miami. How about it? 3 straight kills coming through. The last one to find is Simp, and Veekle finds that nicely. It's a little bit of a slow map for Veekle, but a good moment here as he gets to his 20th elimination. And with that, Miami looking really strong here for this back. 30, but Lucky completely stunned beyond recognition. Real picks it up nicely, though, with Semtex and an SMG kill. Now has Miami all of a sudden looking at the backside of this hardpoint very favorably.
This is perfect out of Miami. A flawless 45-second hold so far, looking like a complete 60, but they're trying to flip these spawns. They want to spawn Atlanta behind them so they can set up properly around this P1, but unfortunately for them, none of the kills go in their favor. So now if you are Veekle, hopefully you can try to play your life, but a BZ is not going to get caught slipping, locates him, and Atlanta win the rotation in the new.
Lots of damage from Real, but again, time is of the utmost important right now. Whoa, nice shots from Real. Able to find Draza trying to reflank back over towards mid. BZ down low. He's going to be able to find himself 3 of the members with the combination of the rest of FaZe, and then Veekle just trying to make something out of nothing. Couldn't quite find any other eliminations. Now it's last chance territory here for Miami. Trying to break this from the front. Cell spamming through his teammates. Actually leads to a team kill, and Miami are going to find the eliminations to get back in and extend the map.
No, not another team kill. Could potentially cost Celium another map. But thankfully, Miami don't have an opportunity to close it out there at P1. And if you are Atlanta FaZe, you still have the spawns. You only need 10 seconds. You're going to try to fight your way on through this. Simp is only able to get 1, but Miami still trading effectively. Meadows on 3 in a row. They're finding the kills. Now you just need to dominate that in the map so you can win a rotation as well.
Costly moment there for FaZe, trying to get a little bit more time off the scrap. A BZ also drops. Miami's going to get above 230, plus have numbers on rotation. FaZe trying to win this back through mid-map. Simp just sneaks up from behind.
No way. No way.
No one checks him whatsoever, but Real gets the trade. Plus, with Miami spawning bottom right, they should be able to still have a chance to look over the hard point.
Yeah, but here comes a BZ. A BZ's already going to put himself in a position to contest them early on, but Veekle is able to find a double. His turnaround from the beginning to the end of this game has been magnificent. Miami take the lead. They're trying to close it out.
Cell first kill's good, though, but Miami battle back. They've got themselves the trade. Oh! It's just down to Cell with the
what?
Oh! He's going to get all 4. Atlanta are going to reinforce the hard point first. Miami, no trophy systems are locked in place by stuns. Oh, it's an absolute breakdown by the end as Cell finishes on 5 to steal away the map with the Heretics surging quickly, but not enough. Unbelievable finish.
How does that happen, Alan? Miami found 3 kills. The last player alive was Celium, and all he had was ammo in his Renetti. He somehow, someway hit someone top mid with 1 burst. Finds that first kill. We got to take a look at it again because Celium literally just did it all. He finds the initial double. That guy had to be 1 shot, but then to find this 4th kill onto Lucky with the Renetti, that was just enough to call the game. He said a propane costed me yesterday, but this time I'm gonna put it in my own hands. That's how you get it done if you are Celium. But it wasn't easy, man. Miami gave them a fight.
Unbelievable. That is not at all how I anticipated that going, because you're absolutely right. Miami plays that P1 to P2 perfectly, and there's moments in there, like if we were to really just take a breath and analyze what kind of went wrong for Atlanta in different moments in this map. You look at that second rotation, that P3, how are we breaking it, guys? You even heard, I think, Draza said, guys, what are we doing right here? And there was a lot of question, and then almost the same thing kind of happens right there at the end where there's 15 seconds of scrap time, and Atlanta commit 3 members to try to break through old at P1 to try to get more time to make it more impossible for Miami, but they get punished for that as well, and it's the hero play from Cell to come up clutch to steal away the map.
And if you think about how Miami could have potentially closed out this map, number 1, they gave themselves a lot of opportunities. Obviously, a slow start isn't going to help, but you had an opportunity to make up for that time at P3. You allowed Atlanta FaZe to break on their very first attempt. Then when you get to the second half of the game, you were flawless over there at that P5 hill. That P5 to P1 chain is what kept you guys in it, and then eventually you were able to take the lead at the very end of the game. It's just every other hill after that, where it needed to be a better hold, a better setup for Miami Heretics. Atlanta just being a little too frisky around the map, a little too loose. They were able to find a couple openings, like even at the very end when Sip just slides in and finds a double when no one is watching that angle. Those are the little things that Miami need to make sure that they hone in on going forward, because they had this map in the bag.
Absolutely the case. I mean, again, it's a hot start for Atlanta, like you mentioned. There's obviously individuals to point to, Simp in particular, an absolutely incredible map from him, but we talked about it. I mean, you mentioned it in particular, like the rotation percentage for Atlanta had been really good up in through this qualifying stage, but they can't find a way to lock down the time, which is the opposite story of what had happened in Major 3 qualifiers, where they were perfect on this map. And wouldn't you know it, of course, the mixiness that Atlanta sometimes uses to kind of steal away maps that have happened in the past, that comes through here once again. But wow, this play from Cell. I mean, remember that one, friends. We're not going to see one like that for a while.
That was an unbelievable play. Like, it's as simple as that. Like, if Selim was only able to get 2, Miami walk away victorious. But the fact that he's able to fly out that window and find all 4, that's how you get the blood flowing for both of these teams. So Atlanta FaZe are going to take that first map, go up 1-0 in this series, but this is where it gets a little bit scary for me, because now they're playing Search and Destroy, where they are 7-2 so far in this stage, but they're playing 2 maps that are heavily in favor of Miami. High Rise, Search and Destroy, they set an over record at 6-2. And then when you get to the 6-star, if we manage to get to that map number 5, they are 5-1. So I feel like Atlanta FaZe, they might be testing a little bit of maps here, especially with both Search and Destroy, but they also want to make sure, like, even versus the teams that play the best, we're going to come out here and see what we are against you guys on your best S&D map. So this one should be a fun one.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, again, there's not... I won't say there's not a ton on the line here for these two squads. There is, in terms of Miami being able to lock in a possible champ spot without question. But outside of that, maybe seeding is the only real concern, I think, for Atlanta when it comes down to Major 4, which, let's be honest, they're probably not too worried about. So you're absolutely right. This definitely feels like a map set like we've seen for a lot of our top 4 teams, especially in the search. Let's get our 2 weakest maps in the pool. Make sure we're getting good reps on it to make sure we're more polished, because again, you look back to what happened in Toronto. This was a map that they really didn't play at all throughout the qualifier. You have to play it versus Optic, and let's be honest, they didn't look particularly great on it. So there is some work to be done here for Atlanta, whereas for Miami, again, the cards kind of get stacked in their favor because they've played this map a bunch and they've looked really good on it, save just one bad loss to Optic recently.
Yeah, so you best believe Atlanta are gonna have their notepad out, ready to take a couple notes of what Miami like to do, potentially add that to their gameplay. But if you are Atlanta, the Des touched on it, that opening dual win percentage so far in the stage, sitting at 10th overall, when you have players like Sim and players like Abizi, who's the king of first bloods, that needs to turn around and turn around quick.
Big time. And just looking at, I mean, we talked about it a little bit, the SMGs have really struggled in this head-to-head matchup for the side of Miami, but in the hard point, you got to still rely that Metals can be your boy. He has been great through and through on this mode in particular. Really no matter the opponent, including the Atlanta, but look at this route. Abizi already top windows. Vico was taking a battle through mid. A little turnover towards Real, but the trade is decent. We'll stay 3v3.
And with Atlanta finding that kill onto Vico, especially rotating over towards that A side window, they should have every single ounce of information that the rest of the players are around this B site. Somehow, some way, Real is able to win that one-on-one versus Sid, keep the man advantage now in favor of Miami.
And maybe a little collateral damage from Draza there, trying to take shots over towards Real. So unintentional team shots coming out has Real taking a critical kill back. Draza still trying to find ground to work with. Again, that kill over towards A, you think they may have just tried to rotate back over, but instead Miami are taking back the middle of the map, and that will work out nicely. So yeah, good counter, I think, in first to get the first blood traded, but then Real able to find that second through mid just led to Miami running away with the map.
Yeah, that was perfect plays. Perfect plays right there out of Real. The fact that he's able to find that trade onto Abizi as soon as he finds that opening first blood, and then wins the one-on-one gunfight with a little bit of assistance out of Draza for the second. You keep the man advantage, you keep the map control in your favor. Shutting down that B street, you're not going to allow Atlanta FaZe any opportunities to think about that objective, as they were able to locate the last 2 players and secure the first round.
Yep. Clean stuff. Throw away some of Atlanta's cheeky ideas. And now what will Miami want to try to pull off for us? Because, again, this has been a great map for them. They've got a deep playbook. Reflecting back over the times they've done it, they've looked good in kind of the more default setups. They've looked good trying to play with more aggression. This time it's Real scouting out that, yep, Selim's playing backside A windows, and Miami will try to restructure based on that intel.
You can just tell that Selim is feeling himself at the end of that map number 1, because when shots go down, especially through the wall, you're expecting that player to reposition himself, not go for the ego child, but Cell still puts down a couple bullets to back down Real from that positioning. But right now, Miami have dominated over towards B Street. Abizi's going to have his hands full.
I will say, though, this is voluntary from Atlanta. They've given up this B Street, hoping Abizi can just hold him to this corner. In and out he goes. He doesn't even take a bullet worth of damage. And all of a sudden, Miami are like, whoa, hold on a second. We need to find a kill before we can even contemplate for this plant. And Real, first blood is decent. Abizi able to trade it out. and keeps his life up and over.
Oh my God.
Towards Vehicle, and now the bomb is down. It's a 3v2 for Atlanta.
Oh, but Abizi's positioning is going to be known. Lucky spots him. Can he find the kill? Yes, he does with the Renetti. Draza effective on the trade, but now with only 15 seconds left, 1v2.
Yeah, Lucky off the regen. Doesn't quite get a good look down low. And yeah, I mean, that's an odd setup to be sure. I mean, Celium's taking a lot of heat over towards A windows, but that whole setup for the defense of Atlanta looked like they were electing to give away B Street and trusting that Abizi could do exactly that. Unreal stuff from him.
Yeah, and that's very difficult to do. Like, giving up B Street on high rise is not the recipe for success, but when you have a player like Abizi, who just makes it look so damn easy in these situations, just dances with the second guy for that kill. That was also the bomb carrier, so it made it a little bit more difficult for Miami to even think about winning that round. But it was the playmaking from Real to secure the first. This time it's Abizi to get it done and tie it up.
Clean stuff. And now we've got Abizi Draza working over towards helicopter early. They're going to make their way in towards blue. Bomb carrier of Simp here this round. We'll just be waiting to see what Abizi can find. Stun from the defense of Miami. We'll read that. Yep, there is a little bit of presence here from Atlanta in their underground.
Yeah, so Abizi's now going to reposition himself. Doesn't want to get overrun by the pressure. Right now, Miami just dominating again over towards B Street. Draza puts down a couple shots. Not expecting Real to walk up helipad steps for that first blood.
Yeah, Real's been great in these first 30 seconds. The trade in round number 1 plus 2 follow-up first bloods. Now he's chasing down Abizi down low, who could not slip away. So Real 6-1 start. Simp next one up, and ooh, for a second. What? You thought Real was going to win that one cleanly, but instead it's Simp for a double. And just like that, we go from what was a 4v2 to a 2v2.
Yeah, Celium definitely assisted Simp in that gunfight because he melted that second player. And now with only 30 seconds left, you gain the info on some medals. You're going to send in Celium for the kill. Now it's Lucky again in another 1v2.
He may catch this Atlanta offense by surprise, though, from top heli. Simp staying very rarely safe from the propane, but uses that as cover. A couple of the shots, and now Lucky's presence is known. No nades to play with here for Lucky. And he's just thinking maybe someone's going to overchallenge me, see if I can find a freebie, but that's not going to be happening. Phase are stacked up. Simp nearly gets caught from backside windows, plus the info on Decelium. But again, time is of the essence here, and Lucky can't make his way through the fences.
Yeah, that's a tough round right there if you are Miami. You put yourself in a 4v2. You're thinking you're going to have the freebie in the 2-1 gunfighter versus Simp, but Celium with the assistance, able to keep him alive, and then you're leaving Lucky in a 1v2 scenario where Atlanta FaZe, even though their record isn't the best on high rise, whenever they plant the bomb, 100% in their post-plant situations. It's actually crazy to say because they barely plant the bomb. Dead last on this map. But whenever they do, they're really good at finding success at the end of it.
That's a fair point. Man, that's one of those rounds Miami's going to look back on and say, wow. I mean, we're in a 4v2. We've got Simp dead to rights. And then we lost it. Painful round there for Miami early on. But Real still off to the races. And woo, little battle with Abizi early. Stun comes through. Abizi's not going to find any connections with that. So Miami have successfully backed off and will reset with a minute 5 on the clock.
And it's the first time Atlanta FaZe are going to show a lot of presence over towards B Street. So yeah, Miami haven't been able to take that side of the map. They're forced to work over towards blue side, and that leads to Draza finding the first blood onto the island player. Such a big kill. You can start to get aggressive up through B Street and trap them a little bit more.
Yeah, the interesting thing about this, though, is you lost your defender at A, though, for Atlanta. So now Miami are trying to make a play over through blue, and Abizi's right at. So that should have the defense, like you mentioned, pushing through B Street, trying to cut them off around the back. It gets caught. So again, the track back for Miami works out nicely. They've got plenty of time to work with here and a 3v2, but Abizi's stepping up, and he may have found himself a little bit of a window. First kill is decent, has the read onto Real, but the team shots with Lucky combined to put it now into Simp in a 1v2.
And Simp opportunity now to clutch on up, gains the info, perfect trigger discipline to just continue to chase these guys down. Because now with only 20 seconds left, the commitment has to be over towards B, but this is what makes this guy one of the best in the world.
He can just sit here and watch the cross onto the bomb if he wants to. There's the first on Real, no worries. Off the plant, Lucky fails. Not a lot of time, can't plant. Oh, man. Simp just chasing their shadow the whole way. Oh my goodness, the window, the timing, everything works out perfectly, and Atlanta steal away another round.
And if you are Miami, you gotta know who you're playing against. The timings is what Simp and Abizi love to thrive on. And the fact that no one just turns around to check on their pinch is just enough to allow Simp to make plays like this. An easy 1v2 for him. Secures the round for Atlanta FaZe as they're starting to pull away.
Another numbers round that Miami loses out on. how this could be a 3-1 the other way, I think, in a lot of Heretics fans' minds. But instead, it's Simp coming up big. And wow, the opening shots over towards B alley. Pretty evenly exchanged, all things told. And it will be Metals. Good first blood. Abizi up and over quickly. Finds Real at a very clean trade, and we'll go 3v3 early.
And they just picked up the bomb, so you can tell Atlanta FaZe, they said, screw the objective. We're going to go for the instant shot over towards B Street. We can come out on top. That's going to be better, but still going to be in a 3v3 scenario. Abizi trying to at least gain a little bit of info from this bottom blue position, but not able to gain anything yet.
This is a really interesting setup. Lucky's just going to watch the cross here from this position on pipes. Smoke will go out towards A, but Lucky's going to call. No one rotated through this, so it's just a fake. Keep your eyes open towards this B alley play, as Metals is the one trying to assist over the top.
Yeah, Lucky's in a very, very good spot to potentially contest this bomb side, but Abizi loves to play that same angle. He's able to locate him, find that kill. Draza and Simp do fall. Now it's Abizi's turn for the 1v2.
Yeah, good pickup for Miami. It did feel like Abizi got one way too freely, though. And now, all of a sudden, he may find himself right behind another. Not like this. Metals on the crossfire, though, able to watch the back perfectly. And that little setup for Miami will eventually and finally get themselves a numbers advantage to a converted round.
Yeah, and that's what I wanted to see out of the previous defensive round. When they found no initial gunfights, just make the play come to you. Atlanta don't like to plant the bomb, so you're not going to lose defensive rounds through the kill side if you're just simply playing your life. Thankfully for them, they found that opening first kill. Then they were able to reinforce with the numbers over towards B Street to put themselves in the advantage, and then the buddy system to close it out.
Not going to get fooled twice by Atlanta chasing you behind. 3-2 count. Miami back over to the offense. Shots exchanged between Metals and Celium. Both players happy to take the battle, but it's a nade that lands over towards the front side of the right windows for a good first blood. Real still pushes through this position, though. Smokes himself in. Just a desperate nade, seeing if he can create some separation to get out of here. And he's still a little bit stuck. Help is on the way, though. Metals is nearby.
And Metals is here to keep him safe, able to get out of the dodge. Now you got to recover that bomb, but you do have Lucky in a perfect position. Already working his way through lower pit. Just keep in mind, he does not have covert sneakers on, so he is going to be loud. Just going to close the doors. He has the manners, and now he's going to work this pinch.
Atlanta was, at least in some regard, contemplating this could be a play. They've given up on that since. You could see Abizi just double-checking everything over the middle of the map, and now that the hit is on over towards A, Lucky can make his presence known. Good pickup here for Miami. Yeah, after the first blood comes out, you think, uh-oh, not again. But Miami, really good control over the map. Find the trades they need, plus the sneak through. That works out beautifully.
Yeah, it was the instant trade at that, because Real, again, in that situation, even with his teammate dropping early onto a nade, the aggression is what able to find that first kill, keep him in a 3v3, and then the movement to get out of dodge. For them to hit that reset, for them to make that mid-round adjustment, and then for it to work out to perfection. I love the plays. So it's like everybody from Miami. They always have an individual moment. You would not expect Lucky to hit in those routes through underground, but anyone from Miami, this is what makes them so good at search and destroy, because they all will take that job.
Absolutely. Double trophies down for the defense. Looking to get aggressive through this, but Simp just has a pistol out and reads Real, then back to the rival 9 to take care of Metals. Oh, Miami tried something cheeky, tried to get aggressive, tried to deny the info from Atlanta, but it doesn't come out, and now all of a sudden Abiz is in your back line, and it's a quick round for Atlanta.
And that's Atlanta just knowing who they're playing against. They know that when Real loves to be aggressive, especially through bottom pit, someone is following up. So Simp with the Renetti finds that first kill. Don't know how he was able to do it. But the second gunfight onto Metals with the rival 9 on the Barra head, which is even better. Perfect success right there for Atlanta FaZe, especially when the gunfights are coming to you. They take advantage again.
And this will be an interesting round for Atlanta. Do they know that 2 trophies were thrown in that last one by Miami? Do you possibly say, let's hit him with early nades and try to go quickly somewhere on their own defense? Let's find out. Draza, Abizi, lots of nades over the middle of the map, and it's going to be Abizi trying to get aggressive. Yeah, he's going to get all the way down over towards pit to watch this cross, stun just to make sure no one's in blue. And Simp is through. Yeah, so aggression comes out here for Atlanta.
Yeah, and it's due to the information that Selim is able to give him off of that cross. He realizes that no one pushes over towards B Street.
Wow.
You can potentially start to work this angle, but Simp is not prepared for that gunfight. Metals has been watching the VODs. He said, nope, these routes are always going to be watched. First blood to Miami.
What a read by Miami, staying that far passive. I don't even think they get tagged by many of the nades, so the discipline for Miami works out for another first blood. Draza up top. Has he been seen? Looks like Vikel's got to look at him, at least some glimpse. And yeah, headshots will confirm that Draza's up top. Pushes him off the angle for now. But Metals, he may be the playmaker here. He's trying to sneak over through pit, and he's got another route available to him.
Yeah, he's going to pop that underground door. Now it's your turn to hit this pinch. BZ also is going to fall in towards the B site, and now all map control in favor of Miami. Cellium, though, with the perfect read, able to find the first and the second 2v2.
Not again. Pistol out, though, for Lucky. That will be able to take him out of the picture. But where is Draza? He's going to see the feet. Bomb not going to get planted. 1v1, not a lot of time in the clock. Draza's just going to throw shoulders, a stun, or pardon me, a smoke to come through just to make sure no one's on. And now it's just stay alive. What? Lucky, where are we?
What?
What? I thought he was going to try to at least push back through mid, but he goes underground?
Yeah, I don't even get that. You don't give yourself an opportunity to clutch up in the round. We're talking about 15 seconds. Your bomb carrier needs to work the objective, but you're still behind enemy lines. You're right there to potentially put yourself in a trade scenario. But the fact that Cell reads that play to perfection, that's unbelievable. Like, that is simply unreal. 2v4s, he's like, all right, they're definitely going to try to flank me. That's what they've done every single round so far. And he's able to make another clutch play now for Atlanta FaZe to be at game point.
Man. Oh, that one is going to leave you scratching your head.
100%.
So now Atlanta, like you said, map point, draws the top to Heli already. Abizi watching the cross of the MCW over the top at A. But look at Miami. Once again, aggressive through the B side of the map, but Atlanta are holding back just a touch, and Cell is backing up to get the read on to Real. Oh no, not like this. 4v3 situation, and Miami are reeling as Vikel's also been seen deep in towards his spawn windows.
Yeah, this is tough, man. This is tough if you are Miami to try to clutch up in this 3v4. Because Atlanta FaZe tend to never fall short when they find that initial kill. Easy finding a second. It's going to be a 4v2. Only 7 HP left. He's able to get out with his life. Now it's a 1v3.
And it's just down to Vikel, who, again, slow start map number 1, picked it up. But now just the second kill. And no way, no how. That map is going to read way more convincing for FaZe than it was. That could have been a 3-1 start for Miami. They threw away a 4v2, a 4v3, and then a couple of weird moments in those 2v2s that just, it feels so winnable for Miami. They just can't find a way to clutch them up.
They had 4 rounds, Alan, where they were in the man advantage. 2 2v4 rounds that you cannot allow Atlanta FaZe to capitalize on. And even in the 3v4s, when you're finding that initial first blood, you gotta make the play come to you. It just felt like Miami were playing with too much aggression. On a map like High Rise, it can come back to bite you because you have to be able to set the tone early on. When you're matching that aggression right off the rip of the game, eventually the game starts to slow down, at least for Atlanta FaZe's sake. Because when they start to slow the game down, Miami's still playing at that same pace. That's when that first blood differential starts to play a big part because Real, he was finding a lot of success early into these rounds, and he was feeling himself off of those moments. But when you get to the later half of these games and you're realizing that Atlanta FaZe have only planted the bomb once on their attacking rounds, there's no reason why you should try to run at them on your defense, because that's what Atlanta wants you to do. They were able to clutch up in the rounds where they shouldn't have won it, and now they find themselves up 2-0 in a series where Miami, I feel like they're playing great. They are playing fantastic Call of Duty. They should potentially be the team up 2-0, but now you're trying to complete the reverse sweep.
I think that's exactly the way I was looking at it as well, is that this very well could be a 2-0 the other way. But here is the one major point in my mind when it comes to top 4 squads versus those that are having a tough time even locking in a definitive top 5 team. The top 4 teams are going to punish you for the smallest mistakes that you make. And Miami made a handful. Atlanta find their way on top with a little bit of PTSD possibly cooking up for us. The propane returns for map number 3, the high-rise control, right after this.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
Scuff Gaming is doing an ultimate giveaway where you and a friend can win a chance to go to COD Champs this year. The giveaway includes 2 VIP tickets, travel expenses, and more. To enter, scan the QR code on the page or go to scuff.co/CDL and enter your email. Terms and conditions apply.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL.
compelling series, but for Miami fans, they find themselves, well, a little bit of energy deflated out of the situation at the moment because it was a 3-point game, near full comeback on the opening Vista Hardpoint, and at moments throughout the high-rise search destroy, it looked like Miami was good to go, but not able to secure a couple of crucial rounds. So now we have to find a way to get this reverse sweep going for the Heretics, and it starts on a high-rise control, a map that, well, let's be candid, outside of propane tanks, Atlanta's been pretty darn good at.
Yeah, Atlanta's been unbelievable at this map. The only team that they tend to fall short to is obviously the propane tank playing a big part versus Toronto, and everything else being the subliners. But if you are Miami, at least recently, they've been getting a couple more reps here on high rise. Attacks have always been a struggle for them, but that defensive percentage has jumped up to #1 so far in this stage. So you got to keep that in the back of your minds because they need to be able to have shutouts versus a team like Atlanta.
Yeah, who, again, not just, you know, find success on the map, but they do it on both sides, in particular in the slaying department on the offensive end, which is what we're already starting to see. But the play over towards A does get stalled out just a touch. Straza able to take down Metals to keep the play alive, and now at a minute 12, it just comes down to how FaZe can get here to try to assist Straza if he even needs the help. Goodness, nice shots, at least to Lucky, but flat out overwhelmed. Real down low, should be isolated, and he will be as FaZe break their way back out of spawn. Yeah, FaZe break their way back out of spawn, but finally breaking out of spawn, not able to be in a position to help Straza because of Real just keeping them in the base. But now with 55 seconds left, you are thinking about at least one segment being completed to your name. Celium finding that double, able to put the game clock at a pause at this B point. And they also find every single kill. So they dominate towards B Street. Segment's about to get complete. Yep, trophy system down. Nade's also out here for FaZe, trying to hold off this Heretics retake attack. First tick lock, Sip up and over. They're able to find Real, and now a Beezy's on your pinch. Uh-oh, not what you want here if you're Miami. Decent, at least bounce back where Miami can stay alive from a BZ, but the second tick is gone. The third is on the way, and Miami still have not been able to find a kill to get out of the windows, which becomes even more difficult because the BZ's watching everything. Finally, the shutdown in, but we've got a minute 45 on the clock for Atlanta to get back to A. Yeah, time's already extended. Atlanta have map control to go with these kills. As Sip, unfortunately, is going to fall on 5 in a row, so no cruise missile to be earned, but now you're just relying on the rest of your teammates to stay alive in their positioning. Straza doing well so far. Unfortunately, not able to find that kill on the Real. So the first segment does not get complete, and Miami retake the map. Yeah, the problem is, though, only 15 lives remaining, and Abizi is getting around the backside once again. Decent shutdown. Miami stabilizing through mid. Selling him outside can really only do so much from this position, and he will back away, at least try to. Lucky Vehicle trying to force the issue here. Costly decisions, but it does turn out nicely for Miami, still holding on to the safe zone firmly. Yeah, they still have opportunities with the map control that they have. Not everyone dropping at the same time to contest the push out from Atlanta FaZe. Sip trying to work the overextension up through B Street. He is going to get back down from Lucky, and Lucky is also able to find the kill. But the BG said, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. This time it's broken. Not able to find a kill on that pinch, and all of Miami Heretics still holding on. Yeah, looking really solid. I mean, all these little cheeky efforts for Atlanta have been thrown back into their face, and now all of a sudden you kind of look over the last 45 seconds or so, and FaZe really have not put together a good concentrated effort because everything has been these rogue routes from Abizi. So now as the last one standing, he's just trying to hunt out Miami members who went from, at one point it was like 18v15, now it's 11v9 the other way. Lives looking decent for Miami, still holding on with 33 seconds on the clock. Yeah, there's a lot of time to work with, though, if you are Atlanta FaZe. You have a lot of map control as well. You have players approaching that overextension, and Lucky just watching his deep pinch, but this next wave of kills is going to determine who walks away with the round, and Atlanta find the initial 2. Yeah, and here's the structure as well. A 2-2 split up coming through. Sip almost takes down Real. Maybe the frame of the window getting in the way. Celium trying to capitalize on the last 2 kills needed, but not going to happen. First take getting depleted again. Real on 5. Maybe one more attempt here for Atlanta to try to work their way into the site, but Real has gotten himself kill number 6 for the plus extra shots over towards Sip, and it looks like FaZe will not have a chance to do much more damage here on the A zone. Nice hold for Miami, plus now the extra resource of the score streak. Yeah, that's a perfect hold because it doesn't get any better than that. When you allow the first segments to get away from you in the first 15 to 20 seconds, you're able to stabilize the map, hold down your defensive setup around that A point for 2 minutes, and Real picks up a cruise missile. So you will take that if you are Miami, because they've been great on the defense so far throughout the stage. It's now 7-0, but attacks is where they've been struggling all season long. They only average 2 ticks, and you know that you need to make up 3 to guarantee that defense around 5 at least. 100%. Okay, what can we find here from Miami? Again, their offensive side hasn't been terrible, but it also hasn't been great. Especially, I think, of the objective focus. They are dead last this stage in finding tiers captured. So that would have to change. And already focus over towards A, but it gets completely stiffed out. That's going to be now 27v29, and Atlanta FaZe a chance to possibly even do more damage here through B alley, but Metals holds them off just a touch.
Yeah, it's a big gunfight win right there for Metals. It allows his teammates now to assist them over towards B Street side, but do they have the info that if BZ's playing over towards the crane? They do. They find the kill. They're able to trade effectively to still hold down this side of the map. Turns into a one-on-one gunfight. Real's able to win another one. Okay. Now that game clock got a pause.
Absolutely the case. Real doesn't have to do too much here. Just stay alive. And he's trying to find the cheekiest of corners to keep the progression alive. A BZ can't find him. Just tucked in to these generators pretty darn nicely. So the first tick done, second tick on the way. It is still just Real on the point, but he's got a lot of Heretics members around him, keeping this B alley safe. So all Real has to do is try to stay covered from mid. Not fully able to do it. Second tick not locked yet, but there are still Heretics members trying to get it done.
Yeah, they're gonna go right back into the point, and you're already gonna get the investment out of the cruise missile. This can come back to work, or it could be very, very bad. Thankfully, he's able to find that kill, keep his teammate alive on that B point. Third segment still getting worked on, and it looks like not a single player from Atlanta is gonna contest unless a BZ has something to say about it. Just in the nick of time, able to stop that third tick.
Oh, and Metals gets stunned. I was gonna say BZ really wasn't damaged that badly, but is able to get a little bit of help from his teammates. Not a little turn as Vico slides right past him.
Oh my God.
Oh my goodness. Lucky, very lucky to be alive, as that looked like the snap of the century from a BZ. And now with only 30 seconds on the clock, not a lot of lives remaining, Miami have taken their efforts away from B with a little bit of focus to try to pull the defense back to the A zone.
Hey, but this is their last hurrah. With only 20 seconds left. Metals has worked his way from that blue positioning, is trying to catch the timing on the pinch. He is unfortunately gonna fall, and so does Vico around that B point. So with only 15 seconds left, it falls into the hands of Real and Lucky. Lucky drops, but Real still contesting at this B side, can stop the clock.
Yeah, decent shots to a BZ. He cannot chow this. That should be an extra 60 seconds here. If a BZ, I'll say, gets two, that would be an unbelievable moment in time, but not to happen. 10v9, 60 seconds on the clock, and Atlanta have full awareness on where this Miami setup is. They're chasing down the kills.
Yeah, we're basically all tied up in segments and all tied up in kills. If you are Miami, you have the slight edge by a couple of them, but you don't want to allow Atlanta FaZe to potentially go into this next round with some streaks, and you walk right into the pre-aim of Celium. He makes you pay for it. 3 in the feed for him.
BZ over the backside at B alley. That will work out for Real. Lots of stuns coming his way, and that's enough for Metals to get the kill. But this is all about, like you mentioned, trying to stabilize that life count at the moment, because let's be honest, there's not really going to be much of a chance here for Miami to do too much work at A, especially with the numbers of Atlanta watching the crosses across the map, plus also players up close and personal. So 6v2. Kills being chased out still for Atlanta. Sip not sure where the last player is, but that's enough for Vico to eventually give away his position, and Atlanta will clean things up pretty decently.
Yeah, they allowed 3 segments to get away from them. Miami do exactly what they need on their side, and I love the objective focus early into this map for them, because they sent 3 players initially over towards A, but they all committed on the gunfight. Probably if you don't commit on those gunfights, you can secure that first segment. But even when that happening, they still were able to clutch up on a couple gunfights over towards B Street, allow that positioning to be theirs, so they can slowly but surely work their way over towards B, get the segments that they needed, and able to keep it really close to the life tomorrow. So you would take that if you are Miami, who usually don't find any success at all.
Yeah, very, very true. Okay, now that we've got trophies on both sides here for this next approach, Atlanta looking to battle over towards B alley. Decent response though for Miami. They've got 2 members trying to watch this. A BZ, this little play off the ladder, sees that there is someone nearby, and Real gets completely isolated and taken off the B zone. So Simple stay on. Minute 10 is where the clock will pause for a moment, but a BZ around the back through A has now found a kill top helipad, and this could be the precipice of Atlanta trying to reflood back over and get some of this high ground control.
And that's perfect plays right there from BZ to try to draw a couple plays from Miami on their split push. So once he just shows presence on that side of the map, someone has to try to commit to work that objective, and that eventually makes the opening over towards B. Lucky Do is doing a great job over there, still contesting around that middle map, allowing his teammates now off the respawn to still try to contest at both points.
Split focus though for FaZe is starting to get dealt with by Miami. Draws it down low in the pit, not where you essentially want this MCW to be, but he can make a mess of this Miami spawn if the players behind him can find kills for FaZe, and that's just not coming through at the moment. So now you kind of change positions. Abizi now right back up front. He's worried about what's happening through mid, but his teammates are falling all around him, so now he's the last one up. Tries to take the second challenge, but Real is too good for it. And with the follow-up from Metals, here we go. Just one tick of progress for Atlanta, and they're stuck in spawn.
This is fantastic. Like Miami coming out swinging. They are reading where the pressure's coming in. Clutch up in the fights, and now with only 30 seconds left, Atlanta has to work out of their base.
Yeah, and it's not looking good at the moment. Cross angles being watched. BZ needs some damage towards Metals, but the help from Real is perfect. And this defense for Miami has been stalwart. Last ditch effort here for FaZe. Couple of the kills get them on to stop the clock at B. But, ooh, lucky. One more bullet would have done it. Tries to predict Celium. Good kill. Pistol out. Can't turn that into two. And Atlanta will keep this clock paused. The second tick of progress coming in.
And this is where you got to take advantage of this moment. If you are Miami, get them off at this point. Don't allow that second game segment to be complete. Someone also work on the decap. But they're just more focused on finding the rest of the kills around the map, and that's not how you play versus Atlanta. All they needed was a 2. Game clock pause with 7 seconds left, and they should be able to extend the game clock.
Yeah, that's just one of those moments that, again, it's so narrow. You want the kills, you want to keep Atlanta away from the zone, but at the same rate, it's so close to being captured, you have to keep your focus in both spots at the same time. And now we got a 12v10 numbers for FaZe. Abizi with the dead silence, trying to again get up the middle. But I'll be honest, Miami's been really good at neutralizing these little cheeky plays from Abizi, keeping their spawn safe.
And now that's already 3 dead in the feed. Telling last player up, trying to play his life. He's able to find that kill onto Lucky, but instantly going to be traded. So 8-8 in lives remaining with 40 seconds. How do Atlanta FaZe try to at least put the game clock at a pause as Abizi try to go for another route through underground? Just trying to locate this player over towards B Street. Can't find it, and now that time continues to get away.
Yeah, a handful of lives in a row here for Abizi, where I could definitely feel the frustration where he's just trying to get through a route, but just no openings whatsoever. Trade from Draza, now back to full HP. Sip trying to get something set up for this A hit, and Celium will follow up with 2. Vico in the back of the site. Again, the series has not been particularly great for him, but could possibly be a big momentum stopper here as Lucky is able to find the kills. Real following up behind, and that is right before the first tick gets locked. Metals with the follow-up. 4v2 situation. Miami's defense comes through clutch again.
And a 4v1, Celium's not going to stand a chance, but you realistically would want that round to be a lot cleaner if you're Miami. It came down to 15 seconds left. You have all the map control, just no presence over towards B Street, allowed Atlanta FaZe the opportunities to still work up those segments. Just those are the little moments right there that you have to capitalize on versus a team like Atlanta FaZe, because now on your second attack, you need another 3 segments or 4 to guarantee yourself a defense.
Yeah, the 4 would be nice because the life count is very tight right now off of these last couple of rounds. So very brilliant call from you. And it is, important to know, like, again, I'm impressed with Miami's defense. It's not allowing Abizi to get through. How often have we seen that happen for Atlanta, where one player gets around the back and it leads to just complete defensive spawn trap? So Miami taking a little bit of a different step here. Double trophies are down, looking to get the first tick over towards A. That's where they wanted to get that. Again, 4th tick. Lucky still alive on 5 in a row. Draza battling him back. That first tick has mostly been depleted, and Lucky is getting completely pressured by FaZe, who are just swarming him. No cruise missile, and Miami have to restructure, likely over to B.
Yeah, they tried to go to that same initial break off that they had in their previous attack round. This time they found the initial kill, but still better trades out of Atlanta FaZe, able to reinforce their way around the map. Now Abizi starting to get locked in, does get shut down on 3 in a row, but that now leads to 4 dead. Everyone off the respawn for Miami.
Indeed the case. Not a great moment here, but it's a cheeky idea. It's a risk that comes without the reward of possibly getting that 4th tick. But now, can you even get 3? As here comes Abizi. If you can't get it done on your spawn from the offensive side, maybe you can do it from the defensive part. Vehicle over towards the B zone, dealt with by Draza, and it just kind of keeps going from bad to worse here. Vehicle is caught by himself, 19 and 24, just has not had it, as now Atlanta start to make their presence felt front side of the Miami spawns, but there's an opening here. Kill from Vehicle, now a bounce back. Miami find themselves with at least 1 member over towards A.
They have a couple players over towards A. They only have 1 person on the point, though. Everyone trying to watch the cutoff as that first segment does come in. But now you're just hoping the players off the respawn for Atlanta FaZe already throw their stuns, their nades, because the trophy sims are going to try to play a big part. They're able to reinforce with the numbers. That leads to a clean 4 dead. Now this is the last hope for Miami.
And it's only just the 1 tick at A that gets locked in. Desperate chances here. as Miami need to find a way onto one of these two zones, and it looks pretty split focused. I mean, Nico was looking over towards A, so is Metals, but the rest of the team is over towards B, and the kills are just not there, at least not as of yet. Real trying to spam things down. Lucky with the double. One more player over through elevator alley. Real finds him with the pistol. Is there still a chance to extend this map here for Miami? 10 plays 12. Second tick at B being worked on.
Oh, and they're pushing it. If you are Atlanta FaZe, you don't want them to complete this B point because then you're going to guarantee yourself an offense on the opposing side. But it's looking like that decision is already going to be made for them. Draza slides in, can't find a kill. BZ, your turn to try to make a miracle play happen. He has the guy one shot, but there's too many bodies there from Miami. They extend the time, 8 to 9 and lives remaining.
And now it's just down to, can they actually just win the map here? They will get the round 5 defense, but there's still a chance to put this one out of question and just get it done here in round 5. Runs out of ammunition. Tough moment, 6v7 the call. Miami evenly trading. Metal stops the clock with help from Real through mid. It's just trying to find the one FaZe member, but Draza finds the kill, keeps his life, and now FaZe are coming off spawn.
FaZe are coming off of the respawn. You're still trying to contest it over at A. Draza is gonna fall. No more respawns now for Atlanta FaZe. It's an S&D round.
Kills are looking good. 3v3 situation. Cell cannot challenge at the moment. Waiting to get back to full health. Has not seen Metals, I don't believe, up top on the helipad. Now he knows. But how do you get back over here? Second tick of progress is going to be locked in. Lucky still holding on. Metals from up top works out well. This is how it happens. 3v2. Real around the back. Shut down off the pitch. Just down now to Avizi. 1v2. Not going to happen. Miami get the round 4 offense legitimately with mere seconds on the clock. And they now find a way back into this series, getting the map 3 and sending us to what would surely be a mixy map 4.
Oh my God, Miami, that is what I'm talking about. Way to have the ice to close out these moments. We're talking about Atlanta FaZe having a miracle push in their last couple of seconds on their offensive round to secure a couple segments, but Miami did the same exact thing. Lucky and Real were able to complete that B point, find every single kill in the feed, and then just make it mixy. I feel like Miami, they have been turning up in control in general. That's now 3-1 on high rise, where on the season they were 4-10. They have just been looking unbelievable so far throughout this stage. And if you look at it in a big picture way, they should have potentially closed us out in 3-0 with the way that they are playing right now.
Absolutely. 37-22, 71 on damage for Real. Holy. Wow. 17 offensive, 10 objective kills. Guy was everywhere. And at moments, everything. So, okay. That puts a different taste in our mouths here in terms of how we start to look at the rest of this series. Because, again, like you mentioned, I think in a lot of minds, you could look back at how the map 1 went, 3-point game. Miami, major advantages in the search. They can't close out either. But here it feels like maybe the momentum has shifted just a touch, and that's a map right there and a round win that builds Miami a little bit more hope that yes, we can beat these guys, and yes, we can punish them for their mistakes, not just the other way around.
Yeah, and they should have had that hope since the beginning of this series, like, because they came out swinging. The SMGs, we said that they needed to step up. Real's been playing great. Fico had his moments where he flips that switch and starts to take over. It's just the little mistakes versus these top 4 teams that cost them every single time. They minimize them there on that high-rise control, and now they're able to force this game number 4 in 6-star, where they're going to be feeling really good. If you're Atlanta FaZe, the only thing that you got going for you is that the fact that this is another map where they're winning a majority of their rotations, but the hold percentage and the break percentage isn't there. So if you're Miami, you can take that one category away from them. You have a chance at forcing game 5.
And I think the thing about it, you know, just to keep marinating on what's about to happen here, is you just don't start slow if you're Miami. You won map 1. I mean, legitimately, it was a 60-point game at one point early on in that first set of hills. So if you're Miami, just don't come out and get battered and bruised and allow Atlanta just to play at their tempo. If you can do what you did here in round 4 of this high-rise control, makes Atlanta sweat a little bit, yeah, you're absolutely right that this should feel like a very neutral battleground, if not maybe a little bit of favor potentially to build over to Miami, but considering some of the struggles that Atlanta have had, and again, setting up off of a rotational win, which they've been really good at.
Yeah, that's the craziest thing, because if you talk about this Atlanta FaZe roster all season long, rotations has always been the thing that's last in their minds. They want to make sure that they're getting great holds that lead to a lot of time. Their break percentage is always going to be one of the best because of the kind of plays that they have. But when they're thinking about that rotation, waiting for the play to come to them, that's where sometimes they can get a little bit impatient. So that's where you have to find that next level gameplay if you are Atlanta FaZe, to realize, like, in this situation, I can just simply put my controller down. I don't have to go play for a gunfight, because if you lose that fight, then you're at the man disadvantage. Off the rotation, you potentially spawn your way all the way across the map.
Yep.
If you are Miami, though, this is it right here. This is your opportunity right here to shut all the haters up. You can't be the top 4 team. You feel like everybody watching this series feel like they have stood a really good chance versus Atlanta FaZe. But the only thing that's stopping them from potentially walking away with this series is this map number 4. Because if you get to that 6-star S&D, that's their bread and butter.
And again, just taking a look at the implications, we mentioned this briefly before the break, before the control, but honestly speaking, in terms of Major 4, the only thing that this really impacts is the ability for Miami to possibly supersede Atlanta and possibly steal away a number 2 seed. I mean, there have been moments in this calendar year where Miami has kind of snuck their way into an upper bracket, but to possibly be a number 2 seed going into a major, where again, they started this whole affair kind of on the bubble, that puts us now in a different position to consider them as a major threat, not just for maybe the major, but also for what kind of damage they could deal eventually come champs with the audience and the fans back in action again. So there is at least something on the line here, not just a proving point. Can Miami take down a top 4 team, but can they set themselves up for one heck of a finish to this year?
Yeah, it's going to be about those rotations, man. You see it right there on your screen. 10th overall for Miami. When you're late to the party, even though you're able to find successful time off of breaks, it's not really the ideal way you want to play Hardpoint. You need to put yourself off the rotations you can set up, especially on a map like 6 there, where a lot of these hills can be money hills for full 60s.
All right, here we go. Again, need to see a hot start here for Miami. They have been great in terms of finding ways to get good points per 60, especially when you look at their ability to find break attempts. But to start, 3 for 1, the opening exchange, Atlanta spawning towards P2, and Miami already off to a really solid setup over the top of the first hill.
Yeah, this is perfect because it's already been 25 seconds wiped off the game clock. And now if you are Miami, you are still holding on, or at least still contesting around the middle of the map, not allowing Atlanta FaZe to get any time here. But if you can chain a couple kills and be aggressive up to that middle side and potentially spawn Atlanta FaZe out, that would be the perfect start. But Atlanta dominate with the gunfights over towards water, able to put themselves in a position to get time now at P1.
Yeah, stabilization is good, but Miami off their respawn, finding kills to possibly re-influence the hill. Vehicle last one left. We'll make sure he can see the majority of this remaining scrap time to go the way of the Miami Heretics. But like you mentioned, looking over towards the second hill here at the Palm Tree, we've got Atlanta set up with the spawns. They don't get to bump the hard point as much as they would like, but they will have to battle right from the front doors, which happy to take. No nades needed, no worries about the trophy system. It's a quick break for Miami.
And look at the plays from Miami. The heads up route right there from Vico to just back up through the middle of the map, make sure that Atlanta FaZe is still going to spawn on the backside of this P2. And you don't give them an opportunity to even think about that rotation as they're still fighting tooth and nail all this time here at this hard point. With only 30 seconds left, Atlanta are able to reinforce their way back in, but Miami are not going to give this on up for free because they have the spawns for next.
Oh, and what a start from Vehicle. Self-proclaimed, said it a couple of times. He's had some slow starts in this series, but right now 7-2, 5 kills in a row. Looking for the early cruise missile, and he gets some sort of read towards Cell. Just can't win the gunfight, but still feels like damage has been dealt. Miami thwart off the potential of the Atlanta hold on P2, and now they've got a 2v2 over towards New.
Yeah, but Real's not going to spawn all the way across the map. Him and Vico are not going to be able to assist his teammates off this rotation. But who needs assistance when you're playing like Metals? He had an outstanding series yesterday, and he's trying to continue it here. But unfortunately, he is going to fall on 3 in a row. But you save the spawns for your teammates. Now you're able to get right back into that hard point.
Moment of pause here for Atlanta on their break attempt. Trophy system placed. Stun still lands. BZ trying to be the first one in. Decent read on what the Miami setup looks like, but they can't find the kills, and Miami wipe the floor quickly and considerably, and now all of a sudden the back 30 is starting to look good for him.
Yeah, this is going to be easy because Atlanta FaZe is spawning so damn far. But some player in Selim is actually getting a back spawn. That's due to the positioning right now from Vico getting too aggressive up through water. Hopefully Miami get a read on it, and they do just that. A full 60 hold here at the P3. Who cares if you're going to be late off the rotation? That's the response you needed.
Simp injecting some life here on rotation over for Atlanta on the 4th hard point. Draza trying to hunt down Real, who tried to sneak through. Not going to work out. So here again, before the hard point opens, pretty much an even duel over the top of the hill. Celium, decent read, able to take down Vehicle from the underground position. And now there's numbers starting to amass here for Atlanta. Break attempt on the way though. Miami able to get into contest. Kills from Real are decent, but the follow-up from Cell and Simp, really, really well done. And we're going to continue this 2v2 as Cell finds himself on 4, not quite the 5th, but Abizi takes care of the rest of it, and that's going to be enough for Atlanta to get in.
Yeah, it's still a good time to fight for if you are Atlanta, and now Lucky realizes we can't give up all this time here. So we're going to invest that cruise missile. It's not going to connect onto anyone, but at least it puts your teammates in a position to find this contest.
Real down low, seen. Celium keeping him at bay. Vehicle, the only one from the front, trying to make some damage dealt, but not going to happen. Simp off 2. Abizi following through for the 3rd, and Real is just stuck here. He's nothing he can do. Has to back all the way up, and that's enough for Atlanta to get themselves right back within this game, just down about 30 points.
Yeah, now they're still holding on to all that old time, and they're already showing presence around the middle of the map. So Miami going to be late off this rotation as well. It's now back-to-back rotations won by Atlanta FaZe. Just trying to turn this into some good time here at this P1 HP, but the initial gunfights go in favor of Miami. You just got to find the last 2, and that break comes in very, very quickly.
Indeed the case, but Atlanta still have this middle staircase position. Still trying to use this as an opportunity to just peek in towards this hard point. Cell, topside nest, that works out nicely for a couple. of Easy's nade also lands, and yep, the position through mid allows Atlanta a chance to re-break the hard point. We're not done yet. Miami right off spawn, trying to get back in again.
Yeah, they're trying to push their way right through the front, going 1 by 1, just walking into the pre-aim of Draza. Thankfully, Lucky's able to take him down. But it's still Atlanta FaZe soaking up all this P1 time, and they have the spawns for next, so you got to try to get them out. You don't want to allow them to chain these 2 hills together and blow the lead. Wide open.
Cell on 4. In a little bit of trouble, but has a couple of friends nearby to keep him largely safe. Now the rival 9's out. Tries to pop up for kill number 6. Not going to happen as Metals takes down 2. So the scrap time largely won by Atlanta, but the exit kills are good, and Miami's going to have a chance to get a quick setup to try to break over P2 again.
And now if you are Atlanta FaZe, you already see where they applied the pressure the first time around. It was everyone through the front, so they're playing a little bit more of a spread setup here. Sid watching the middle of the map, everybody else focusing over towards water. They are holding on. It's already been 20 seconds uncontested. They're finding every single kill in the feed. Atlanta FaZe take the lead, and this is where it gets to be a scary moment because a couple players from Miami are going to spawn out towards the back. If these players in front side of water drop as well, you're going to give the rotation to Atlanta FaZe again.
The thing about it was Atlanta didn't realize the spawns moved. No one was looking for that whatsoever, so now Abizi finds himself in no man's land, and that is turning lemons into lemonade right there for Miami. Unreal stuff. Atlanta don't get the read on the flipped spawns, and now all of a sudden we've got ourselves, yes, a marginal Atlanta lead, but Miami are right back over to P3 with their setup.
Yeah, this is their full 60 hold last time around, and they have every single player on that side of the map. So if you are Miami Heretics, you have to get a full hill here. So let's step aside and see how they're going to get it done with Elicited.
Abajo BC, en el jump. No, está abajo el jump. Iban un tiro literal. Están en Majestic, en el P1. Majestic de esta chica y Majestic. No puedo, está holdeando literal. Está subido en el jump. Está muerto. No puedo ayudarte. Solo Cel, vale, falta Cel, barra, falta otro más, son 2 barra. Queda vez, siempre primero. Dejo el blanco por si acaso. Dejo el blanco, vale. He pegado el curva, tengo curva, vale. Yo el blanco contigo, Adri. Ahí no debajo, bien. Te tengo el curva, curva atrás, está un tiro. Está muy bien, me chalean los dos. Uno ha muerto. Otro más alto. ¡Tiro! Otro más para el salto, ¿vale? Sí, aguanta, voy a por con esto, tío. Sí, muerto. Curva. Te he tocado. El muerto. Ahí no rotado, a ver si está rotado, Están aquí en mí. Están aquí pasado ya, ¿vale? Ahí no dobles. Están abriendo doble, sí, está una bala. Están destrozando a veces. Doble muerto. Están abriendo deep. No, están abriendo deep. Está un tiro atrás. No le veo, Y otro más, Vale, sí, muerto en medio. No veo nada, Sim. Vale, Sim se fue de cara. Está de cara. Cogido medio. La derecha el punto. Tengo el dedo pillo. Muy tocado. Bueno, queda uno en su lado y le falta un tiro, está una bala en su lado. Le vamos a pillar el medio, ahora. Era ciclo. Haga salta para abajo, tío. Hay que pegar uno en con cerca. Vamos a pegar la piña, un tiro. Super weak, esta vez sí sube. Muerto, a ver. Dale, voy a pegar puntaje de frío. Estoy de piña. Dentro del punto, un tiro. He pegado a la derecha, no le veo. Arriba, final de 4, no, límite, pinch, quick. Buena. Te puse a la derecha. Me va a la derecha. Son 2. Voy a pegar la otra mano en medio. Vale, voy de frente, Tiro de la zona anterior. A la derecha. Me parece a la derecha. Voy a estar muerto, tío. No le di. Está tumba chulado. Y otro con close a ver, tío. Ahora no le veo. Muerto chulado. Muerto. La guata viva en medio. Me pusan con los dos. Front DJ. Está full. Está a la derecha.
Well, it's the hot start from Miami, but you can start to feel things getting a little bit out of grip right now as Atlanta have found a way to not just neutralize the end of P3, but that was a very successful fourth hardpoint for FaZe as well.
Yeah, every hill so far besides P3 has treated Atlanta FaZe fairly nicely. And now they win the rotation again over towards P1, an opportunity to chain these hills together. Thankfully, from Miami are already here to try to contest it. It's going to turn into a one-on-one gunfight, but Simp now with 35 seconds is just going to play his life, wait for his teammates to get back to him.
Draza over the top, decent damage, can't find the kills though. Okay, Miami still have all 4 members up and alive around P1. Real just waiting for Draza to try to peek up from this top staircase position. Lucky playing the DJ booth and Stills is staying in cover. His Metals through the staircase, but Atlanta's patience working out nicely. Lucky will drop, and it's only a single kill for Miami as Atlanta secure the break, and they've got P2 behind them.
Yeah, this is perfect. Like, Atlanta have themselves now an opportunity to close out this series. You fight for the final 15, you're able to walk away with it, and now you're just continuously pushing Miami back. But this route right out of vehicle might be able to get something done for Miami.
Yeah. That very well could be. Once again, Atlanta not in a position to get a read for this, but the same could be said here. Is the shoe in the opposite foot? Vehicle gonna get comms from his teammates saying that someone spawned out, but they can't turn to find Draza in time. So Atlanta right back into the hard point, over 200 points as well.
And if you're on Miami, you got to fight this one all the way to the very end, because keep in mind, Draza already has that cruise missile to find a break in towards P3, so you need time, and you need it quick here at P2.
It needs to be convincing. These kills need to come through cleanly for Miami, and it's just not happening. One more member to possibly finesse in the form of Real. Everyone else gonna just default over towards rotation. Good kills on the transition. Here comes Miami. They don't want these last 20 seconds to go through freely, so they're gonna put one more hit in, and it's working out decently for Miami. Kills are awesome. So now all of a sudden, Draza's in a little bit of a predicament. How do you want to use this cruise missile with your teammates still spawning so deep and far away from P3?
Yeah, it's gonna be quite some time. So if you are Draza, let's just make sure we're able to break our way back in towards the old hill. But now someone trying to set up a route to potentially spawn these guys out. It's going to fall into the hands of Abizi. He finds that kill onto Real. They had the numbers advantage off the rotation, but those close spawns are still going to be there for Miami.
Someone has to be a hero in and around the hard point here for Miami. Cruise missile called in. It will land onto Lucky. Metals is still alive. Looks like behind the bar. Vico, Real trying to hold the middle of the map. Here comes the hit from Atlanta. That was good for the first. Trying to pre-fire the second. Not going to happen. Atlanta secured the break, and now it's desperation time for Miami.
Yeah, Abizi's the game breaker. He played it super slow on that pinch. All he needed was one kill to spawn everybody else from Miami all the way across the map. Now Atlanta FaZe need one more haul to call series.
Well, it's up and over to the wall. Simp right there to follow up with the damage from Draza. 1v1. Celium takes it versus Metals, and that may be enough. Nades are landing over the top. They need to find kills, though. The contest is in from the front. Miami trying to hold on. Kills being traded. Lucky gets 2. Still the contest is alive. Atlanta trying to play patiently, and it's Cell again at the end of the game to lock it up for Atlanta. No need to see a new hard point. They'll hit 250 here. And wow, Atlanta again holding on versus a tough Miami team that really gave them a test.
Yeah, they came out swinging right off the rip. Dominated at that P1 and chained that into that P2 and even a little bit of that P3. Just when you allow Atlanta FaZe to start getting back into the game, it was that P4 to P1 chain 2 times. It was the first time where they get a full 60, then the second time where they get another full 60 and then chain it to that P1 and just control the majority of the map. And then also, when you allow Draza to slay the way that he did, 31 and 22, 6,300 damage. He was holding it down with that AR. Just Atlanta FaZe just flipped that switch. If you are Miami, you were in control of the map. It's just the only hill that you want a rotation at was that P3. You had to put yourself in better positions to start off these hills.
Yeah, the graph will show it as well. I mean, you could see the different spikes from 2 to 3, pretty much both times, from 44 to 90 and then 124 to 153. But the stagnant follow-up through that, not enough to hold off the steady climb from Atlanta, especially, again, I think 4 to 1 was their big moments. You could see it kind of also represented there. Just like you said, rotations continue to be good for Atlanta. And the thing is, when you earn cruise missiles like Atlanta often do in maps like this, it makes those tough hard points that much easier, right? I mean, it really did come down to the macro gameplay for Atlanta. Kept kind of building these trends and patterns and just stopping, Miami's really solid holds over the top of that third hill.
And I feel like Miami, they played a great series. Obviously, you fall short here again to Atlanta FaZe, but the first map was a nail-biter, 3-point difference. And the high-rise search and destroy, you gave up 2 2v4s. You also gave up a 1 3v4 scenario, and you lose that one in a 6-3 fashion. Dominating on the control, which was a big one for me, because I was thinking that that was going to be the worst map for them in this whole map series. But just every other map, the little mistakes that they make, Atlanta FaZe were always able to capitalize on. Going forward, if you're on Miami, you just got to go back and watch the VOD, because those little things can get you a better placement on land.
Hey, you say it all the time, losing is learning, and that is a great series to learn from if you're Miami. I think generally we're all going to walk away with this one very happy with the result because it was a great match of COD, and for Miami, still some time, of course, to get themselves prepped up for the major, with champs looking a little bit more likely, especially with a shot like that versus FaZe, as we head back to the desk for their thoughts.
Congratulations on another successful pick. Our pick queen and the pick king over here continue to crush. I was almost right, though. Miami looked pretty good, surprisingly good in that first hard point. The comeback very strong, and for a moment, it looked like they were going to force a game 5. Let's revisit some of the key moments across this series. Ali, start us off.
This one is exactly as I expected to, a 3-1 win for Atlanta FaZe. I knew Miami Heretics has the ability to take a couple maps off these top teams. Their issue right now is that they start to just kind of slow down as the maps go on. We saw it in that map number 1, and then even now in that map number 4 during the hard point, they had amazing breaks during the first set of rotations, but once the second set came around, Draza started to light up, the slang started to go to the side of Atlanta FaZe, and Miami Heretics unfortunately just couldn't start catching up.
Nameless, after seeing this 4-game series, how far back is Miami from catching up on teams like the New York Subliners, Optic, Toronto, and Atlanta?
I think they're right there, Chris. I really do. You know, we got into the studio here, and I looked at you, I said, I think the series should have been in Game 5 right now. Honestly, that map 1, I felt like Miami had it in the palm of their hands. You know, they're in a great situation. You know, if you're to rewind and go look, they have a setup on bridge, and we know how easy it is to transition bridge into P1. Unfortunately, they just sent a couple players through mid to try to get those spawn kills. They jump a step, and then Atlanta FaZe end up getting a ton of time on P1, ultimately close it from some brute force plays, what we talked about in the pre-match setup. And yeah, but other than that, Miami Heretics, they lost by 3 on Vista, and throughout this series, like, they played them really, really tight. I think they're a solid team that can definitely make a run.
Looking to make a run in Burbank. That is going to be Miami Heretics' final fight. Ali, got to ask you about this squad moving forward. Of course, on the other side of things, Atlanta shutting down the SMGs on 6-star. Can they do that against a team like Toronto or Optic moving forward?
Of course, absolutely. It's Atlanta FaZe. I was going to say, I do want to continue to sing the praises for Atlanta FaZe, just because after their loss yesterday to Toronto, come back today versus a team like Miami that is looking to break into that top 4 to shut them down handedly.
Still wanted to see that 6-star S&D.
Me too. Let's take a look, though, at a different play. The only reason we didn't get a 6-star, there was a man named Celium on the map, and he caught all 4. Yes, they were weak, but this is precision at its finest. Celium, one of the nastiest gamers out there. That's one of the biggest clutches we have seen in any of the qualifiers.
I mean, just ridiculous. That second kill with the pistol where he just like jumps out and kills him. Obviously, he was weak. It's just disgusting, right? He ends up finding 4 kills. And prior to this, Simp gets a 2-piece he has no business getting. That's that brute force we're talking about with them. They can get it done strategically or straight up guns to go.
The man on the mic, though, in our Monster Winner Spotlight, dropped the most damage in our final game. For Draza, you have been dominant. It looks so fun when you are playing at your finest. How were the games for you today?
No, they felt good. Obviously, the 6-star. We kind of almost choked the Vista, but the 6-star, they had a really good break. But then I started cooking up. In the first half, I was getting fried, but then I started turning up.
Absolutely, Draza, and congratulations on the win. A big turnaround from yesterday's match. This is now 2 qualifiers back-to-back. You guys are unreal at Search and Destroy. How are you going to kind of avoid what happened at Major 3, where your search fell short, even though it was looking untouchable?
Yeah, just keep doing the basics, challenging together, you know, getting information and playing off of that, just playing our situations better, and just make sure that we're next to each other is the biggest thing to stay consistent at S&D. And S&D, you know, you can't win it 100% of the time, but, you know, if you're playing together and you're playing your numbers right and you're using your attacks right, then you have the highest chance to win, you know?
Draza, talking about your guys' Hardpoint for a second. Obviously, sub-base, you've never been fully comfortable on the year. I know you're testing out throughout this split. And then the Vista, you guys are at like a -67 differential throughout this one. And that was an extremely close map that could have gone to the side of Miami. Is it safe to say that that's the biggest concern going into the next couple of tournaments?
Yeah, I would say it's just like closing our hard points and making sure like when we have the holds that we do, we capitalize on it, because I think that's the biggest thing. So working a little bit on hard point, we've been working on S&D. I think our control is great. So it's just, you know, making sure that we do we're doing the easy stuff already, or we're doing the hard stuff already, and it's just doing the easy stuff, you know?
Draws, I wanted to ask you, there seems to be a bit of a narrative out there in the community that teams like Optic can come from a loser's bracket, win a tournament. We saw it from New York back at World Champs last year. Can Atlanta FaZe bounce back from a winner's bracket loss and continue to win a tournament in Burbank?
Oh, for sure. I don't see us losing, but if it comes to that, then I think we're winning it still.
Absolutely.
Anything to follow up here?
Feeling good, man. I'm excited to see them play.
I can't wait to see you in person. Congrats on finishing this one 6-1. Pretty dominant record once again.
Thank you.
That's Draza, that's Atlanta FaZe, and that's our first of 4 Monster Winner Spotlights. We still have a whole lot more coming your way. And of course, I gotta ask, Allie, which one of these are you most excited about? As we take a look at our clutch leaderboard, we're gonna see this guy in action a little bit later against Boston Breach.
They've been missing this, right? They've been missing the Dachi clutches during this split because Optic Texas has a possibility of starting an elimination right now. So obviously, I cannot wait to see them going up against Boston, who tends to take them to a game.
The best match of the day.
Okay.
LAG versus Seattle is on the other side of this break.
Second best match of the day.
Anywhere. A huge day for LAG. Can they pop the bubble? Or is it Surge locking down 6? Find out next.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
The Champs Tracer pack is available now. The bundle includes a Reaper Operator skin, Ripper Weapon Blueprint, Death Stare Weapon Blueprint, Cuts Deep Charm, 2 calling cards, 2 emblems, and 2 weapon stickers. Use these items in both Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3 and Call of Duty Warzone. Available in store now using Call of Duty points.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
The Champs Tracer pack is available now. The bundle includes a Reaper Operator skin, Ripper Weapon Blueprint, Death Stare Weapon Blueprint, Cuts Deep Charm, 2 calling cards, 2 emblems, and 2 weapon stickers. Use these items in both Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3 and Call of Duty Warzone. Available in store now using Call of Duty points.
Yeah.
Push me. I already pushed. I'm a forklift. Take your time. Probably won't hop in this situation.
Come on. Nervous.
I was about to say, I think you have to.
Oh, see that, dude.
I couldn't see it either, but I thought it was
I thought you'd have my cross there. Barney or top guy?
Wait, I think they're probably working, eh?
Yeah, they have Daddy, by the way.
Nice. Sheesh, bro.
Good
Hold that.
Sheesh. Okay,
bro, my POV that.
Whichever bomb site they choose to go to, 30 seconds on the clock, and well, if Easy's been seen, he will drop off the map.
On bridge. Yeah, our bridge is shield.
One's left. I'm cutting mid.
I'm not sure if I'm getting old, but I swear to God, Joe, sometimes when Celium talks, all I hear is... Yeah.
Weak, close.
Nice. Don't want that calf. Yeah,
Calf killed me. Top out.
calf weak.
Falcon.
Alex jump down. He's still in yellow car. Weak.
I can kill him. Up point, bro.
One's out now.
Mid cut.
Too slow, buddy. You haven't got time to go dumpster. You haven't got time for that. I got world starred. Oh my God. Yeah, he was shooting guff. I've just seen that in the death cam. The guys jumped off plan. I'm like, surely he's getting this kill. Yo, it was bad. It was bad. Pure guff coming out. I had the wrong attachments on. Yep, he's absolute. Holy shit, speak. Yo, tell me how. Tell me how.
In the corner.
Nice, bro. I would have killed him. I just had ammo.
This is ugly, bro. What are they doing on the map?
Hop and look over him. You can see everything.
Absolutely planning for us.
No. Back circle, weak.
Back circle, I'm shooting.
Back circle, bullets, bomb.
I'm ready to move. So weak.
No?
Come at, go. Oh my god. Let's go, man. Let's go.
Oh my god, my bad, bro.
Oh my god.
All shadows, ground team is mobile. Keep them covered.
Eyes watching for the opposition, how they crushing any competition. Long range, yeah, I got the vision. When I'm in the trenches, anyone can get me. I'm with the team when they need me. Or out on a dolo mission. Nigga rocky riding on this road to riches. If I catch you slipping, then it's over finished. War, ready, crew, coming through heavy. Aim steady, lights out, it's the gorillas. Not any winner, one out of many. Fine, tell it's empty, lights out, it's the gorillas. Welcome back for probably the second most important battle of the day. Yes. We got Maven and Merc locked and loaded, especially that Maven guy. He's excited to see his favorite team, LAG, take on the Seattle Surge. Alley Cat, why is this such a big deal?
It's such a big deal because these are some teams that are still kind of on the bubble. LAG is a part of that big tie. Seattle Surge leading by just a couple of points. And Seattle Surge hasn't really been surging recently. They had strong respawns this split. Their biggest, strongest map mode right now is going to be that control. They were 4-1, but they fell versus Miami yesterday in a game 5 where they lost not only Search and Destroy, but lost map 1 and map number 3. So even though their respawns have been strong, they fell short recently.
Yeah, Monster Energy pregame champ spot, confident. They're the 6th seed with 160 CDL points. They're currently 3-3 in this split. With a win here, it guarantees the winner's bracket. That's huge. That's huge. And they're looking to win a tournament, right? Like, these guys aren't worried about not making champs. They've been great. You look at the respawn, they're like 10-6 there. The Search and Destroy 4-5. The game 5s have cost them a couple of series. I get that. But in Search and Destroy, like, I'm confident when they get to land, they can figure it out. They've been a good Search team majority of the season, despite what roster iteration that they've had. So Seattle definitely not feeling too much stress at this point in time.
On the other side of this fight, we have LAG, who is very much in the mix of things after some stellar upsets, including a match 1 roundup against Carolina. They took that series, and since then, Fame, Estriel, and DiamondCon have showcased their best series against Vegas and Boston.
For me, LAG has looked a million times better these past couple of matches. And the main focus has been on DiamondCon and Fame. DiamondCon, we knew what he was capable of doing. It was just about the consistency. It was the same story with Fame. A very high ceiling, but they weren't able to do it on a consistent basis. Now they're doing it across all 3 game modes, each respectively, with a positive KDs. For LAG, if they can continue this, the chance spot is in the hunt for the Monster Energy pregame. Yes, they have the 11th seed, but remember, that is a 4-way tie of 140 points. So with the win here, they could jump 3 other teams.
Yeah, I mean, like, these guys 50% in all 3 game modes throughout this split. The new maps look good in Vista. Fame's been crazy in Search and Destroy, but like, as trivial as it may sound, it just feels like they're in a better headspace. Every time we talk to a player on LAG, they're like, we understood the situation that we're in. We're not too far behind. Everybody's counting us out, but like, we just have to calm down on some of these respawns and close them out, and that's exactly what they've been doing, and they've got back-to-back 3-0s in the last 2 series.
We got Vista for map 1, 6-star. The other new map for map number 2. Who has the edge through our first 3, Allie?
I'd say as far as hard points go, I feel like Seattle was feeling strong, but for the search and destroys, I'm leading a little bit more for LAG. I think the biggest question mark is that Karachi control. They lost it versus Miami yesterday if you're Seattle Surge, but LAG hasn't had any strength and control. So map under 3 is going to be most important for me.
Let's take a look at our Scuff pick'ems as Rosalie is still in the lead by 1. You get to go first. Who you picking?
I'm going to be a little silly. I know Anne's going to try and catch me on this one. I'm actually going to go with LAG.
LAG, she's going purple.
Yes. Not a horrible pick. I'm going to go with the Seattle Surge. I think they take this one.
I am going to ride with Allie until I'm wrong. It's going to be LAG and
you
fans.
You ride with me last prediction.
Yeah, that was wrong. All right, let's send it over to Maven, who's very excited to see Flames and Fame. And his buddy Merc.
Joe,
is he darker than Joe now?
I think so. He's so tan.
Listen, we've been getting some sun. I woke up this morning. I walked 4 miles. I did a Peloton workout. I lifted. I went to the pool for 2 hours.
Nobody cares.
Woo!
I'm glad you're taking care of yourself.
Hey, I feel. What the? What is that for? Who just did that?
I don't know. Fucking, where did he find
Where'd
that?
you just find that?
That was awesome.
Okay, I was not prepared for that mentally or physically, but that was great. Thanks, Christopher. All right, now to the matchup. Listen, you and I were in an interesting spot the other day because we were casting the Boston versus LAG series, and you and I, like, even when we were off camera, we're talking like I can't tell if like Boston's so bad or like LAG's actually playing really well. And at the end, we were like, Boston, LAG was playing well. Like they were. It was just
then next day they 3-0'd.
Yeah, and then that like sort of backed up, I think, what we thought. I was like, holy, but right into it. Hook the Noob looking to slow down this run from LAG as they're on back-to-back 3-0s. It's a 4-0 start for Hook, though, before he drops.
I mean, this is, I think maybe if you looked at the vetoes and had a question mark, it's probably this map. It's 6-0 for Seattle Surge. Now, LAG have been getting better at it, 2-0 in this major or throughout this stage, but yeah, you've been undefeated. You've taken down some top dogs. This is probably one of the maps Hook's best on. He really struggled yesterday, so good start there for Hook.
This is going to be a wild finish. I mean, it just felt like we finally had an idea of what was going on, and now everyone's improving. Teams we thought were dead in the water are improving. We've got a wild ride here over our last 2 days and then into the major. But right now, for the final couple of seconds for the Hardpoint pops, we'll take a look at this next setup. It'll be LAG inside for a moment, but the cutoff will get locked down. Flame's going to have to go clutch. Not able to do it. There's a 2-man push. It's there for Seattle Surge.
I said I'll lock this down right now. You see Brezzy locking down the middle of the map, so he's just making sure. Well, hopefully he's going to buy enough time to get to Estriel. There we go. So he's got to deal with a couple of players. Fame is up next. Fame's going to catch him, but a nice trade. Well, not really a nice trade. A good trade for Seattle there from Diamond John.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. You said nice trade. I just looked at the kill feed. I was like, huh?
Nice trade for Seattle.
Yeah. That works out, but still. Very tight one. Abuza, he's on 5 straight, though, at 7-3. Watching Diamond Comp for the moment. Abuza just dropped, so no streak through for him. Next hard point, up in 10. We'll see how control will go. So far, you have the left side of the map locked down. If you are LAG, the lead changes through. You've gone out in front. Now, what are you seeing, Joe? Because some plays trying to be made here for Seattle Surge.
Well, it's really, I mean, LAG, you had the rotation, but then they lose a couple of players near P1, and now they're actually spawned out. So a nice surge on through by Seattle. They're going to find 4 kills in a row. Flames, feels like we see so many players in this position time and time again. He's actually found one, hit a stun, now playing his life. Seattle, though, still with the close spawns. Diamond John, though, going to re-pinch this. Just can his teammates stay alive so he can get there?
Estriel trying, but the Tiki bar a little bit too much. Not able to get the shots on through. And Hook popping off like he did right at the start of the game. 11-7 for him. We know how streaky he can be. I feel like there's a player you want to maybe get a hot start. It is him. He might carry that through the map.
Yeah, I mean, you get a 4 dead there for LAG. So now Seattle Surge on this rotation. But yeah, I mean, Hook, just this map's just kind of simple, I think, at times for him. It's just sort of run forward. And there's a lot of the times it's finesse around the hill. Honestly, having the bad spawn isn't always the worst thing.
True. It's definitely developed since we first saw it enter the league, but it is Seattle Surge inside and fighting, trying to push out this 30-point lead. Number 6, a chance for 0-4, but kind of the same side of a gunfight we saw earlier, just a difficult one there with the wooden post. Can't quite win it. And now LAG starting to push forward, try to get inside. Hook trying to get the damage through, and he's able to do just that. It's been a great stretch here from Seattle Surge. Gorillas trying to do all they can, though.
Yeah, trying to keep just pressure through the front side of this hill. Estrio, the next player up, just trying to put nades on it, but the trophies are there. Then Hook off spawn, right back to work with a triple as Hook the Nuke continues to go off on the map. Now just trying to get across the map with their teammates, but he will have to slow down. So 10 seconds left. You built yourself a really solid lead off this P3 and P4. Can you break it into a P5?
Hook 16 and 10 right now. Coming out hot from the get-go. 4 straight now. Teammates got that one. His POV is flowing, moving, and grooving. 5 straight. Up to 18, just dominating. He might be able to get the streak. We're going to hop over to the angle from Brezzy for a second to see if he can pick it up. The stun's not going to matter. He's still able to snap and get the kill. So there's number 6 on the streak for Hook. Nice sequence.
Yeah, I mean, he's able to push that out. There was 1 player off spawn. The rest of LAG were on the opposite side of the map. But there will be 3 dead.
I just turned, I saw Chris with the broom, just sweeping up confetti. Sorry. I
don't remember what I was saying.
That image just got me good. Looks good with a broom in his hands. Great stuff, Chris. But doubling up their opponents now is Seattle Surge. Diamond come with a double. Flames there too. Every time you've got a nice weakness, Hook has broken it up. Now you get 4 down. We get into our second set of rotations. This is where you really got to improve your Gorillas. Got to get a better set here.
Yeah, they don't read that spawn, though, right away. You had Dominton pushing out. He's on 5 in a row. Great life for him. But yeah, this is how you get right back into the game if you are LAG. But flying on through are the submachine guns, but it's all MCW kills in the feed there. And now you do have a cruise missile.
Yeah, I mean, you basically had like everybody negative from Gorillas. Like, they were getting bodied. They were the blender a bit. Now, you know, you get a couple of 4 downs. The guns are starting to heat up. This is where you improve your team that's improved. You're off back-to-back 3-0s. You're surging right now. Can you keep it going? To Elicitin with LAG.
Maybe. You good.
I rolled.
It was 04. He's on the net.
Find that.
Right down. Rails 04 then.
He's still back door. Still rails. And back door.
Brezzy gonna boost
Nice.
I got naded. Too old. Left too old. One hit mid sofa. One's our side.
He's our side time. Our side time. Our side time died.
I got top from mid. I'm one.
Middle. I'm pitching the left. Water stuff absolute. He's lying in the open. Find it up.
Two middle. I got Brezzy. Yo, Bow.
I need to bow.
Trying to look over here a little right.
I heard you. I'll get caught down. Deep left. They're playing one time, yo. Heavy time. Nothing. They're shaking. I'm trying to finish.
Over their side.
Friends up.
Yeah.
Try to get
their side blue. No one low.
Near their side. Nothing mid. I'm holding mid.
Brezzy, absolute Brezzy.
Heavy low. Yeah, I'm gonna pitch and save. I'm gonna play.
One top out.
Stop dead.
Middle Kyler hitting you middle. He's right down red steps, guys. He's pushing.
Red steps dead. Okay, 2 old. Brezzy and 04 are older. Maybe someone on the row.
Oh yeah, 04 challenge old. Middle. Yo, get my low. I'm on the row.
I have to get top burger push out.
Yeah, they're playing through burger.
I top burger. They could go low. Top burger dead.
One mid. I'm playing low. I'm on your back right away, yeah. Two mid.
Hard here. I'm trying to go
towards Ivy. One's already close time. Oh, he's already on me, dude.
I have a streak. Trying low.
I spawned out.
Top burger playing spawners. Weak on the break from cafe.
He went P1. Deep. I'm
gonna streak. Try and get cafe control.
He's in P1, I think.
I'm
streaking. Got you. Behind the desk.
In cafe, 1-2 time, and one's like he's on cafe, behind the desk. One low R too. Low R and back in the back blocking.
Nothing pillars. I pushed out pillars.
Low R, weak Kyler. I'm trying to
push down the back, bro. I'm coming bottom. They flip.
I still back steps so forward.
Back R.
And one
low R.
Watch that Rose. He's in cafe.
Unless he went rails. I got back bar. Pillars out.
I need it, pillars.
He's our close R steps. He lane out close R steps.
I got you.
Might move now.
And back steps. Brezzy too. Different guy.
I stun one red. I'm
Nice.
Jumping lower. I'm going wide.
I'm trying to go through like Vines on C.
I'm
burger. Okay. Trying to play for like your red.
Well, Gorillas, they were looking back to answer a third, but the comms are flying. You end up losing the player in the hardpoint. Things fall apart, and suddenly you're down 8.
Yeah, I mean, cool, calm, collected comms from LAG. It's just, yeah, I mean, Seattle, they found back-to-back breaks at that P2 and then transitioned into that P3. It's what they did the first time through that. It's why they're holding on to this 80-point lead. LAG, we're bringing it back, but both sides use a cruise missile, so no more really to work with. Now LAG just trying to soak up as much time as they can to get back into the game.
Yeah, I mean, it's one good break, one good hold, and they're all right. But do you get busted open again? You do. 4 fly on through, and this is still a healthy chunk of time. About 25 remaining on that objective clock when they burst on in. You can get so close to a victory here. That feels like you needed to hold that and win a big rotation if you were Gorillas.
Yeah, that's why they're putting pressure on the hill still, but they're losing the gunfights. You see the rest of the teammates from Diamond kind of already rotating, so yeah, you're hoping maybe to contest a little bit, maybe find that player on the hill as you win the rotation. Estriel will lock this down. We've seen crazier things happen on this map, though. Going into this P5, connected it to a P1. We've seen it, but it's going to be very difficult.
See if they can do it. Gorilla's going to need an absolutely heroic stretch here to get back into it. One's already dropped. It's Flames that'll fall behind the hoop nade. A Four's picked up another. The 2 remaining players got to go nuts, and Abuza with a little 180 sauce there to get the kill. You still have somebody deep in Diamond Con, but you've done enough here. If you're Seattle Surge, you've erupted, broken in through the front, got some time, got the contest. Made sure it's not clean sequence for Gorillas.
Yeah, and then you also just saw 04, he's got another cruise. So he was able to earn a cruise over towards that P2 life. Just gonna go for it. They know they just need 6 seconds. We'll deal with Flames on the backside, but Fame is right back into it. Same with Diamond Con, so you might get this to a P1 if you are LAG.
It's looking like they're gonna get to the P1. But then, I mean, we're at perfection point. You've got to be perfect. Hook is still centering everywhere he needs to. That is filthy. 8 HP, back-to-back headies. Then Brezzy kills Hook and himself. And maybe you give an opening here. That actually ends up being, we'll see. You know, you only need 3 points if you're Seattle. But that team kill could end up costly. Looks like it's not going to. Never mind. Thought maybe that'd be a little bit of a sus moment.
Well, the problem with that, it's what we just saw yesterday with the propane. So when you have a suicide penalty like that, you are also on a 15-second respawn delay. Perfect. So Brezzy was out of the fight for 15 seconds there. But who was it at the end? Abuza just walks on up, able to win that gunfight. Finishes it out, but there was a chance there with that team kill.
Honestly, if it's something where they needed like 20, 30 points, I mean, maybe we have a late rally. But the fact they needed 3, because they were able to break in, what? At 4, disrupt that time, same at 5. I mean, you got a lot of breaks if you were Seattle Surge. You had your opportunities for big holds if you're Gorillas. You just couldn't set up and hold.
Yeah, and I mean, the reason why you got so many breaks is number 1.
Yep.
I mean, honestly, this guy, he's just going to run at you.
No, when I saw that first sequence where you start out 4-0, like, I was like, okay, well, who's going to fry this map? Like,
I think they're now 7-0 on Vista. He's a main reason why.
Yeah.
I mean, this just map to him makes sense. He can finesse, and it's just sort of straight line gunny.
And you've had that in your career, right? Like, I know it's been a minute, but like, you just always had maps that, I don't know, came easier, just felt more naturally just fry on.
No doubt about it. I think every player's got, favorites. They just get into their flow a little bit more, and this man was in it the entire time.
How many times did it feel like he got like a triple? Like, so many times he busted apart an entire setup. A fantastic map there from Hook. Ends up with 35. He can be streaky. He's been on and off, but God, when he's in his bag and he's playing well, one of the scariest players in the league. Not someone you want running at you when they're fielding.
No, and again, it's just sort of, comes back to those vetoes, right? LAG, they've been getting better at Vista, but I think going into the major, no matter who you are, probably want to veto this one against Seattle Surge.
And that was one of the things, I mean, I thought early on, it felt like a lot of the new maps for some of the top teams, it just felt like it just helped them. Like, they were still ahead because, you know, some of the poor teams hadn't even figured out some of the earlier maps. Yeah. But now it's starting to get to the point where all these teams are improving. It's behind some of that, behind some of the 6-star improvements, behind some of the improvements here on Vista. A big one for Seattle Surge. There was, I mean, some back and forth moments for sure. You had chances if you were LAG, but relatively comfortable. You're always up in the 50-ish range.
Yeah, I think really like that second P1 in the P2. That is maybe your chance, but you yell from 103 to 125 over 3 hills. So that's just where Seattle Surge had a couple of big breaks, kept their lead, and yeah, 04 went on another 6 spree, had that streak then to close out the game.
Absolutely did. Now we get ready for 6-star Search and Destroy as we continue on. Karachi Control to follow, and Rio and Karachi if needed. But you're just looking for a win here. I mean, you're talking about one team who's been trending up massively as of late with LAG because they got the 2 3-0s. On the other side for Seattle, I think in general you'd say trending up,
yeah.
but like kind of trending down lately is because the map 5 losses. But it's like map 5 losses.
It's map 5 losses. The only thing is
it's decent teams.
It's two teams that like they want to get. Well, I guess Miami's 5th seed, but like the Vegas win, like they could have put themselves at 170, 180 points. And maybe just been out of this mess a bit, had a little bit more room.
Yeah.
They're very much still in it where they have to find wins.
Well, kind of like we talked about like for this match, like you win, you're in winner's bracket. I know there's the bigger picture, obviously, with champs, but yeah, no, I think you're right. That's where it's probably more painful than a lot of Game 5 losses when you're like, that was our chance to not stress. Maybe, but maybe it's good for them. Like it feels like the pressure's polishing them a little bit right now. Like it's had them locked in. They're up against it. I think that's true for a lot of these teams that are trying to battle from the middle of the pack. So maybe it's not the worst thing. Keep the pressure on.
No, I guess it's true. It's just, you hope to, I guess you're trying to catch the Miami Heretics and then obviously Vegas Legion trending in the right direction. That's a big part of this. And yeah, we're talking about Major 4. That is next weekend. A lot of teams around, 3-3 or 4-3. Vegas is 3-2. Still some teams. Is someone going to get in at a 3-4?
Well, I think the thing that's most interesting is Joe and I had a convo like 2 weeks ago before, Optic lost 3 straight. That was sort of like, I think any other year, that miracle run for a team to maybe get like a top 4 or top 3 seemed pretty feasible. Like things can click. You can make that run. It didn't seem that feasible this year because it's been pretty, we know who's getting top 4. That's how it's been. But now if Optic end up starting at losers, like that's one more opening. Like it's going to end up being a weirder bracket than we've had.
No, that's just it. What the bracket's going to look like tomorrow, is a top 14 going to have a round 1 matchup? Right? Yeah. Or if Optic's out of it, you're going to avoid one of those teams.
Or one of these teams who's desperately trying to get a champs qualification suddenly has to go through Optic in the losers bracket early. Like, lit.
That is true.
Like, that's I imagine you're like, we're doing it, boys. We're clicking. Oh, we're playing the team that's just won the last tournament, losers round 2. Like, awesome.
Or losers round 1.
Yeah, losers round 1. Like, yeah, that's going to happen. Like, more than likely, unless, well, we'll see. But into round 1 of the search and destroy now. Diamond trying to stay up bar side. Hook, well, right back to it. Able to push, get somebody all the way back in spawn. And that's, difficult to do, obviously, when you're kind of playing that passive hold on the offensive side. He just pushes up and wins a one-on-one, though.
Able to catch Estriel, and we've just been seeing a lot of that where the offensive teams are staying very patient middle of the alley, waiting for those pinches, but Hook able to win that gunfight. Bomb is planted, though. How does Seattle want to retake this?
Ooh.
You get aggressive if you are Fame and Diamond John. On the other side, though, Flames is picked, and then right away, you just trust in your teammates to look over you. Diamond John, though, did a jump out for this, but there's enough time. And Abuza stayed alive.
Yeah. He doesn't get the kill. Wouldn't matter. This is another player, but that looks so hard from his side. Like him coming off the bomb, the animation of it. Renetti gets a little windy. Doesn't matter at the end of the day. But no, I was surprised like Hook just went up and won that one-on-one. Because even we saw like, FaZe yesterday versus Ultra. Ultra were playing that passive offense. FaZe did like a 4-man hit up the middle on defense, and they didn't get a kill. Like all 4 of them got chopped down. Hook able just waltz up. Get that early
it's a double chow. That's like the only thing. Normally, we've even seen Fame and Estriel kind of be the 2-man game in that middle alley. But this time just catches the timing and able to win that one-on-one. Then he gets 2 more.
Yeah, he gets 3 in the round. And, we've talked about him being a streaky player. That could be across the series. He just starts hot, and he's going to have one of those dominant ones. That might be the case here. He is so fun to watch when he's playing well. Already up to the 3-0 start off the 35-kill map 1. We're out here quick. Trophy coverage. Bomb getting planted. What will the timing be like on the smoke retake opportunity? Here we go. It's a stun deep first. That'll keep 2-0. Now the smoke comes in. 1 tag through. Hook right into the chaos, trying to find an opening. Thought he did for a second, but then he falls. A 4 may be in trouble as well. No! It's Gorillas finding all the kills. We're shaking. We're baking. It's all on Prezi now. 1 versus 3. See you later, round LAG.
Magic Man and El Diablo through the smoke right there. Yeah, that is just kind of A-bomb type on 6-star.
That's like my only complaint with this map and mode. Like it plays so well, but then there's just that.
Yeah, put a trophy down. That's really it.
Yeah.
But it's only round 2. Your only player who got kills was Hook. You had 1 trophy on the Seattle side.
Well, I mean,
Nobody
even
else
with, like, I mean, the trophy sometimes was in a position to pick that up, it ends up getting shot because it might be open to. We've only seen the trophy pick that up a handful of times, at least when we've casted it.
Well, I think that's why we've seen a lot more teams be patient on offense.
Yeah.
And they were not. They just went for it.
But that's like the one thing I just like that. It's just chaos. I mean, it can be funny to commentate. I had a blast with that, but it's like, oh my God, like we're just no one's seeing. There's just bullets everywhere. Like, it's a tornado. Blister.
Yeehaw.
Early fights. Brezzy is able to get 2. Fame and Flames get kills as well as Brezzy he's going through it.
Flames his stun just got a kill.
Yeah, sure did. 1 HP and just catching the fastball.
What is going on?
Right to the nipples. Bomb down mid-map. Honestly, it looks like we have like, what was like the old mode you guys play, like Demolition? What was the one where it was like a middle thing you had to capture and take it back? What was the mode?
Oh, War?
Was it War? Is that one I'm thinking of?
Maybe, yeah.
I don't know if it was Halo or COD that I'm thinking of. Just like he had like a middle objective. You like take it to the opposite site. Or I just made up a game mode in my head maybe too. That could happen. I've been around since the dinosaurs. But now DiamondCon, he had a nutty 1v3 clutch on this map earlier in the year. See if he can do it here in a 1 versus 2. 0-4 and Abuza, the ones that try and shut him down.
Yeah, I mean, he's just... Oh, okay, depending on this, did Abuza see him? I don't know if he saw him. Maybe he thought he did, but Abuza chows, and then 0-4 goes to the bomb, so you're not on the same page. DiamondCon, though, with the smoke, gonna have to check this, and 0-4 just kind of baits it out.
No, that was perfectly done, because, like, he got the kill so far from the bomb, so you know he's stressing. Like, he has to get back. Like, the kill so far, the smoke makes him stress even more. Like, he's got to check it. Well played by 0-4.
Yeah, but I feel like, 0-4 and Abuza should... You want to try to do something together?
Oh, for sure. But like, it worked out. I mean, it created kind of an easy scenario there for 0-4 some ways. I mean, there's obviously ways to lose that, but he's like, okay, he's 50 yards from bomb. I got to smoke. Good luck.
Smoke, yeah, I'm going to just...
I mean, yeah, he has to sprint back. Tries to. 0-4 gets him, though. Hook's still 3-0. Through all this chaos. 2-1 advantage now.
I think the scoreboard's messing you up.
Oh, God, it did again. Let's say, how was he? Because LHG did the retake. Thank you. There we go. 3-2.
It got you.
Come on, scoreboard. One day, we'll have the modern technology to have a correct scoreboard. It'll be 2035.
No, it's actually every year.
Oh, well, never mind. We just need to go back in time. We're time traveling. 0-4, working on the plant. Abuza out of it. 4v3 advantage now for Gorillas, and numbers are hard. Hi. Oh! Diamond gets a second after that.
I don't know how he snaps on 0-4, but he does. Say, Hook kept going, and that is the retake. Ooh. I thought maybe with Hook getting out from that position, finding a pick, turning into a 3-on-3, maybe there was a quick trade from 0-4, but we didn't see it. But DiamondCon hits a nasty double to give them the round.
Beautiful there from LAG, DiamondCon. Some nice plays, and I mean, he was the one, I think, kind of the hard carry for them in map 1 when everyone else was struggling. He was putting in work. Nice little snap.
Yeah, I don't know if 0-4's trying to reposition there. Looks like he
his head got repositioned.
Yeah, like maybe he was trying to go on that like ledge. It looks like he got caught. I think if he's just prone there, probably finds the kill.
Yeah, he just snaps, and I think a little bit of flinch and nice little snap just directly onto his eyeball. Just gets deleted. 2-2 though. As we continue on, it's fast and it's furious. Over towards Zay, but we slowed down here for a second, just waiting for him to utility through on the cross. But Estrio's gotten pushed out. He's gotten pushed out deep, so you've got a lot of info now. You know it's all coming through mid, at least for now. Because what, you're peeking back alley, push on the flank. If you're Diamond, they're seeing nothing. And that's because it's all right up the gut. Here they go. The chaos ensues. Who will be left standing at the end of the mixer? And it is nobody on Seattle, because it's 4 straight kills after that first blood. As LAG line them up.
It just cracks me up because outside of these two teams, like I feel like we've been watching like New York and FaZe, Miami, like some of these other teams are really taking their time, being very slow. Like this reminds me of 6-star like week 1 and 2. It feels like these two are just like, let's just plant bombs and retake.
Yeah.
20 seconds into the round.
That might be a difference between like good search teams and not as good search teams.
I think these are both just solid search teams. They're just playing at a different pace right now.
Well, they've improved a lot. I mean, well, there have been times this year it's definitely not been true for Gorillas, but yeah, I guess Seattle, despite the roster, it battled. But you know, you're not wrong. I just feel like you're right. It slowed down quite a bit, and they just want to hit it.
Just run to the middle of the map.
Brezzy, some tags through, wants to chase it, but it gets a little scary. Oh no, sweet child of mine. Oh. Will he get another? He sure will. Brezzy from the chaos walks away with 2. I thought he was dead to rights. Diamond gives him a chance to bring it back, though.
Yeah, Diamond's on 5 in a row, so even worst case scenario, if you don't win this round, maybe you're looking for that streak. They're thinking this is still an A hit, but now they're going to know this is a rotate out. They don't really have much info. Did they go through your spawn, their spawn, Fame's on one side, Diamond on the other, but now you have to rotate towards B.
Yeah, this is a scenario where you get an early pick, maybe you play for it. If not, then maybe you just try to set Diamond up for 1. Just try to get him number 6. It's gonna be so difficult to retake. Get some tags in. So I thought he set him up beautifully, but 0-4. Oh, a little straight. Goes vertical, pops him with the Renetti. No streak there for Diamond Con. I assumed, I mean, you saw Fame put in some shots that maybe I'm imagining he's weak heading towards him.
Or at least just, yeah, just not expecting that. But 0-4, I think just hits, I'm going to assume just a chow, like a burst and then a burst on through. But Brezzy, no fear through the smoke and then able to catch a second.
That timing then there on the second one, Lord help you. That was brutal. But yeah, the streak ends there for Diamond. We go to 3-3. And now we'll see kind of a little two-man game working out for info at B, but slowing it down a little bit right now are LAG. But you're hunting mid-map if you're Seattle Surge. You've got a lot of info through mid.
This is very reminiscent of round 1. The only difference is you don't have sort of Estro by himself through the middle of the map. But now they're just going to try to go to B. And the middle setup pays off.
I mean, that's the great thing about having middle on most maps. You have the cross to the bomb sites. It's just not usually that free where you just
they might have to go through the pool.
Yeah, yeah.
not get caught there. But bomb is still planted. Flames is able to find 1.
It's still winnable. A lot of this is going to depend on them syncing up. And you slowly start to work back if you are Flames. Now all 3 here around bomb. Abuza has hopped on it, so pressure now on Gorillas to get him off of this. They're able to do it. Nice little peek there from Diamond Con. Hoop, he's tagged up. He gets dropped. It's down to a 1 versus 1. 20 to go. Brezzy, Flames, tagged. Oh, I thought he was dropped, but Brezzy, he's a magician yet again. Wins it. There have been some wild Renetti kills throughout the course of this one.
No, there really has, because I feel like when we see some crazy, like just turn-ons or someone's getting just destroyed, it's usually because they stop shooting with the Renetti, they get lost with it, and what we've had 0-4, Brezzy now just with great composure in between these bursts.
Well, I mean, you think you get like 2 bullets in before you chow here for LAG. Like Flames hits him with like a bullet or 2, down to like 110, I think it was. He's thinking, oh, I've got him weak, I'll just fly out, and then just pop his brains in the pool.
Yeah, nobody wants that.
No. Seattle Surge now take over. Brezzy, who's on a tear, he's 8-5, and the streak is coming in from up top. What can he locate? Not going to hit. Worked up with 3 people here onto the site. Hook, likely the one to be the playmaker, or need to get there in time if he's going to stretch across, but the nades are able to combo together, and they're getting picked apart. Hook might be here too late. Will he get there in time? Can Brezzy stay up for Hook to get here? He has. Brezzy stayed alive. Hook now in. 1 in the smoke. Hits of the stun. Slides on through. All down to Brezzy. Can he clutch again? He snaps, but now Flames gets revenge, and it's just the Renetti player that's winning the fight.
I mean, that stun was so big for Hook because Flames is prone to watching that, but obviously the slide, he's not going to catch up to him with his aim, allows Hook to get the player onto the bomb, but Flames gets the trade ready for the next gunfight. And I think you just want a little bit more behind that cruise. Maybe not finding a kill, but the problem is you use that so early in the round. as soon as it's done, you still have to plant the bomb, right? You have to plant the bomb. LAG, they rotate on through. But there we see from Flames, yeah, Brezzy just shoots. He's been so clutch for them throughout this map.
I mean, he
Flames
snapped.
gets one there.
He snapped pretty well. Just obviously not getting first shot in that scenario. But if it was like shaky Bernetti shots, he gets that kill. It just wasn't. No one finding any separation in this one. 4-4. A bit more aggressive on the A site right now from Seattle Surge. It was all mid-map control last defense. Hook is able to find the first blood, and that's some beams there.
That's a great nade.
To combo with the nade from Estriel. Beautifully done. One already through on the flank, though. What can 04 find? Can't get away because the stun is going to connect. Quickly, it's Brezzy. Last alive again. Another opportunity to maybe clutch. The timing, I thought so good, but can't quite finish it.
Well, yeah, I mean, Fame and Estro were going to B, and then they wrap back to A, and that gave him the timing to find the info there. He would have had no clue they were going to B. Now he's going to hang out by this very beautiful waterfall and just relax.
I like that, Joe. It seems very relaxing. When we go on vacation together, can we relax together under a waterfall?
I'm not sure if there's one there.
Well,
we can find one.
Yeah, we can find a waterfall. Every state legally has to have a waterfall. Brezzy now, 1 versus 2. And they are hunting. They got the spot and chase him down. Not able to get anything done. Brezzy's had some brilliant moments, but no chance for one there.
Yeah, I mean, you try to get aggressive there. Does Seattle Surge. Abuza and Who, sort of the two-man game. They just kind of go, fly on through towards security. Trades were going pretty well until that nade connects onto Abuza. And then they were just trying to buy time for 04. 04 able to find one on that flank, but the stun again. The stuns have been clutch.
Yeah, I don't know if he would have got out if he wasn't stunned, but I think he had a chance to.
Yeah, would have bought time.
Yeah, like maybe gets around the corner. Yeah, survives a bit, dances a little, but yeah, stun makes sure he can't go anywhere. But no one, I feel like, has been able to win like back-to-back rounds really much at all throughout this. So Seattle Surge. Now you try to go. Get this to around 11. B, for now, wide open. You're aggressive on defense of your Gorillas, though, so you know the gig is up. So there will be a quick kind of transfer over here for Diamond, but he's going to be the only one for now. Plant on through. And now, I thought as far as push up, they kind of, rotation would come earlier, but they're thinking maybe it's just a slow push. Go, Jebediah.
Dude, everybody's getting stunned. Brezzy just able to reposition. Estriel and Flames going to start the retake. Smoke's going down. Everybody trying to finesse. 04 just playing his life around the bomb, but he gets caught. Trying to be a little bit too cheeky. Now it's a 2-on-2.
Oh my God, couldn't trade it. Seattle Surge able to get the round. To around 11 we now go. As this has been a fun one, just coming down to a lot of 1v1s, 1v2s, clutch little scenarios. And chaos with smokes.
Somehow Brezzy got here. He got all the way to this point.
The Magic Man.
Kind of does look like a magician, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Like, he probably is a magician. Like, I guarantee that guy is, like, good with cards. Like, when I see Brezzy, I think, like, I can't even, like...
Shuffle?
Shuffle well. He definitely can shuffle cards super well, I can tell. Like, he spent time dealing it, like, in Vegas or something. I know it. Round 11 now. Offensive kid for Seattle Surge.
From France,
so. Whatever. Yeah, casinos there. The Vegas of France. Bomb plant going through. You get it down clean if you're Seattle Surge. Little info there for Brezzy. As he's just trying to get away. But as he backs up, maybe you take the 4-on-3 here. That looks to be the play. Hoop, another first blood, but instantly trade out. Abuza with 2. Might be the difference. Another 2-on-1 and down to Fame. Trying to make the play, not gonna happen. It slips away for LHE. No one was able to get back-to-back rounds until Surge does it on offense late, and they get the map victory. Just pain for LHE, and a 2-0 edge for Seattle.
Yeah, and LHE, as soon as they spot Brezzy, they're thinking he's gonna try to wrap. They pretty much know he's out of the fight, so their call is let's go. They're trying to just flood on through. Use that smoke. They think they have the numbers advantage. They do. It's just they lose one right away, right at the entrance of the smoke. Seattle Surge, they like between Hook, 4, they play with these smokes very well.
Yeah, it also listen, we talk a lot about, I mean, numbers advantage is big. It is. And first bloods are big, but it's also Call of Duty, and it's very fast, and you die instantly. So numbers advantage can go away real quick. And it certainly did there. You're feeling good about the retake, and then it falls apart. Brezzy, a lot of clutch opportunities. Some he was able to take advantage of. Fact is, he drops double digits, gets to nearly 2,200 damage. It was Hook, map 1. It was Brezzy here. I mean, Hook still puts up 9, and honestly, he had like the clean first blood round 1. He probably... The other 3, I think, were probably instantly traded, but he was dictating a lot of it early on.
Yeah, I mean, 4 first bloods for him, 3 on the other side for Fame. Just a great back and forth game throughout that 6-star. Okay, just a little bit different than what we've been seeing from our other teams.
Oh, just hitting it.
Just going.
Yep.
Playing the bomb within the first 20 seconds. They're not at this site. Let's go. Lots of retakes. And as you said, Seattle Surge able to put it together.
Yeah, I mean, they're up 2-0. You know, you're back-to-back 3-0 victories if you're LAG, but right now maybe in trouble of, I don't know, getting back to what we've kind of expected from them as of late. Like, they weren't looking a lot strong, and now it seems like it was clicking. I really thought this was going the entire distance. Granted, that map, too, was very, very close.
You never know.
Now you got to bring it back, and it's got to happen through control. Unfortunately, that's where LAG have also struggled to click at any point this year. It's been the control that's really struggled for them. So we'll see. Can Seattle end it here? Can Christopher Puckett clean up all the confetti mess that he made? Is Joe DeLuca the love of my life? All these answers and more after the break.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
Scuff Gaming is doing an ultimate giveaway where you and a friend can win a chance to go to COD Champs this year. The giveaway includes 2 VIP tickets, travel expenses, and more. To enter, scan the QR code on the page or go to scuff.co/CDL and enter your email. Terms and conditions apply.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL.
everybody, and welcome back. Right now, Seattle in the driver's seat looking for one more map victory, and they'll handle this one in a 3-0 fashion. They're close. They've, had a couple of Game 5 losses. They're not wanting to go the distance again, I imagine. See if they can close it out.
Yeah, I think for them, just, again, a team they think they should probably beat with sort of their upward trend. Just get those 10 more points, put themselves at 170, and then focus on the major.
Yeah, because they get to 170. I mean, well, you're guaranteeing yourself a spot for winners. We're thinking more than likely from a prediction standpoint, you might be okay for champs too. I mean, what the cutoff was, they were thinking 165, somewhere in there, right?
Yeah.
So maybe you're okay. And then maybe. But there's a lot you'll get from this. Extra 10 points, and then see what you're able to do at the major, but you're starting to click at the right time. Abuza has really stepped up his game in that position. Hook has had his moments, and we just watched Brezzy, the Magic Man, have some of his own. But can they close it out here as we get into the control on Karachi? 04's POV to kick us off.
Yeah, I mean, I think just the addition of 04 really solidified their search, just consistency, and he's been so versatile, it's allowed Brezzy to run that main AR, and now you got a great start here on control. Brezzy running the rival to start, a little bit of a different breakout, trying to put a pressure on this objective.
He's moving and grooving until he's not. Finally chopped down, but nice stretch here with a 4-life advantage for Seattle Surge. They came out and they are hitting. Yeah, a little jump peek, like good luck. Coming to the blender, I've got a rival. My name's Hook, and I'm holding the back alley. They instantly turn tail and wrap it back towards A. So this is going to be a B capture. Nice little opening there from Seattle.
Yeah, great little break off, run multiple subs, and pretty much just say, let's get the close junk spawn if we can, and continue to flood this. Now you have a 04 on 5 in a row. Trying to find number 6, just gets caught, but you're on the objective. You're trying to have a quick round here.
I think we haven't seen a lot of that where, like, you know, like an invasion, you see like that early A hit, like much where it's just, we're taking B right away, like where it's calculated.
I mean, yeah, at times we've seen it, but not where
not usually with a breakoff set around it though either. Like where it's multiple rivals and you're just kind of hit. I feel like it's like you get to A, you get 3-9, like, okay, let's go now. That was just, I don't know, they were just going for B. Or you're right, when they do, it doesn't work out as well.
Yeah, usually it's just a guy top AC watching across, and if you get one pick there, that's it.
They don't, though. And they get through for your Seattle Surge. And it's a fast one. Great strike there on offense, like lightning. They are done quickly. That's one of the faster B captures you're going to see on Karachi.
Nice little strat there to get them going, and I mean, you're also just winning gunfights. I think Astro was 0-5 throughout this round, so LAG need to step it up.
We'll see if they can fire back on offense, but I mean, this is the one map where you've got the best chance really to get going offensively, certainly in our control rotation. But Estriel, he's just looking for his first, as you said. Let's see what the break-off looks like for Gorillas. Just more standard out towards A. Will be into the point instantly. Estriel also on the board instantly as he rallies back to get in. Can't really get anywhere as Hook is still here. It's another multi-kill for Hook. It feels like it's 75th of the series.
And again, just sort of the maps have played out the type of playstyle that he wants. Just being aggressive on Vista. Same thing here in Karachi. A lot of the 6-star play through these smokes and through the middle of the map. That's Hook.
And what? Second tick now done there. One fight back alley. Flames is maybe looking for a one-on-one. Unfortunately, he's greeted with a stun, so he doesn't really get anywhere. Minute extension about to go through. Estriel now up to 3 and 6. We'll see what kind of timing he gets. Beautiful. I was wondering, like, if he looks right for a second or more there, maybe Hook's going to end up getting in behind him, but it works out well for Estriel. Now you start to plot this push. It's going to get thwarted, though, for a moment as get 2 through for Seattle.
Yeah, that's really the problem, though. It's like, yeah, he's getting kills, the people off spawn, but then all of his teammates are dropping, so that's not going to turn into much. He's got to just re-wrap through the middle of the map, try to get in a red. You do get Fame through, but again, it's 3 dead for the last player.
Yeah, so let's say, like, Fame wins a one-on-one, he's pressure on the point, but, like, instantly the rest die. It could have happened quicker. Centering on point there for Abuz is a shot straight through to the noggin. And now you try to push out your cuts, get back towards mid if you're Seattle Surge, and layer this again, so you've got to win multiple fights if you're Gorillas to really get back onto B. They still have over a minute to work with. Lives are dead even, so still ample opportunity here for Gorillas to strike.
Yeah, they do have right control. You can just leave Brezzy, junkyard side. Ignore him, force him to come out back. That's going to be the play. They're looking for him. It looks like Flames is looking for him. Now, Hook trying to stay up. Flames gets taken down. If Hook's able to find one, probably shuts down this attack, but you still have 3 here.
Yeah, you can see the bar is moving real quick. It was for a moment there. It slows down a bit. You just have 1 on top of it. Abusa and Hook able to get kills. They'll reset this for now. You get so close to the second tick, but it's not quite there.
But again, it's all Brezzy. He's on 7 in a row. He got the 1 player trying to cut him off, then gets a player on the point, wraps back to Junk, gets a player off spawn. Now he was able to earn that streak. You don't get the second tick, and he wants to go for it now, just to give his team some map control and some info.
And they're going for the 3-0. Explosion hits. Diamond Con gone. Players here for Seattle Surge, and now 30 seconds remaining. It's an 8v6. Brezzy doing it with the missile, doing it with the Renetti. He's doing it all. 1 final opportunity really here in the works. We'll see if they can do it. Prone and waiting is 0-4. 2 kills through for LAG. Gets a little bit ugly here for a second. 3 are going to fall. 1 player really left up for Seattle to try and get shots in, but he's going to be held at bay. Second tick is now done. 18 on the clock. Seattle's all funneled through 1 position. I think LAG in the last second have done it.
And that is Karachi. You can play
That's a good way to put it.
99% of the round so well, and they do just that. The problem is the only player really in position was 0-4. 1 player drops around him. He doesn't want to overpeak, doesn't want to challenge the doorway, so he prones, is only able to get 1, and then his teammates drop around him. As soon as he's taken out, there's 3 players alive for LAG around the point.
Incredible stretch there from Gorillas to tie us up at 1-1. And yeah, I mean, you went for it with the streak if you're Surge. You had the chance to, well, not close out the map, but you take a 2-0 edge. You're obviously in a much better condition to get it done. Just can't quite go for the jugular, and now an opening for Gorillas. But last time, the offense was beautiful from Seattle Surge. They were done with the swiftness. This time, a little more of a standard setup, and Flames is shooting 4 HP, but wins the fight against Brezzy.
Well, you did force a couple players to go B side this time through, right? That's why Flames already junkyard, but doesn't matter. Does not matter at all, because all the kills go in the way of LAG.
Yeah, I think it was like an early 4-life advantage last time for Seattle. This time flipped on its head. So you got to slow the roll offensively for Surge. They've got to think through how they want to attack. You get to some power positions if you are Gorillas. Estriel is shooting like that. And once again, all 4 are dead. Now it's 5 straight for Flames. A chance for him to maybe get a streak. And you get a hold here. What looks so dominant from Surge, what could have been a 2-0 advantage. You might be suddenly looking at a 2-1 lead for Gorillas, and they're in control.
Yeah, I mean, they've just really stepped up. Estriel as well. He started 0-5. Now he's, 11-10? Something around there. So really stepped it up the last 2 rounds. Flames locking this down. They have not given up a tick. You still have Estriel top 3, forcing Seattle Surge to go Coop side.
As you talked about it, Estriel gets another double. He has turned it around massively. 13 and 11 now for Estriel. Shutting it down, not leaving any opening. Last-ditch effort now through for Surge. 3 flying in. Estriel, another multi-kill. I think Estriel is just popping off. You've got 8 straight from Flames. We didn't see a lot of the kills from the LAG view, but they were finding them.
Yeah, no, I mean, Estriel was just top 3. Dropped down Coop side. He was able to find a double. Jumps back up. Cutting off the middle alley. Found another 2. Seattle Surge, just from the start, could not get out of their base. Impressive turnaround here for LAG. This was 2 seconds away from being 2-0 Surge. Instead, now it's 2-1 for Gorillas.
Flipped on its head real quick, right? 20 and 10 for Flames. 8 streak. Now you go for it on offense. You were in such a good position if you were Seattle. Can you just close this one out? Back-to-back map 5 losses. You're hoping to get a clean one here, but Gorillas do not want to go down without a fight. Good little opening so far from them. Just pressure onto the opening objective. Brezzy's going to get picked early. He was big junk side throughout their defensive hold until it fell apart. This time not in position early.
Yeah, now you're just hoping to catch Seattle and then kind of have one of those transition plays that we kind of talk about over towards B, but won't happen. Can you get done with A? They're going to go for this. Now it's 2 dead. If Estriel finds 1 here, they might just fly. He hit some really bad timing onto Brezzy, and all of his teammates go down. It's Hook and Brezzy. Hook with a triple says, all right, let's slow this game down.
Yeah, no, you saw it building for Gorillas. There was the opportunity maybe to pounce, but Surge holding for now. Hook right into the mix. Estriel up, ready for it now to Brezzy's playground. He's back inside a junk. Doesn't look like it'd be a safe playground for children. There's a car on fire, but Brezzy can't really find anything. Fame there to back it up as well.
That and a lot of like rusty, pointy things.
No, it just, yeah, I don't know why I said his playground, because that looks like a very dangerous playground. But now, Gorillas still here with the pressure. Just trying to get these kills through and then cross, but it's a perfect, efficient trade. It's just the fact that you have the close spawn now if you're Gorillas, so you can keep on hitting it over and over again. You have a 3-life advantage as well. 0-4, can't quite finish the kill. Shot's a little high there with the Renetti.
Now this is the pressure that you're just talking about. Just going, you have the numbers if you're LAG, but it's a team nade from Flames on the Diamond Cap, but watching the cutoffs was Fame. Seattle Surge have dealt with this, but they're going to have to do it again.
Yeah, it's not really the same as their last defensive hold, but it's going to be similar from the standpoint of you've held really well. Can you do it till the clock is done? Because you're going to have to hold a lot of pressure. Since they have the close one, keep doing it over and over again.
Problem's going to be lives too, right? If LAG are trading well and they have close spawns, they're just going to keep reinforcing.
And for the most part, it's been like literally just every other kill on the kill feed. Like, it's just been the definition of trading. You need like a little stretch where you get, if you get another clean wave from Seattle, you're probably in a great spot. But can you do that? Tries to avoid the nade and get the kill. Fame just starts popping off with his fist. Abusa with the trade, can't snap back in time. Now you're onto it and stopping the clock. 6 lives remaining, now down to 5. LAG, they can taste the win here. Another one for Estriel. Wow, he has stepped up after that round 1. No respawns left. Abusa's out of it. It's moving slow. They only have 1 player here. That's a nice nade. But someone's got to get there.
They know that Seattle Surge have to just pretty much play perfect. So they're just setting up. They're pretty much watching over Estriel. And just like that, it was looking so comfortable for Surge. You blink, you get up real quick, and it's a 3-1 for LAG.
I mean, hell of a job there from LAG, yeah, because you get kind of put in a body bag that first round. You're in the blender throughout most of the second round. But then you start to take over, things start flowing your way. You had a grueling round 11 loss in the map too. And now you're right back to it, and you'll see how deep you can push this series. These 10 points so crucial to either side. You got a little life left in you if you're LAG.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I mean, as impressive as the round 2 offensive, win was, that round 3 defense was perfection. Just putting them in that trap. Seattle had nothing to give.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, that was a tale of like 2 halves, however you want to call it. Like, God. LAG just come alive, start to take over. Estriel, Flames both go on wild stretches. We'll take a look at some of the highlights before we get ready for the map 4. Where we head next, Joe?
Yeah, hey Rio, and I think this is a great opportunity for LAG to keep this going, because Seattle Surge, this has not been one of their go-tos in Hardpoint. 1-5 on the year. It's not like this has been great for LAG. I've only played it 5 times, but 2-3. I feel like one of the first times we've seen Flames was on this map, so got to be feeling good if you are Gorillas.
We'll see. I mean, Hoop kind of popped off of that map 1. He's been shooting straight throughout the course of the series. Like, I feel like Rio's one where if he gets into his flow, another one where he can be devastating, but also it can be very difficult as some of Rio as well.
No, it can. Yeah, it's just one where there's just a little bit more teamwork needed. Like, it feels like Vista, if you spawn out, like, you just be quickly right back to the hill. Rio, you can really get punished.
Yeah, no, that's a good point. Like, it seems like it's like not that big of a map, but like it is, just because the spawns make sense most of the time. You can absolutely punish people, and we'll see if LAG can take advantage of that, or if it will be the Seattle Surge side. How the series has looked so far, maybe if you're joining us late. Seattle in control. LAG, bring it back. take the 3-1 victory there. They got to get the Rio Hardpoint victory to get us to a map 5. But yeah, we're at that point. Every match matters. I mean, it's crazy because like typically for most of the year, like you know, we cast that FaZe Toronto match. Like that'd be one I'd really be looking forward to. It's one of like your big matches, but like that's like one of the least important right now, just because all the focus is on the middle of the pack and the lower teams. Like FaZe Ultra, all right, maybe it'll be in the final. We'll see it a bit, but like it's everybody else, right? Like it is.
It's these guys, and I'm just impressed by LAG. Like they're just level-headedness. Like Nameless was saying on the desk, the way they every interview just is like, yeah, we just kind of we know what we have to do. Just very level-headed, very calm. Here is a look at the overall standings on the year, these two teams, and like we talked about, 4-way tie, 8 through 11 at 140.
And this is why this is the conversation. You know, FaZe and Ultra, you know, we cast that, like it wasn't as big of a deal. It was a great series. There was a lot of wild stuff that happened, but like all that matters right now is everything else. Like who the hell's going to get in? Like, and like, well, typically I'd say, you know, I would put Optic into that equation of like their matches not being that big of a deal, but now with them maybe being in a loser's bracket start and being like that wall that's in front of one of those teams in the tournament, like that gets more interesting too. So like this has been kind of a crazy just qualifier stage. It really has.
Yeah, imagine they sneak in LA hit 8 seed and you have like a 1v8. Like, yeah, Ultra Optic round 1.
I mean, I kind of hope that's the case. Like, for the bracket's sake in a way, like what would be worse? It'd be worse if they start losers, right?
Well, one's gonna go if they're 18, one's gonna go to the losers bracket, so it doesn't really matter.
Yeah. It's more just like crazy thinking about them being there. But the Hardpoint over stage 4 for Seattle Surge. They're ranked 3rd right now, 6-4. You can see first in many of the stats coming into today, and I'm probably just building on those based on how the map 1 went.
Yeah, I'm only 1 now, 7-4, and that's sort of been part of their turnaround. Pretty much around 50-50, but with that being a little bit higher, they're able to find some of these upsets, some of these big wins, and why we're talking about them being a threat towards the end of the year.
Yeah, because no one's like really been that dominant in like Hardpoint. I mean, like, FaZe has been kind of 50-50-ish right now.
Ultra
like,
is number 1, yeah.
Ultra have been like the only team that have. Like everyone else is kind of either struggling or around that 50-50 line. It's just crazy. I guess I'm just, them being 6-4 and 3rd, it looks kind of wild to me. It's like, it's not like that good, but it's just we're speaking to the rest of the competition right now because there have been some absolute battles. But Seattle Surge, can they close it out on Rio? The police are here. On the map, yes. No, I'm not being arrested, I don't think. It was 0-4, or sorry, it was Hoop with that like 3-0 start in the map 1. And he really is, or sorry, 4-0, and just got grouped behind that. It's going to be 0-4. That's really popping off early. But as we talk about that, he's going to get dropped. Hoop, though, right back, and well, there it is. There's his 4-0 sideline. Okay, so he got a 4-0 start in map 1. He gets a 4-0 start here. Hoop does what he wants.
Yeah, just controlling the middle of the map. Now you get Brezzy going, trying to make you play, but you will take these 40 seconds all day if you are Seattle Surge.
Yeah.
Forcing LAG to just have to rotate, play in for these good spawns. Hook able to snap, just loses flames. Then MCW. Vuza up next, trying to find Diamond John, and there's going to be immediate pressure. Spawns being blocked. You see where Fame spawns. Are they going to read this, though? I don't think so. And, well, that's going to turn Diamond John and Fame taking everybody down.
Yeah, everything was kind of blocked. They spawned on top of each other, kind of, right? Like,
well, you always spawn boxes, yeah. You spawn alley, you're blocked in the back. The other team's going to spawn boxes. Just don't have that read, but it doesn't matter. It's just Seattle get back spawns, and now it's a 4 dead for them.
Yeah, good for them. Yeah, everything opened up because everybody died. And then they were able to hit a quick, get right back in. You only enjoy 11 seconds of that time if you're Gorillas, and now you're trying to push up and lead again, but with 3 straight through, nobody holding second really early till Prezzy says, no, and he locks it down. I thought ample opportunity there for LAG, but Prezzy there, the bailout, the play.
And again, talking about like Miami and their improvement, yes, Real coming into play has been huge, but also just the role changes, how much better Metals has looked. It is a similar story here with the way Prezzy has looked on the AR. Just so consistent for them, and there is another break into this P4.
And I love it too, because you know we always want to have more. I would love more German players, French players, Spanish players, like more international players. I love it, but like it's awesome. Yeah, you have a Spanish player coming in making a big impact, French player coming in making a big impact. And you're seeing these teams improve, but it's Gorillas that are trying to improve right now because they're getting bodied. They lost the first hardpoint by about 90, down throughout the entire game, and you're set yourself up for that same sort of blender where you're just chasing constantly. You're playing from behind. And this almost has seemed worse because at least like map 1, it was a lot of breaks from Surge, like a ton of breaks. For the most part, it was like all out of control.
Well, you're kind of getting the same thing. It was a break at P2, now it's a break here at P3 early. And now if you're LAG, you have to rotate. And you have to kind of cash it here. This first push so important, I think, for LAG to try to slow down this arsenal of Surge.
Yes, they need time and they need it badly. So far, so good. Yeah, like 1 or 2 if you were Surge, but never really a big threat. But this is absolutely the moment. Gorillas need, if they're going to push this to a map 5, they've got to get things going. They got to get them going right now. The next big wave coming in from Surge. This time they're going to have numbers. Lots of pressure to Flames inside. Box is going to be able to shut him down. And once again, you're able to break if you're Surge. If it's not the first hit, it's the second. Like, you know, if you hold like the first 2, you're probably at least getting half the time. But if you continue to break, at least on your second push, you're Seattle Surge, but you're winning this map.
You are. Well, yeah, they are. They are by 90 now.
Yeah.
As you look at rotation, Flames trying to get into a good spot, but it's not already desperation time where LAG are trying to fight for 15 or so seconds. 0-4 going on the route, able to catch that. So now it's just a 1v1 on rotation.
Whoa.
And Hook's got the info, able to snap. Now he's got the help from his teammate in Abuza. And they're almost going to win out. Well, they do win out with the help of 0-4.
Yeah, I guess Estral getting 2 maybe allows them to kind of race back and get a presence here early, but just a nice play and stretch from Seattle Surge. Now back in control, lead just growing second by second, up over the 150 mark, up 120. It is dominant so far. This team is clicking in the mode, showing why they're the 3rd best through the qualifier. Gorillas just can't find anything.
But then it's Estral. He's the only player positive, 15 in 11. He's able to find a double. But even when they're finding kills, they're still getting picked on the hill.
Well, it's kind of similar to the map 1. I think it was Diamond was like the only positive. The other 3 were negative. They just can't get a team effort going forward. And Hoop, once again, in his bag and a hard point. What, he went 35 and 25 in the map 1. He's 18 and 11 right now. And he just has series like this where he can take over across any mode.
Now maybe you're trying to last chance. You chain these 2 hills together, right?
Yeah.
We had a solid 40 points for Seattle Surge off the break. Can they hold on now and start to chip away?
Your 2 teammates are spawning out pretty far, though. They're trying to rally across. Lots of pressure to Fame and Flames. They're able to get 3 of the 4, so you keep it kind of mixy. Oh, I thought Hook was going to get all 3 of them. Like, okay, I'm just going to swallow all those words because none of them made any sense because Hook just did Hook-like things again. But the fact that he's able to get 2 really gets you right back into the fight quickly. So maybe that clean stretch from 1 to 2 like you thought was their chance for Gorillas. Not necessarily the case.
Yeah, Diamond John though goes on a pinch through boxes. So there's still 20 seconds left here. You see Diamond John spawns up. He's just gonna rotate forward to this P2. Seattle Surge trying to fight through bridge side.
So what, if you get the 10 seconds, you get the, if you can get a, let's just say, perfect hold here at 2, you are in the swing of things. You're back within, what, 30, 40 points. But Seattle going for the jugular, looking to close out this series and put a little separation between them and the rest of the pack. Let's go to a list now with Seattle as Abuza is popping off.
Diamond con. Nice. Come on, guys. Buy time, I spoon so fucking deep. Just keep buying time, keep buying time. I thought you were just I need to count. I'm gonna have it for you, I'm gonna have it for you. I have it for you. Counter track, 1 HP, 1 HP counter track. 2, 1 down, 5. Yeah. I feel 1 on time. Time. 1 ramp, 1 on time. He's pushing shot, he's pushing shot. Pushing close shot. Let's do some together.
I'm down this shit.
I'm needing time. Nice. I'm needing time.
One guy's banana.
I have a 12. I'm here, guys. Can we go together? Jump. One could be 4. I'll be honest, be nice. Massive kill. That's your big time. That's your big time.
Let's jump bridge.
Two left on me. Okay.
Back right.
I'm going to that. Come pull fast. Okay.
He's dead.
Go left. Go back. Float time. I'm falling, bro. Back down. Nice. I'm done. Yeah, nice. Back down. Float these guys. Yeah, probably. Maybe one on the right still. I'm watching back to you just in case. I'll get you on with you. I'll be right there. Okay. I'm on time right now. I'm watching my bridge from time.
Hold right.
Loving soda, guys. I'm holding my bitch one side, guys. They need that two. They need somebody on the bridge. They need I'm holding Charlie down. Bridge on you. Nice, that's two. Okay. So weak. Nice, that's fine. Yeah, I'm getting Okay.
The Cubs are flowing, and the map is 2. Close to the victory, up 130. 19 needed for the victory. Joe, any takeaways?
I mean, this has been Seattle Surge all split. It's not the calm, cool, collected listen.
No.
It's hoop, yelling, intensity. It's been working, and I'm starting to love it.
Yeah, keep it going.
He's frying, so let him say banana 18 times.
I think you had like 5 straight from Brezzy. Abuza got 5 or 6 before he dropped. You just need one more break to close this out, more than likely. You've had about 40 hardpoint breaks over the map, 1 in 4. The setups from Gorillas have been paper thin. You've just cut through them. Except for this time, as Astriel gets a triple. And you needed more of that, though, over the course of the map.
Yeah, you need a lot more of it. Now you're just going to spawn up near P5. You have Flames. Potentially some really good timing here. Actually, they're going to go for this. They're going to try to win here. They won't.
They will.
They got the take?
Yeah, I think they have it.
Okay, so they've timed it well. Surge went here, and Brezzy wins the gunfight.
They have it. Final tick in. Map is over. The heads-up play there from Seattle Surge. Hook goes for 30+ in both the hard points. Listen, there might be some chaos in the Surge. There might be some chaos in the comms. But Seattle Surge are getting dubs.
It's working.
Yeah.
Again, I'm not the biggest fan of it, but if it kind of puts him in a mindset of just focus and lock, that's all that really matters.
Well, you're a fan of like listening to it. You're not a fan. Like if you were a player, you don't like that, right?
No, I put my head in the wall. No doubt about it. But like I said, it's working.
Yeah. Keep it going. Don't change anything. Big win there. 5,000 damage, 31 from Hook. He was spectacular over the series, especially in the hard points, but felt like everybody had their moments. Honestly, I feel like there was a stretch where we were really, Abuza. He was the guy. Like, he was taking over, and he is a great map. He's 26 and 17, but like everyone has just stepped it up on the team around him.
Yeah, I think Abuza really showed off at the major, so that will be the question next week.
That's true.
Who is going to continue to step up? Abuza was unreal at the LAN.
Yeah.
Hopefully he gets a little bit more help here.
We'll see if they can do it. Some fantastic wins there. You win both hard points by around 100 points. You get a victory there after a couple of frustrating Game 5 losses. You shut down a team that got hot in LAG after winning back-to-back 3-0 victories. We didn't think too much of the Boston Breach one, but then you beat, Vegas, and you're like, okay, well, this is a little bit more interesting, but now you run into Seattle Surge. You can't get over that hump. Some nice resilience, I think, in the map 3 in a mode that they've struggled in, but that's the only time you really saw it.
No, I think there was just a moment, a couple of weeks, honestly, maybe a little bit longer, where we thought LAG was out of this. But I think sort of
like
the two match that last weekend, there's still a chance. Again, they've had a couple of top 6s on the year. They do that, they might just steal the A seed.
Because as much as we're like hyping up these matches, like still have the tournament.
Yep.
That's what's going to come down to, is you could always make some kind of crazy run. We'll see how it plays out, but it's been a whole hell of a lot of fun. Hope you're having fun at home, too. But that'll be it for our second match. We got 2 more to go. Christopher Puckett, break it down.
Thank you, Maven and Merck, and congratulations, Mr. Nameless, who ties things up here with the predictions. He's always picking Seattle. Today they came through for him, especially Hook you were calling out in the green room.
Yeah, kid was unbelievable, man, and the respawns absolutely went off. You heard Joe and Clint talking about it, like the communication. He just goes nuts. He's a leader for these guys. And, there is, like, a little bit of a language barrier. I know it's not the first language. A couple guys in this roster, so that's maybe why Hook goes extra hard in the comms. But the respawn, man, just breaking hills at will. You've seen it now across both those hard points in this one in Vista and Rio. Puts them at 7-0, Chris, on Vista. By far the best Vista team in the world, which gives them an edge going into these vetoes.
That's so awesome for them. On the other side of things, you have LAG, who are basically hoping for the downfall of Las Vegas and Carolina in their remaining matches. But LAG's Diamond Con in particular got shut down in this game for under 3,000 damage. How were Seattle Surge able to apply so much pressure to one of their pop-off stars?
It was a slaying. It was a slaying across the board for Seattle Surge. You're not going to believe this, but Abuza was the only one positive in hardpoint with a 1.04 4 for this team. You wouldn't think that after seeing this series. Hook absolutely take over mode in every single game mode, save for the control. We're going to pretend that didn't happen, but everybody was putting in work, like Joe and Clint were saying, is across the board, everybody had their moments. And if Seattle can keep playing consistent like that in the sling, they can easily take these top 4 teams to a link.
If you give an MVP name, who do you give it to?
Well, I'm going to give it to Hook for sure. Yeah, the Hardpoint, just absolutely excellence out of him. Like, if Abuz is playing like he is, especially on land, and he does that again, with Hook's participation now in the SMG department and their improvements in search, like, they can really make a run. I put them right up there with the Heretics. Both those teams, man, they're the dark horses.
You got named with his match MVP in your Scuff play of the game. Let's take a look at what Hook the Nuke was doing in game number 1. 35 was at the end of the game on the leaderboard, with only 25 deaths to go along with it.
I mean, Hook was spawning off and challenging literally everything and winning the impossible. This guy was a 3 spree at almost every single life, and this is the Hook. This is the ceiling that we know he is capable of.
I mean, yeah, I know what he's capable of. Like I said, I mean, Hook back in AW when he first burst onto the scene was the single hardest kill of all time for me personally. Like, the kid is just unreal. And when he hits that flow state, like, he has a stage every year where he becomes him. And right now, it just feels like it's that stage for him, man. We've seen a couple of really, really good hard points, and they have a good system going. You know, we were going over the fundamentals. The breaks are there. The rotations look great. Rambo Ray has these guys on point.
Rambo, I was questioning it when you started to stock up on the Frenchies on this lineup. They are paying huge dividends. Shout out to Brezzy for the 10 kills in Search and Destroy, and of course, Hook for his pop-off in the hard points. Joining us now in our Monster Winner Spotlight, it's the man with double digits in Search. Brezzy, congrats. How are you guys feeling after a very close match against LAG, one that had a big impact on your forward seeds?
We're feeling like amazing, obviously, because we lost our last matches against Heretics and Paris, like last map. So like it was complicated. We knew it was a big match, and today we just locked in.
Absolutely, Brezzy. Congratulations on the win. I want to ask you what it's like playing with Hook. You know, this is a newer teammate for you, and I wanted to know kind of what that integration was like and what you've seen from him as a player.
I mean, this guy is like just a legend. Like, I don't know, like, how I can like describe him. He's just like a perfect teammate, always happy, always bringing the vibe in scrims, like literally every day. So just shout out to him. He's like just a perfect teammate.
Brezzy, I want to ask you about your role in Search and Destroy, because there are quite a bit of rounds like you were going in first sometimes, like getting in that first engagement, and then you were just on an island, like you're switching things up so often. So what's that process? Who's the leader making those calls, or kind of what's your role in that game mode?
Yeah, we switch up like a lot of things in S&D because I don't know, we wanted to try to see if it's better or not, to make sure we are like really prepared like for the major. Today it worked, and just we're gonna like keep practicing our things, but yeah, we changed like a couple things.
Yeah, well, whatever y'all did today was working, because you were making plays in that Search and Destroy. Congrats, man.
Playing confident. Thanks. We love to see it, Brezzy. Final question for you is we see what the 4 of you are doing in-game once you get to your matches. But what's happening leading up to it, and who helps you prepare?
What do you mean? Can you say? Like,
yeah, I guess who on the staff is helping you guys with strategies? Do you guys go over your footage? Do you do it individually? What prep goes into your play?
Okay, so I mean, basically it's everyone. Just everyone like brings ideas in practice. Ray helps us a lot. Like, so we don't give like a lot of credits to our coach, and just shout out to Ray because he has been helping us like a lot, like on any mods. And I mean, that's it. Just everyone.
Excited to see you guys in person next week, and congrats on the win. You'll be starting in the winners bracket come Burbank.
Thanks, guys. Have a good day.
Seattle Surge feeling great after that win. They're keeping pace with Miami, and if you're looking at the overall standings, pretty good idea to put some money on this team going to champs. 170 points. We thought it might be 165. That's the magic number. 170. How comfortable are you right now, Nameless? You have to win at least one when you go to Burbank?
No, I think 170 is a lock, bro.
I
think it's a lock. I said it at the beginning of last stage. I said it's gonna be 170, so I'm committed to that.
If you look at the bottom of that leaderboard, it's 50 points for Boston, but they're about to make it 60 when we return. It's Boston versus the 11th seed in Major IV standings, Texas.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
Cerca del... El otro tiene que estar por el under, creo.
Going alley, going alley.
No en el Eli, Go, eso es, joder. Bueno, Javi, coño. Madre mía.
Nice try, man.
Oh. Yeah, nah, I calmed it, dude. I said, like, wait for that.
I know you, man. I know you.
Listen, where am I looking here? It's Mother's Day, all right? Call your moms, all right? And maybe I'll call them too.
I don't want to watch it. That's too weak. One more. Weak. Get killed. Back out. There's two. You can refill your secret in a second. She's one more back door. I know your secret. Secret. Back door. One shot. Holy shit, Eric. Last one. Nice, Eric. Good story, man.
You can't kill me. What the frick?
What the f***ing I have a streak. All four. Dead. All four. Really right there.
Yeah, got me. Don't even worry about it. Got these guys on.
So go next.
Don't worry about it.
Yeah,
Did you go next?
Just go next.
Yeah, we're good.
Oh, we gotta laugh that one off, boys. Oh,
yeah, we got that one off.
Bad.
We gotta laugh that one off.
Correct.
All right, hey, chat, watch this. All right, let's go play the game. Let's take a look at this bad.
Watch out for the staircase. We're gonna be getting pinched. I have no ammo. I had to push up. Yeah, you just push. Dead. Umbrellas. And just don't line up with me. I had no ammo, bro. Dude, that's so tough, bro. I had no ammo, bro.
Did you feel bad about eliminating Vegas Legion from Champs?
Yes and no, but yes. They're seeing them like, ugh.
I don't know, actually. You are lying.
I'm lying?
You are lying.
Them guys.
Yeah.
My bad, Clay.
Keep that shit together.
That's true. Well, why are you going? Dude, you're gonna get in trouble, bro. Why you gonna get fined? All right. What the is the?
Hello. And then
Actually, about it.
looking in the thing.
You're an idiot, bro.
He's not in here. Join the game.
That's the cue. Look. from a city, you hear sirens when we sleep. Heaven sent, hands down, vibes so unique.
It's time for Optic versus Boston, and this should be a fun one because Optic has been struggling and Boston has nothing to lose. So let's start here with the Optic Texas squad that won our most recent major. They did it by coming out of the losers bracket and then showed some dominance in the finals. Dashy, Kenny, Pred, and Shotzi, though, seem to have been falling off the winning ways. What is happening with this squad, Nameless?
Yeah, championship hangover. And, you know, when you talk about it, it's in the worst way possible throughout this split 1 and 4. You know, they got that win over Miami and they lost 4 straight game 5s. And Chris, they've lost 7 straight search and destroys. That is unacceptable in these series. And then when you talk about their hardpoint, once top 2 hardpoint team unequivocal in the world, well, they're losing hardpoints to a lot of teams that are at the middle and bottom of the pack.
The good news is your opponent has lost 12 straight maps. I stole that stat. Allie, how are we feeling about Boston Breach? And can Beans and crew get it done today?
If they're gonna get it done against a top team, it has to be now, considering Optic has been on the decline during these qualifiers. And it's some really small maps to start off. 2 6-stars, Karachi in the middle, followed by 2 Rios. So maybe some opportunity for some chaos, but I think we know who the better green is.
All time this year, I mean, it's only 6-4 map count in favor of Optic Texas.
True.
And they've lost both times. They've lost the control to them, and the map ones are 1-1. So Boston probably don't feel horrible. I mean, this is the best possible matchup we could have in the bottom half. It's 11 versus 12.
Boston always plays up to Optic. I remember going to game 5 on High Rise. Can they force it again today? I say no. It's Optic with the 3-0. Alley Cat?
I'm definitely going to go with Optic Texas in this one.
If I had a lead, I'd pick Boston, but I'm going to go with Optic Texas.
The fans got your back. No, they don't. They're going Optic as well. We got Miles and Chance back together, the dynamic duo. How you guys doing?
We're doing really good, unlike both the teams in this matchup, who are sitting very much at the bottom of the seas going into the major. Chance, the desk is very much leaning Optic Texas, which I think a lot of folks would be. There's a massive disparity in stats right now. But what is about to happen? What is actually going to go down in the most literal sense in this series?
More than likely a 3-0 would be the best guess. Of course, you never know how it's going to play out, but obviously Kenny, he's rocking a new haircut, so things are fresher for this Optic team. And I know a 4-loss streak, not great. It doesn't feel good, but for Boston fans, they're looking at Optic being like, first time, they are on a potential consecutive 4-time repeating 4-loss streak. I'm saying they're about to lose 16 series in a row. It's not good right now for Boston Breach, so this is quite literally the perfect series for Optic to take full advantage of. Come out the 6-star, take a swim, be Sharksy, and just bully these guys out.
Records being set, and it can only get better in terms of, you know, how impressive the losing streak could potentially be. Boston Breach, can you break it right here and right now? And this 6-star hardpoint rock and roll in this one. On board with the man with the mustache, it is Snoopy. Immediately brought down, trades in Optic in the time.
Yeah, and I think Brisa maybe not the best opportunity to flank, a little bit too much space taken there by the Optic players. So pretty strong opening break there from Optic, and well, now they just get a swarm in. Nice controlled around the hill. You see no one right now for Texas really playing at a lightning speed. They got their setup and they are sticking to it, and not a single player on Boston really able to find a kill, and if they do, it gets traded out. This is perfection from Optic thus far, as the script dictates.
As the script does go, well, this is basically what we saw last time Boston Breach were on this map. I do believe it was a nearly dry or completely naked P1 and P2. A single second will account to a major change here, and that is what Boston Breach have got. P2 is about to open up. They are the green arrows on the minimap. The white ones will be Optic Texas. And you went wrong about Kenny. He's looking fresh. That's nice.
Yeah, now he's going to be fresh on the flank as well. Major Maniac, the man responsible for dealing with them, and Major Maniac doing a nice job using the stairs to his advantage, but while Major has success, his teammates starting to fall. You see the trades rolling through, and Optic at least making that time white, so the Mixie moment, but Shotzi, that entry man, we'll see how the trades are going to partake, because this is every single player squaring up around the zone, and Boston reigns supreme, so early rotation in P2 pays off. Maybe not going to be able to take the lead, but they're going to make things close.
They're going to do what they can. And this is an ideal situation to be in right now for Boston. Major Maniac, Mr. Composure himself, for the final 20 seconds here on P2 going to come to a close. Pred on the outside. waiting for the moment to hit. Major Maniac reads it, doesn't get any damage in, so it's all down to Priester. Cut down by Adachi and Shotzi. That's going to be a hard point for the next 10. Going the way of Optic Texas. Keep the lead in their hands, Chance, but P3 far from it.
Well, I gotta say as well, this is 2 great holds in a row, but Optic wanted to fight for 10 seconds to scrap, so instead they completely lose the rotation to the actual Money Hill, and Snoopy's there to pick up 2, so Boston Breach honestly now have a very sizable advantage potentially in this game. This is their opportunity to run it up.
Snoopy looking to run up this streak as well. No, Pred wins a big one. That's going to be the end of it. However, lead change. Boston Breach in control. Bruce on the way forward. Has to contend with Beans. Major Maniac on the back up here. Boston Breach with a strong line of defense in the hard point. Shotzi with the kills out over the top. Finds an opening. Gets himself in there. That's the break. Optic are in.
And that is maybe just Shotzi built a little bit different. No, well-coordinated effort there by Optic Texas, even just overwhelming the trophies of the Boston players. So I know we were seeing them all peppered and tagged, and on a P3 that could have been in Money Hill, Boston's opportunity to take the lead. Optic do enough to at least keep it close, and effectively things would be tied up going towards new as Boston, 3 players funneling through a very tight corridor. Yeah, I'd back down from that too.
I know. Well, that's the benefit of the tight corridor like that. Shotzi, lethal and tactical, keep those boys at bay. Here comes Bruce with a frag of his own. Trophy is still in action. Dashi with the tags at range, middle of the map. Now that's what we're going for. That's where the red dots are. And Pred on the pitch. Potential for huge damage here. And he's causing problems. The fight is over, but the hard point is very much still Optics.
Yeah, they're comfortable as well. Kenny just clearing out the flank. He's getting the call out from Pred. Okay, all guns forward, and it is more just Boston players going to have to funnel through a very tight corridor. Nice shot from Beans, maybe to open things up, but trades not found. Shotzi on a 5, and the cruise falls directly into his lap. Not a well-coordinated push there by Boston, and Optic pump up the lead just a little bit more.
You're pulling 404 on the trades there. P-Dog, though, untradeable in his own right. Gets himself a nice 2. Can't get any more out of that life, but nice looks there. Kenny and Dashi in the feed find themselves 3 together. First hardpoint set complete. Over towards P1 we go once again. And Optic Texas with a bit of a lead, but nothing too crazy here, Chance. So good looks out of Boston.
That's a big 3 down as well. So Dashi, opportunity just to make a dent in this push, and he does get traded out, and yeah, nobody off respawn able to get back in position quick enough. Shotzi though, absolute menace. Fantastic shots coming in for the Rival 9 in that moment, but Priesta, the untradeable as you called him, well, it's only his teammate that can take him down.
Yeah, well done, Snoopy there. Lovely work on the trade. Takes care of Priesta. Hard points still in the hands. Boston Breach. Major Maniac behind the bar, cooking up business. Nice work again of Priesta, straight into it. He's on a 4 spree. Every time we get to Priesta, it's a 3 or a 4. Unable to get the streaks there. Snoopy came close enough around P3 in the first set. But right now, Optic are in. Beans with a quick contest immediately dealt with there, and Snoopy back towards the stairs. We've not seen him find any success here on the stairs, and once again, it's another shutdown push. Optic in control.
Yeah, P1 domination so far to this game. I mean, they've completely just stuffed them. Maybe Boston have gotten 5 or 6 seconds on P1. Almost every other bit of time has gone to Optic. Boston, though, this has been their best hill. First go around, near full 60 shots. Smooth moves, nice curve, hits a roof, though. Everybody protected. They're going to stay inside their home. Snoopy continues to collect the top.
A difficult angle to find there. He looked like a maverick to start things off. Over to Shotzi again, this time with a Rival 9. Back door, gonna bang that one open. Snoopy, instant red there. Pred with a fantastic bait and switch. Major Maniac, though, the next line of defense here. Cut down. The trades continue to go in favor of Optic Texas. The hard point now in their hands as well. Look at a 50-point game as Beans gets put to bed.
Oh, that's nice coverage, too. The utilization of the dolphin dive there from Shotzi. You get to see it from a couple different point of views, but able to stay alive, do a little dance, and just be a nuisance and make the trades that much easier for the team. Now, on the flip side, Major Maniac is actually trying to rotate, so Boston might be able to get the scrap, but Major does get traded out, and I mean, Boston, we say they get the scrap, it's albeit just for 5 seconds. So the only mistake Optic really made in the first set of rotations was not winning the rotation towards P3. Here they are with a 40-point lead, an opportunity to just completely blow things wide open.
This should be the moment that breaks the back of Boston Breach here on 6-star, but we'll find out. Is the hard point break going to be good enough there? Kenny says, no, thank you very much. That side of the map, all safe. Front side, that's where the battle's coming from. And Optic Texas, firm control, a wonderful setup. Let's see how the comms sound.
Everyone. Super wood. Yeah, white or no?
Someone get wood, yeah.
I'm one shot. I'm so one shot. I hear you.
Two wood, I need help.
I push.
Pop up, Susie, one shot.
I'm two hop up.
Oh, yeah. Nice, Ken.
I'm going. Major, he has to be you. He has to be stage already. He's already close. He's on stage. We gotta get this guy. On top of stage. On top of stage, bro. I'm on the guy. On stage, Major. I'm waiting for him.
They're all you, by the way.
You, it's gonna be on top. Go straight, Major, one shot. Go straight, on me. Absolutely, they're both one. One shot. Nice. Taking me to shot, check out. We're gonna start point, boys. I'm gonna start check out, bro. I can play kill this side. What's in you?
I'm aiming you.
He's low checkout, Snoopy. I'll spawn you, smoke out. I'll check out. Really, go stage. On stage, really.
I'm fighting you.
Did we get it? Snoopy or no? Yeah, I got two. Okay, there's that time. Absolute. Oh, 4 shot, drop. Close up, drop. Yeah, close up me.
Absolute.
Let's go. Focus. I'm not getting.
Get the left.
I went DJ. I'm blue. I think I saw I blue.
On top black.
Okay, I blue.
The top black.
I got it. I can't get the butt. Can shot butt now? One guy's
That's an interesting insight there in Optic Texas in the map. I mean, the scoreline looks fantastic, but I think there's a little bit of discomfort there in the lineup.
I mean, maybe just a little bit. Major Maniac had a nice rotation, won some entry gunfights, but if Optic are having to work for it, it's still about a 50-50 battle, and when Optic have the edge, Boston not really able to fight too much, but speaking of fight, this is the most fight they've had on the P1 thus far. Boston finally able to accrue a little bit of time, but Priesta doesn't get the entry, forces out a couple trades, the water fight going down as well at the same time, but Boston, they come out on top of everything. Clean 4-man wipe, but a long way to go, but they should be good for the final 20.
Should be good. 20 to go, P1. Chelsea's managed to sneak into the new hard point. Major Maniac once again locking it down. A big bit of work there as his teammates find a couple. The breaks in, and the new hard point is now wide open for kills, though. Optic Texas is going to get the final few moments now. Foot race on towards P2. Here we go. Could be the final moments of the map.
Yeah, Shotzi went for the break rather than the spawns, but that might be the right call because now everybody's going to be squared up for it. And Kenny's attempt with the cruise missile finds the guy in the back, so now a 4v3 near the time, and already Boston, well, they have to scurry off the point, hide, and run for their lives. Beans, now effectively the front man, Bread, going to be able to hunt those two players down. The trade fest continues. Boston not able to collect too much time.
Oh, great timing from Kenny that catches Major Maniac on the wide. Two of them there. They're choosing the other foot now, and Kenny with a big 2. Hardpoint still being contested. Bean stays alive for a moment longer. 10 for the win. Optic Texas trying to hold it down. It's Kenny in the feed. Big wins from Pred in the vents, and that should be map 1, folks.
Yeah, make it fancy, why don't you? Pred just showing a little bit of sauce inside the vents as well, but great news from Optic Texas again. This is the series to sort of get that rhythm and flow back in your favor. And on map 1, well, that's exactly what they do. Maybe one small mistake the entire game, hitting for old. They lose one gunfight towards P3. They lose out on that single rotation. Otherwise, clinical performance on 6-star. Nothing really to write home about. Great plays through and through.
Through and through, a clean start from Optic Texas. As far as Boston Breach, though, go, Chance, their hardpoint scores in the last week or so have been diabolical. This was a very, very high-scoring game. I think maybe the highest scoring game they've had. Don't quote me on that. All week long. I mean, since we've seen Major Maniac on the roster. Is that right?
Well, yeah, they've had some rough looks, but 170 being one of the higher ones is more just a symptom of a camp that is not enjoying the tail end of the season. Again, now on a 14-map loss streak, I believe, and that ties almost the series loss streak that they are on as well. But the scoreboard, basically what you're going to expect to see. AR is nice and comfortable there from Optic, living inside the hills. Dashy, king of it, gets 222 on the inside, and of course everybody but Pred going positive, but Pred also throwing up the assist in damage as well. I mean, I think honestly, just a tale of two different teams and two different sets of teamwork, rather. So many more assists the Optic team was able to collect.
Oh, yeah, it felt like sometimes mostly the statue hard point, Boston weren't necessarily as effective at getting the trades. They weren't timing their hits together. Moments like that from Kenny, very easy to just pick apart two players. Not necessarily a huge amount of pressure there, and we didn't see a whole lot of life there from Boston when it comes to those trade moments. So a little bit off there in the team chemistry, but again, a squad that's been in the doldrums for quite some time. Priest, the two-piece machine, the only man really putting up massive work. We saw a little bit of life out of Beans towards the end, but again, too little too late, sadly. And not even the composure of Major Maniac could keep Boston Breach in this one as they go down 1-0 there in the first.
Yeah, and we mentioned the sort of expected, stat sheet at the end of the game, how for Optic, everything made sense, what you'd expect in the matchup. Similar kind of vibe for Boston, like Beans consistently. He's throwing up fantastic damage. Like Beans is a shooter, no question about it. He kept pace with the rest of the lobby, but it is just as a collective, these guys a step behind, but 6-star we start on, and on 6-star we will stay for the S&D, but just a quick peek at the map flow. Boston, they fought a little bit at the start of the game, but Optic just able to run away with it and keep things nice and consistent. Again, the one mistake Optic sort of make on that first P3, otherwise a clinical performance.
And even then, it was a bit of a mistake, but they do get the break with about 25 seconds to spare. So kudos to them being able to get that rep in. They're also staying on 6-star, folks, for Search and Destroy. We'll go to Karachi and then a double dose of Rio to close the series out. If we have to go to 5, and let's face it, these two teams have been here before, but it is unlikely. As the stats have said, Boston Breach on a historic run right now and in all the wrong ways. We'll find out how the Search and Destroy goes in the second chance. I'm not going to ask you how you think this one's going, so I'm just going to ask you instead, what did you have for breakfast?
I didn't eat breakfast today. I just had coffee. Yeah, not a breakfast guy these days. I don't know if that's a good or bad thing, but hopefully the Boston camp had a nice brunch potentially in the horizon in Boston. Obviously, it's a city full of champions now. I know the city has been celebrating the win that the Celtics got. Maybe not so much the Breach squad, but hey, if they could pull off an upset here, it would certainly make headlines. But where Boston's issue used to be the game 5s, now they're just getting 3-0'd pretty consistently. So yes, it is the 11th seed versus the 12th. And if Optic lose this, they are going to end up in the losers bracket come the major, but a win here just adds some extra spice to their matchup against Toronto tomorrow.
That spice indeed. Well, we'll see how that goes. 0-5 for Boston Breach so far. A single map win would be ideal for them to break the run. All players who are absolutely capable of it. Priester, world champion. Major Maniac, of course, in that inaugural season of the CDL, playing alongside FaZe with a second place finish, but albeit an incredibly dominant season. A lot of LAN gameplay there before COVID interrupted things. So we've got very capable players. And of course, Beans and Snoopy yet to really get on the board in the championship department, but both explosive players and very, very impressive individuals in their own right. Can they tie it together and find some special something here as we sell this dream and we go on a Search and Destroy?
And Search and Destroy is going to be a fun one on this map as well. Obviously, memories of when Optic was playing against the New York Subliners and that sort of like underground sort of vent route got taken time and time again, utilized extremely effectively by New York. And I don't know if Optic will make that adjustment or use it themselves, or if Boston will just show completely different looks. Dashy already able to get the first blood from downrange. Dashy holding the site down by himself.
That's lovely work. Priester's timing here is going to be very, very unfortunate as Kenny just breaks the threshold of the stairs. But Major Maniac, oh my word, so close to the 2-piece, but the round is done. Optic Texas, the opener from Dashy. Lovely timing from Kenny there as well on the board.
Yeah, a little surprised that Priest was trying to swing out like that before Major Maniac was actually able to watch over him, because Kenny just gets gifted a free kill. And I mean, granted, Major in a position, in a sweet spot in the pool to maybe pick up the 2-piece. Dashy, as we all know, one of the best shots, if not the best shot in Call of Duty. So he's going to be able to trade that out every single time. So maybe one of the last times we see Boston try to attack B, Dashy just locking it down like that, certainly going to make an impact on your mind.
Round 2, fight. Or Pred will lay down on his belly with that bomb in his back pocket as his shot sees right above him. Over to Dashy on security side. Lots of players here from Boston Breach by the A-bomb site. No one going to be there. So the middle of the map, you've given it up now. You've played as slow as you can afford to here. Optic Texas, just over a minute to go. The nade will land. It will not connect. And now you're looking towards that bomb site. Check the secret stairs. That is it. And it's Beans. Oh, and he lands a good kill onto Shotzi to start things off.
Yeah, can't trade him out because Major dropped down to watch over him too. So that sort of underground route continues to be a thorn in their side. Kenny made an impact, but Snoopy there for the trades, and Optic have to get out of dodge. Rotation through the middle of the map though. Snoopy, spidey senses potentially tingling, but They're just going to group up together, playing as the roaming Slayers, moving like a pack.
Well, no one's ears should be tingling after he pops steady. 25 seconds. We're going the long way around. We're back over towards A. Dashi secures the site. Says, Pred, bring it in, mate. Don't waste any time. He's going to check all the usual spots, and it does look like someone's going to get his sooner rather than later. Here comes Beans and Major Maniac. Snoopy, Island player on the other side of the map. It is a big snap from Beans. Wins the fight with the Rival 9. Can he get the second? He cannot. Pred, 2v1.
Can't believe he made it through the door, but now the issue is he's going to have to run back and check the bomb. Major certainly able to hear the door get kicked open, but here's the timing. Can he make it? He cannot. Pred, maybe like my ranked played teammates, not quite in position to give it the old college try.
Good looks there again, though, from Major Maniac. He immediately transitions. Here's the door bang, throws his shoulder for a second, makes a 50-50 guess. Is he going to be in front of me, or is he going to be on that secret platform below? And he does get the good read. Would he have been able to actually stop the kill onto Snoopy? That's the next question, but either way, you'll take that happily, Boston Breach. Lovely equalizer found there. Here we go. Boston on attack.
And shout out to Beans as well for the first blood, able to get the Rival 9 as well. I think with an MCW, might not win that gunfight against Dashi, so being the difference maker in the round is now Optic. Aggressive through the middle of the map. Shotzi and Pred working together. And Priest, the man to deal with. He was untradeable on this map time and time again in the hard point. Well, how about the trades here in S&D? Reaction time good enough for Shotzi. We got a 3v3.
3v3. Beans lines them up. Lovely shots down range. Kenny with a trade. 2v2 now. Over to Major Maniac. The lone defender of the bomb for the moment.
There's the smoke too. Here's the one-way time.
Stuck him. Snoopy gets a big one. Can he get the second? He can't. Kenny? Whoa, that's the Major 1v1. Wins it. Boston take the lead.
And that's just aggressive as well. No time wasted over by the A site. They sort of felt Dashi's presence by B. Don't want to deal with that and able to handle the retake as well. Again, credit to Priesta on the flank, at least able to get that entry kill, catch Optic slipping, and in the 3 versus 3 again, just effective trades, right? Beans able to get his one against Dashi. Kenny might be able to trade it out, but Major Maniac, certainly the player you want last alive on your team.
Good work again on the damage front from Snoopy there. Lovely stick on a shot, so he changes the game, and the damage into Kenny basically guarantees a 2-2 split here from Boston. 2 towards the pool side of the map. Spots Kenny. Oh, and Snoopy, you wanted that. An awkward spot to be in now. Daddy used. There's no way Kenny's going to fall for this one. Meanwhile, the A-bomb site wide open, free, planted. See you later, lads. There's the retake.
Yeah, Pred aggressive down the lane, or maybe going to back out and play underground. But they've got intel on everything. It is going to be a triple hit through you. Best of luck here for Boston.
Shotzi starts off proceedings with a kill onto Major Maniac there. Spree's now done. Snoopy, check the corner, gets it wrong. Dashi with a freebie. Priesta, though, does manage to find one. Slow things down, but you don't have a whole lot of time to burn. Pred with a trade. Lovely work. 20 on the clock. Beans in a tough spot.
Yeah, and nothing you can do. 18 seconds left. Going to get shot in the back. And a moment for Boston where I don't know if they entirely knew what they wanted their game plan to be for the retake. Major Maniac gets caught down the lane as Priesta is wrapping through the middle of the back to him. So instead of trying to triple hit through you, they wanted to go for a 2-2 push. But by the time they make that decision, well, the dominoes already start falling. And whether that be because smoke doesn't actually make it out or maybe something they talked over beforehand. But either way, small mishap there for Boston. No retakes, and that A-bomb site reigns supreme.
Good old A-bomb site. I do think the smoke here must have been eaten by the trophy system, so that is a huge loss actually in the round, especially for the teams trying to retake in this position. Beans there, the lone man of security, 3 through middle of the map for Optic, and Dashi once again. The man loves those long-range fights. Stop, give them to him.
Well, they'll take it right back. Priest able to get one. Shotzi in for the kill, nice and quick as well, and gets out of dodge. So at least you get trades on one end. And again, that B site, not one I would be favoring if I was Boston.
Shotzi with a lovely sort of drive-by information there. He hops over the gap, past the threshold, spots those players out, and Beans holding it down alone. Kenny with a trade, all down to Priest now in the 1v2. He's moving through the middle of the map. He has not been spotted yet, and this is an interesting moment for a man with a rival 9. Can he clutch?
No, we cannot. Kenny slam that door immediately. And another moment for Boston. We're just not completely coordinated. I mean, Beans completely committed to the fight on you. And I mean, he got his one, but Priesta had a different concept in mind. And maybe a little bit split, a little less coordinated. Optic, again, their trades have been on point. Pred loses a 1. You got Shotzzy flying in for the kill. And then obviously if they win their 1s, no complaints there. Dashy still holding that B-side down.
Yeah, locking it. Up by Paul, that fresh air, Bruce. It's the wind through his long hair right now. That is, he's getting close to me at this point in time. But quick bomb recovery from Pred there with a 1-round advantage for Optic Texas. How are we looking? Was Boston deep over towards A? You've made the B side of the map a dangerous place to be right now. Dashy winning those fights, you just let him have it. But we're wrapping Chance all the way around.
Yeah, Shotzzy made it into your spawn before Boston made it to the halfway point of the map, so they're gonna wrap back in Beans. He wins some crazy ones. Oh, he is gonna get it there. He does it again.
Oh my God, that is a ridiculous win at that range against Shotzzy. Pred trades out Snoopy. Good work. 30 seconds on this one. Boston with a life lead.
I should have trusted my instinct. I knew he wins some weird ones. Should have just shut up after that, but 2v3 Optic still can hold this down.
Got all over the bomb site, Boston Breach. You have to now guess the fight. Pred, he's going to be by Tiki. You know it. It's such a common spot. Will he time this one right? He doesn't. Dashy now. 1v2 done. Boston Breach with a defuse and just a few seconds to spare. Lovely composure. All squared up 3-3.
Yeah, that's a great call by Boston as well, just to sort of push Dashy out. You see Pred going to check the bomb and gets bamboozled, expecting somebody to hop it, but Boston make the heads-up call, and Beans, again, can just win some very difficult gunfights. I mean, Shotzzy has him dead to rights 9 times out of 10, but the drop shot just so quick on the reaction time, and get to see it here. Yeah, headshot, multiplier, drop shot, Beans had all the sauce.
He got 1 headshot in there. You saw the double X. That was a triple X rated play, if you ask me, though. But that is the round winner right there. We're going to A, and we're going to headbutt each other. Here comes Beans. No one's looking down low. They're not going to check it.
It's hard to make a play, though. It's hard to get these kills from Pred. And that's exactly why. Yeah, timing stuff.
Middle of the map, though, Kenny bangs it wide open, looking for a few more. That damage is huge. Gets away with his life, but he is the only life for Optic here in this round. Can Boston take advantage of this? The answer is absolutely. Priester tags him back. Boston keep rolling.
That's like the difference maker of like the underground push too. You have to know the timing so well, and that comes with a lot of experience and a little bit of luck as well. I know when Optic played against the subliners, they had it dialed into a T. Pred gives it an attempt there, but Boston, I mean, they were watching it like hawks. So that just shuts down the entire concept of the defensive setup there from Optic. And I mean, you saw the stat earlier, a 7 S&D loss spree. They're going against Boston, who are also on a 5-map S&D loss spree, and whichever team loses here, a little bit extra demoralized, I would say.
Truly. Well, back over to B we go. Again, Optic Texas, a free and open pool. No one's going to be making it there just yet. Boston still applying the sunscreen, I can only assume. Shotzzy, great timing. Priester there knew something was up, but it's not going to matter. That's the bomb down, and that is a man down.
It's the exact same strat just about where Shotzzy flies through and Boston just not appreciating the map space that Optic could have been taking. In the meantime, Snoopy is going on a world tour of a flank, and you killed Pred, not Shotzzy. You know he's nearby.
Hold it. Shotzzy still keeping close. Beans, will he tag him back? The nade pushes Dashy back. Beans gets into the fray, and that is wonderful timing from Shotzzy. He's going to stay alive. Last man left alive, though, for his squad. Has to win this fight. Has to win it. Gets it. Looking towards the bomb now, but in the smoke, utter chaos. Can Snoopy win this 1v1? And it's not going to matter. It was pistols at the bar, and Shotzzy walks away with it.
Yeah, and there was one way that Shotzzy could have won that round, and well, it was just indeed the one way. Easy pun to make, but I mean, that is sort of the smoke cheese that we have been seeing at the pro level. Smokes look different from different perspectives. So the guy standing in the smoke, if he's at the edge, can see you clear as day, but you see Snoopy's issue. Trying to see somebody in it, near impossible. So Shotzzy just buying time, buying the gunny, and poor Snoopy. I mean, he goes on a world tour to make the play, nearly does it, but Boston get punished again.
Very indeed. Punishing enough to tie up the 4-4 here on 6-star. The 4 spree from Shotzzy. Can he make it 5? The answer is no. He eats a nade in the meantime. He doesn't see Major Maniac sneak by. But Optic are all over that B bomb site. Snoopy on a flank. If he gets there a little faster, it might help out. Major Maniac from the pool. Here comes Shotzi. Gets himself kill number 5.
Yeah, and this could be huge if he gets the cruise missile as well, so wants to bait for his teammates. Snoopy, though, talk about taking some map space, wins the gunfight against Dashy, gives you a 2 versus 2, and talk about an important round. 4-4 tie right now in the game, and of course, Shotzi, if he wins it, gets a cruise missile for the next one.
We're going to check this. There's the smoke. There's one. And we're on the edge of that smoke. Absolutely. Big damage into Shotzi. Will he be able to get the kill? He's got not a lot of time, and he's trapped on the site.
And he's playing for the kill, too. He just wants one. Cares less about the round, because they're not going to give it to him. Just wants to find number 6, but Boston literally showing and giving him nothing. And the angle, not good enough. Snoopy there to shut it down, and what a big round for Boston. Snoopy again. Previous round goes on a massive flank, nearly makes the game-winning play, but the smoke really shuts that down well. Takes the map space again, catches Dashy, and just barely gets away with 15 extra HP, but makes it a 2v2. Snoopy making some plays.
He smells the cheese a mile away. And that time it was stinky enough to be avoided. Big moment here from Boston Breach. It's map point, and it's history in the making. Optic on the attack.
Yeah, this is to snap a 14 map loss streak right now, I believe, for Boston. So it'd be nice just to steal a W at all.
There's the opening smoke, but it is a ruse. No one's moving at all, except over towards the B-bomb site, and that's where Beans is, and that's where Beans will hold first blood.
Can he live as well? Able to heal up at the very least, so ready for the next gunfight. Has the intel, sees 2 players, has help on the trades, but Beans doesn't need it because Beans is omnipresent, shutting him down. How dare you try to mess with him?
Oh, it's happened! Ladies and gentlemen, I don't believe what we've seen. The end of the drought is over, and that man on your screen just turned Optic Texas inside out. What an unbelievable 3-piece. History made. Boston Breach have won a map.
And it's just like he takes extra bullets too. I swear, like, as so many gunfights for Beans, he gets away 1 HP, I think multiple times against Shotzi as well. So not enjoying that gunfight. You think you know how much damage it takes for Beans, just a little bit extra. And it is a little funny as well for Beans, just the fact that, I mean, he loves S&D specifically against Optic. I don't know what it is, but 3 first bloods, 11 kills as well. And the difference maker in multiple rounds. I mean, keep in mind, Beans had the round where he's playing down low, gets the first blood, picks up the rival, has to kill Dashy a little bit later down the road after that. Has the round where he's drop shotting against Shotzi, getting the headshot multiplier with the MCW being the impact difference maker as well. And then the final one, Beans just calls it. So almost single-handedly winning you 3 different rounds. Beans, MVP for sure.
A superhuman performance. The last time Boston Breach won a map, which was Search and Destroy, was May 31st. Congratulations to them on getting on the board. That B could not look any sweeter for them. B for Beans, B for Boston Breach. Well, that is a 1-1 in the series, Chance. And all them 3-0s. Look, it has to start somewhere. We'll see what happens on the control. But for now, Boston Breach, I mean, is it Pringles? Once they've stopped, will they, what was they popped? Can they be stopped is, I suppose, the question of me. Optic Texas, time to bounce back here on control. We're going to go to a very quick commercial break in a moment, folks, but as you can see, a very, very spicy search and destroy there. No? Oh.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
Scuff Gaming is doing an ultimate giveaway where you and a friend can win a chance to go to COD Champs this year. The giveaway includes 2 VIP tickets, travel expenses, and more. To enter, scan the QR code on the page or go to scuff.co/CDL and enter your email. Terms and conditions apply.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL.
where were you when Boston Breach found their big win in this historic losers run? An unbelievable precedent set chance. The series loss streak is still alive, but the map loss spree has come to a close. I mean, one more and they would have been about as disappointed as the Hawk to it, you know, girl's dad is right now. As her 15 minutes of fame stretched into 72 hours. They want to search? Let's try a respawn now, says the X.com. Pluto says Benjamin Beans is him, which is all true. They've ended the 50-map losing streak and the 5 S&D map losing streak. The last time they won series was, what, St. Paddy's Day? There's a long time ago. Woohoo! Well, Boston, you have the opportunity to do something incredibly funny right now and win this control as well. Here we go. We'll start things off, though, with Optic on defense.
Yeah, and this might very well be Beans' map as well. Again, his damage numbers have been consistently top-notch on almost every map that he plays. Doesn't really matter the game mode, but control are times where he's just a titan in the lobby. You see Pred and Dashy double chop just to take him down off the ribs. So a nice little cheeky strat off the opening break to take care of Beans, but Snoopy's the most important one to kill, and he didn't get him. Beans and Priesta off respawn as well, able to pick up a couple and outforce the action over towards this B zone. Boston, they be biting off more than they can chew. Priesta by himself needs way more help.
He will get some of that help in a moment. Dashy, they can see him on the left-hand side of the screen. Take on the boys on the right. Perfect retake situation there on the B zone. Not able to get into it. Oh, they line up. Oh, God. It's okay, though. It was salvaged. As far as you're concerned for the Optic fans, PTSD might have just hit. A single segment A closed out. The B work will be dealt with. Also, now aggression towards spawns of Boston.
And Boston also never went for the A capture. They didn't try to fight the two front war. They wanted to jump on B as quickly as possible. But now in these mixy moments, not going to be easy to capture A either. And Pred on the prowl trying to chase down a Beans, and Boston. Is your guesswork good enough? Instincts on point right now. Optic still collecting kills.
You might lose him, but he keeps the snapper on hand to find that kill, and he will get himself an MCW nearly for his trouble. Well, there we go. Back into the trap we now go. Boston, good luck breaking out of this with 30 seconds to spare. Not a huge amount of lives lost, and that's absolutely fine. For now, the time will be the thing that brings him down.
Dashy will be the thing that maybe just brings Boston down. Going vertical on this one as well, spinning in circles, waiting for the chow, but Boston, even with this little time on the game clock, we're really waiting to make that happen. They're gonna stop it, get a triple stack in with 13 seconds left, but if I'm Pred, I'm pouncing. Get on this zone and try to stop it before they can capture it, but Optic, different ideas. They're gonna let that zone fall.
Optic are all over the map right now. Kenny in your spawn, complete coverage. You have yet to deal with all the members of Boston. Major Maniac, the last man standing here. It is absolutely him against the world right now. His teammates have pushed out. And Major Maniac looking to help the boys escape the trap. Dashy dealt with. Wow, he was giving him the hands as well.
That's a force spree as well, so major opportunity here to make the extra play. Playing for the kills and maybe a little bit of intel. Major picks up number 5. Now the trades are rolling through. Trying to keep track of where it actually is. Yeah, the overseer for Kenny, but Dashy a little bit too quick. You see the aggression Optic are playing with. Dashy, I mean, flying at you from the top ropes to get top red. Boston running out of time. 25 seconds on the clock. They need to touch it just to stop the clock.
Just to stop the clock, but the life count as well is getting very tight. Optic with the 11 lives left. I mean, a single sweep of kills will certainly help out. No one showing face whatsoever to Beans. He's going to have to go hunting for these kills. His teammates get picked apart. A couple of trades. Uh-oh, Kenny walks out into trouble. Beans finds at least one. The clock's still ticking. Anyone able to get themselves close to the zone? No one able to fly forward. Chotty, nice 2. Make it 3. Can indeed. And that will be the round.
Yeah, the sneakiest bust spot of all time. I don't know if it's going to be checked more at champs, but it is just so. It's just, yeah, it literally is abnormal. Teams are a little bit better about it now and like search and destroy just to weed it out, but it is just such a sort of unique spot on the map that it doesn't feel good until you use it, and then it's just godlike.
Yeah, it's so close as well. I mean, this is what Shotzi's POV from that spot. 1, 2, 3. I mean, Priesta, if not being shoulder to shoulder there with his teammate, the opportunity for the 4th there would have been great. But Shotzi, front of the bus, had himself a good time.
And also, just a side note on this, we saw Kenny hop up on the bus stop as well. He loves that. Just throwing that out there, it just tickles me for some reason.
More than getting tickled right now, all these cars exploding. Beans, once again, the first man to be brought down in back-to-back rounds.
I was going to say, I was expecting Shotzzy to get traded, but Snoopy actually jumped at the worst possible time. And now Shotzzy showing off the moves. Yeah, maybe an accident there in that moment. But either way, look at this. Pred found his way towards the B zone. He's going to be playing for the kills before he hops to the point, and this might end up working perfectly. Beans cross in front of him. There's a freebie. Number 2 in line. Pred playing for the kills. He's going to get him. Now a double stack on this B zone. Takes 22 seconds for 2 players to get this done.
And they've got the 2 players. It's Kenny and Pred. Freestar walks right into that one. Slight reposition now. And Kenny on the back room, he'll be safe for a while. 2 segments gone at both zones. It's a race, which B will win. They're coming around the corner right now on the outside. The B zone, oh, but it's a contest there. The B zone's been stopped. The A zone continuing to get captured. B zone down and out. Done. Both zones cleaned up, and my God, was it close. That could have been a moment.
Yeah, and this is a map of decisions. You had map number, or in the first round, excuse me, Boston tried to full force it over towards B and ended up getting punished. Optic truly fighting the 2-front war, and barely they get it here before Dashy stops it, but 2 players have to make that investment. So Optic do have an open door just to walk back over towards the A zone. Admittedly, though, they are taking a little bit of time to make it happen, but they should be good. Boston going for the decap. They'll be playing the long game. 2 minutes to defend this B zone.
That's a crazy situation to be in. You test your luck a few too many times. Freestar, you have been spotted. A nice throw. Oh, nice shots as well. Pred finally able to get it. Over to Beans. Takes care of 1. Minute 40 in the game clock. Snoopy, oh, he let it rip with the trigger. Can he find the second player as well? It would be very nice, but it doesn't matter. His teammates are there for it. And magnificent defensive work there at Boston. They're all down.
All 4 very clean, and Priest the only man to fall in that situation. That's interesting timing. Maybe Shotzzy a little bit of revenge and showing off the smooth moves from whatever cam he wants. Shotzzy flying so fast that Boston just got a clean 4 down, and he's already behind you.
You'd never know. You'd never be able to guess this. His teammates are taking a little bit longer. They're having to fight their way through Boston. 2 members now for Optic on it, waiting for the perfect opportunity to strike. Here comes Shotzzy, right into the feed. Onto the zone. Beans, oh, he's just been obscured. Can Beans find a 2-piece? He does! What a save! Boston again.
Shotzzy hates fighting Beans. I feel like he just does it time and time again. But either way, because Shotzzy was able to get here, it just alleviates so much pressure on the map. A team kill there from Optic, but still winning some of the gunfights. Looking for the final set of trades, but Dashy, last man standing, well, and killed his teammate with a nade. He dies to a nade. You gotta love the synergy.
Unbelievable work. Major Maniac again there. The Renetti, the last one. 3 spree again as we're into the final minute of the second round. Snoopy with a nade of his own. Dashy from inside. Another big win. Last man left alive, Beans. Can he find the heroics again?
This is going to be bad for our hearts. And, well, Dashy, Renetti, clock has been stopped. 5 lives remaining, but only 6 for Boston. And, well, now Texas, only the last man standing, but you're able to sit in through the door. It's an inch away for the cap, and Major Maniac and Priesta gonna get it done.
What a round from Boston Breach. I don't believe it. The 3-man stack was dealt with. Optic certainly feeling the sting there.
Yo, and Major Maniac, 15 and 7.
My guy.
Yeah, not the expectation. He's an S&D guy. You want him to go about even in the respawns, but if he's popping off, that man is putting in some serious work. But there's the moves from Priesta too. In the chaos, just delivers. And that's a round where Optic nearly captured both zones at the exact same time. Boston stopped both. 2 ticks had gone through. That was 2 minutes of defense that Boston stayed out on top. And now they're going straight towards B.
And not to mention the 3 pixel perfect saves they managed to land. Shotzzy traded. Wow, what an unbelievable game of control this has been so far. A bit of Priesta trying to get in. He's trying to help his teammate out at this moment in time. It's a B and A hit. Snoopy fighting solo for now. Shotzzy, he wins 1. The trade's again good. Over to Snoopy. Can't win anymore. Be safe. Over to A.
And the A zone going to be maybe a little bit slow. Actually, the Boston player hopping off to look for some extra kills. And this is still a mixing moment. Still keeping the pressure over towards this B zone. Kenny on defense has a couple players looking at it. He's shooting at everybody, but he's getting traded and overwhelmed. Priest has made it behind you, but Optic are aware. Kenny has called this out, and Pred will be able to hunt him down. Beans now by himself, maybe looking for a little bit of magic once again.
He's looking for a little bit more than magic at this point in time. He's gonna need a miracle. Optic are flying in. Oh, it's not a miracle he needed. It's simply Major Maniac. He finds one out of it, and an awkward battle towards the backline. Priest is now going to be here, as Boston have started to effectively trade chance like a pro team, like we know they are. They're actually trading. I don't believe what I'm seeing. The second segment at A gone as well.
And they're going to have so much time, because, yeah, I think not going to be able to defend this A zone. It's been a solo capture virtually this entire time, so maybe extra drains on the life front. So 20 remaining for both teams. It's plenty for a moment. Definitely gonna have to be careful the longer this goes, because as you pointed out, the trades, I mean, they're just out and about all over the place.
19 and 9 for Major Maniac. There's the 20th kill for Spree. Here comes 21. Oh, I called that one a little prematurely. Oh dear. Dashy and Shotzi pairing up, pushing those players out of the top side of the map towards the middle. That's where Beans is, and we're looking towards at least 1 or 2 kills here. His patience has paid off in previous rounds. We'll see if it can happen again.
Well, this is an interesting standoff moment between him and Kenny. And, well, Kenny didn't even have to be too big of a factor. Pred gonna get him through the wall. What a stun as well, just to disrupt it. Snoopy still able to pick up an extra one, but just because Dashy has been hanging out in the junkyard, Boston are consistently gonna be spawning so far away, means you're gonna have to execute the pushes just a little bit better.
1 minute to go. Optic to take the lead. Snoopy opens up one. Here come the flow of reinforcements for Boston Bridge. Shotzi with a quick trade. Lovely shots from Kenny. Oh dear, bad timing. Priester somehow finds a way through. Pred on the defense once again. Trades. 3 members of Boston on the approach now.
Dominic can cross. Beans and Snoopy able to get out. They're going to be causing chaos, but that's it. Only 2. Shotzi playing for the spawners, and he catches the reinforcements and catches everything, including Kenny's bullets. Shotzi, always behind you, always making the heads-up play.
Tremendous damage. 6 lives left for Boston, 11 on Optic, 25 seconds on the clock. He got one more good hit at this one. Pred, he and Shotzi pushing the front line forward. The pinch is now on. Will Major Maniac read this? Oh, it doesn't matter. He can't hit a thing. It's 3 in the feed. 3 lives remaining as Shotzi once again floats like a butterfly, stings like a bee.
And well, unfortunately, Major not punching like a heavyweight. He's sort of fighting like I do in my dreams, just a little bit too much sand in his system, and Optic take full advantage of it. 2-1 up now in round count, and Kenny certainly feeling the stress.
They all are. I truly believe they are feeling this one.
I will say, on paper, if you'd asked me before this series, this would have been the map that Boston have sort of the closest odds on. Still would have picked Optic for it, but certainly with a little bit of magic like that, yeah, Shotzi just overtime. Collecting extras to his highlight reels. Such a nuisance.
Yeah, it's lovely work. Map point, Optic Texas to take the lead here in the series. Boston, let's see what you've got on a defensive round.
It'll be standard stuff from Optic at the very least, and effectively standard stuff for Boston on defense as well. But Shotzi, the thorn in your side, already making his impact, and you think he might be going towards B. You got Major Maniac effectively waiting for Shotzi to cross. Meanwhile, Shotzi on the other side of the map, Pred flying around as well. The jungle gym that is Karachi. Optic feasting so far on offense.
And lovely work from Dashy there to stay alive. He just lays prone, trusts his teammates to get the job done, and that is it. He's still capturing the point. Pred keeping him safe again. 23 and 19 from the young Australian. Here comes the Preddy Deddy play. Will he be able to get anything out of it? He should be able to get some map presence and maybe even get that pressure towards B. So far, Boston giving up A, lining up for the last chance here on the map.
And Pred, maybe a decision of whether or not he wants to flank everybody else, going straight through red. Priesta gets one, gets traded out. Here's the pressure on the zone. Shotzi for 31 kills, and, well, now he's behind you, as is tradition. Good reads, though, from Beans. Beans against Shotzi. Not the sort of rivalry I was expecting, but Beans making an impact, and, well, Shotzi, he is the reinforcement. And he's just free and clear. I'd be Priesta not even watching the cross, so Shotzi behind enemy lines again.
Yeah, it's a crazy string. It's now 3 players there for Optic, closer to the zone. Dashy, the only man on the capture. Oh, bit of bad timing again. A lot of to-ing and throwing, and Priester once again proven to be a pain in the arse. Can he deal with Shotzi? He can. Priester finds another. Kenny with the immediate trades, and the reinforcement battle now brings the fight to the car park.
And this is so delicate too. These are moments for Boston where you have to be able to get these trades to force the round 5, because Optic, it's going to be a constant flood. They're getting the close spawns. They're going to be active in Major Maniac. You're playing it from a passive position. It does not feel good as an MCW. The trades, Boston maybe coming out on top. Priesta for 3. Again, it is only Snoopy that can shut him down.
We saw the 47th team kill of the series so far. A fake stat, but look at this pressure. Kenny, big damage. Beans holding him back. Priesta with a nade once again. As Boston try to strengthen the line. Priesta on the back alley again, wins another against Shotzzy. Reinforcements on the flow. Dashy with his. Snoopy finding the kills, and that is a 1 life difference at this moment in time and a minute to go.
Hey, this honestly, it's looking like it's coming down to lives as well. So whichever team recognizes that first, maybe going to be on point. But Dashy throws his life away in that moment, runs into the pre-aim of Priesta. And now, well, you're looking for the trades, but Pred dancing between everybody, runs into the pre-aim of Priesta. Shotzzy behind you again, as is tradition. Working with Kenny, trying to make the play.
It's a 5 spree from Priesta. Snoopy sends it. As Shotzzy pumping his way towards the point. Major Maniac on the pinch. Defensively well done. Out of Boston again. Pred fighting forward. Beans holding him bay as well. This is non-stop, and it might be coming down the kills. Can Priesta get one more for the cruise? No, it's done. Kenny gets it. The clock goes red. 15 to go.
You just got to win a 1. Just win a 1. Major Maniac gives you 1 against Pred. Beans gives you 1 against Shotzzy. A 4 versus 2, but no time on the cross. Major actually maybe going to give it up in the final second, but the stun connects, and devastation in that round. Fantastic game of TDM being played right there, and Optic feeling the heat. That's a moment where Boston just need to make sure you're consistent with the trades, and they delivered. That's a hell of a round, too. I'm pretty sure Priesta might have just completely popped off. I don't know how many got in that round, but I think double digits might have been on the horizon.
Oh my god, it was ridiculous series of kills from Priesta there. Optic just unable to find an opening. At what point does the mental game start to
if Boston wins this, it gets serious, by the way, if Boston wins this match, because of the S&D woes for Optic Texas.
Final round. In this, honestly, historic series. Nameless has been calling it a banger all day, and those who thought he was trolling, you were wrong. This has been quite the contest so far. Priesta finds himself his first. Will not read Kenny in that position, though. Over towards A on the capture we go.
Yeah, still, though, if that's the opening break from Optic, 2 players over towards B like that, should be easy to capture the A zone. Snoopy gets a little left out to dry, though, but at least you get the trades on Pred after the fact. But I mean, these are not players right now for Boston getting active. They've just given Optic so much space on the defensive end, and you've yet to actually stop the clock. Dashy back in Junkyard. He is behind you. Now Beans being the lone man on the objective. Boston a little bit scattered right now. The timing slightly off, and they might get punished for it.
Yeah, Major Maniac in the far forward position gets brought down, as does everybody else. And now Optic trying to tighten the grip around Boston here on the map. Beans and Major Maniac fight their way out. Shotzzy with a sweet corner. It should be good for at least 1 from here, but we've seen it change time and time again. There it is, Major Maniac. Quick read onto the zone.
Ooh, failed moves there from Kenny, and I would do the same thing. If you can't hit the hop, just make sure you do it on foot. And Beans isn't picking up the flank just yet, so Kenny should have at least 1 freebie. There it is, and now Major Maniac may be food for fodder. Too many different directions to look, and feet too big. Kenny from the power position gets it done, and I mean, now Boston might have to flood over towards this B zone, but that is not by choice. It is by force. It's a painful spot to be in.
Kenny, lovely damage. Not enough to get the kill, though. Optic now moving forward, and nobody felt to call that one out, apparently, as Kenny finds kill number 5 in a row.
And again, like, just around the objective, Boston just leaving each other out to dry near the zone, and that's a 3, make it 4-man wipe in Boston. I don't know what kind of breakdown you just experienced in this round, but Kenny's standing in your spawn, bored, waiting for gunfights.
And he was literally standing right in the middle, and Optic have just done a lap of your spawn, and it's everything in the feed. It's guns, nades, and fists. Pure violence. And here comes the streaks from Kenny, just to make sure. Boston, complete shutout in the final round as Optic take the lead.
Man, And I don't know what happened on the opening break, but we watched Priesta get a kill on the flank and then gets the call out that Kenny's also nearby towards B. And then someone from Optic also filled in red as well. So Optic basically have only Pred defending the A zone, and somehow when Snoopy's capturing it, his teammates do not have his back, and Pred just gets the kill from top third. So I don't know what happened off the opening break on the other side of the map, but I know for Boston, Navy letting the pressure slip through. Awkward timings in control, and they slowed down tremendously in the final round. So no funny business there in the control. Optic Texas take care of business, and so much credit to Shotzi and Dashy. Those two were absolutely shooting.
Working real hard. 7,000 damage there from Shotzi. On the other side of the board, Priestess 35 and 35. It's safe to say the man was well and truly involved in that map. A very, very strong closeout in the final round. And that Karachi control, 16 minutes, folks. That one was certainly a marathon. Whew. Well, what a series this has turned out to be. Highlights from that one, folks, and we really saw it all.
And again, the first 4 rounds, pretty great from both the teams. Round 5, just Boston, absolutely no ice. I know their Game 5 record, 1-12. Their Round 11 record, well, they get an extra one in map 2, so I think now 2-7 overall, but still not icy. And they're in the Round 5, looked like a completely different team, but so much of this is just going to be a Shotzi montage, literally discovering new things about the map every time you watch them play.
Every time. Crazy, crazy saves on the zones. BNA from Boston in the approach towards that final round. We really saw some crazy, crazy close finishes. This was one of them from Priesta. Plenty of action there in that Karachi control. Can't wait to see how that one goes down at the major again. A lot of teams getting very, very good at both attacking and defending. We always end up starting the season off with, oh, this map is favorable to attack on. And by the end of the season, either they're very, very different, thanks to patchwork, or thanks to teams changing strategies or learning how to play these maps a lot better. And I think Karachi's become a real close one. We're always getting blowouts and close ones on Vista Chance. That's the comeback central, and I feel like Karachi is just it's sort of the control equivalent of that in the comeback department.
Yeah, Karachi can quite literally give you anything and everything in any given moment. You can double capture both the zones at the exact same time. You can get put in a spawn trap blender on either side. I don't know. It's thematic. Almost every single different thing you could have in a control map. Karachi quite literally does have it all, but great news from Optic. The S&D might have slipped. You might now be on an 8-lost S&D spree, but you win the nail biter of a Karachi and the Rio Hardpoint. These guys should be singing sweet. Obviously, Boston, their Hardpoint record has been abysmal throughout this stage. And I mean, Miles, you were correct, actually. One of their higher scoring games was in the map 1, and they only got to 170.
Top three. Hardpoint so far in stage 4. It ain't good though. It's big time Bond vibes when it comes to the record. Optic Texas at 7-3 on a 4-win spree, 8 loss on the side of Boston. I mean, just the team KD's not massively different across the board, but my God, just not being able to win it for Boston to stay alive in the series and do the unthinkable and force the game 5 on Rio is too tall an order, I fear.
And just to sort of translate the stats into Call of Duty speak, a negative 80-point average loss margin is getting slammed is what that means. Not great, and it is on a consistent basis. It's not a good look when you score 170 points and we're like, hey, that's better than usual. That's not bad.
Yeah. Here we go. Saw a little debut there, or sorry, not debut, but a little cameo from Coach Shawnee, who obviously had a very, very exciting debut playing for Boston Breach this season. Never a great sign when that has to happen, but he played his heart out, and they certainly had a good time. Optic Texas having a good time now as they feel like the series is theirs to truly win now. Can they throw it? That's the question. And will we see a Game 5? Rio Hardpoint on the way.
And an 8-4 record means Optic fans going to be quite a bit more comfortable on this map. And I know the record isn't too terrible for Boston at 3-3, but they are not great at holding the hills, and they are not great at breaking them. This is certainly a roster that they have struggled all the same. And Bakshi is a shooter. I think that's sort of like the win condition in my mind for Boston. You need the shooters to have those crazy pop-off games, the big moments. We've seen basically every player, I think, but Snoopy maybe this series, sort of take their turns and have those moments, but you need a little bit extra just to be competitive.
2-2 off the rip here for Optic. Texas, nice shots from Snoopy there, soaring. But a little too hot, as Snoopy tends to get. Predator shots here there, make the hard point wide open, make it all Optic Texas, and Major Maniac has to back on up. Too much damage dealt, Priest of trades. Lethal affair from Shotzi as he presses forward and keeps the time flowing.
Yeah, I mean, you more or less win the opening break, you get control of the hill, and then you just check 27 corners where nobody is, and you just die and get broken down, and well, Optic maintaining the spawns as well over towards P2 and keeping the pressure up around the hill. Pred tries to crack down, and Priest are going to catch him, but Optic are happy to trade away the final maybe 15 seconds to scrap. They'll be at a small deficit, but they have a wild setup on the new hill. So much so that Shotzi is re-pinching P1. Boston, if I'm them, you hit the go button and work this guy on the flank. Kenny, he has tucked himself in a deep pocket in the map and can only give you one.
Oh, through the front, Shotzi Beans trades out. Wait, Beans, whoa! It's a big win from Dashi. Fred now moving as fast as he possibly can. Brilliant tags in a Priest of the air. Great catch. That could have been a big problem there for the setup for Optic. But they've got P2 now, they've got the time, and they've got everyone from Boston coming out one alley until Priest hits the wrap.
Yeah, bad timing there from Ken. Yeah, Priesta maybe on a slightly late there on the pinch, but it ends up working out for Boston. Just to try to open up the floodgates, but Dashi trying to slow him down. Shotzi on the pinch can't give you anything but damage. Boston have the break, and all for the final 20 seconds right now, Boston just want to keep Optic pinned back in their spawn, make them fight as long as possible. These guys like Beans are rotating over towards New. And well, only 10 seconds for the final bit of scrap. Optic able to collect, and this would be Boston's opportunity to now get back on the game. All 4 players up, and they are turtling, waiting for the pressure to come to them.
It's a 2-man lineup on the back line here. Priester and Major Maniac take care of their first. Beans gets the second there on a shot, see the middle of the map. So Optic take a couple of big hits. Pred somehow winning that sensational gunfight. Hardpoint now in contest. Dashi and Shotzi punch on through, and that's their time.
Yeah, and Boston turtled so hard that now they lose the spawns. They let Optic just get up and take control to grab the time and block it. I mean, that entire setup for Boston was basically just praying that Beans wins the fight on the players that come in there through boxes, and well, that's tough. You're not going to have success.
Not going to have it at all. Firing squad to the back line here by the arcade. Fred. He gets at least one more out of it. Snoopy once again just absolutely full sends into the point. Good news, you're going to get 12 seconds of scrap time. Bad news, you have a long way to go. Your Optic players are now, okay, the pinch might be on here. Major Maniac causing problems. Shots has got the front covered. If Kenny, can he get 2 here? That'd be huge. No, you've still got an open avenue to work with, and spawns are a little squirrely.
Yeah, not fun to be Shotzi in this moment with Rival 9. Dashi calling out, well, all 3. He's going to be screaming for help, but it's the man in boxes that takes him down, and Beans doing so much. Shotzi shooting players out of the sky, but can't get it done, and, I mean, hey, the pinch for Boston, at least able to break the hill to make things mixy. Question is, though, who can come out on top? Kenny hunting players down. The reinforcements for Optic are in, and, well, now they have a bit of stability.
I think the damage was the difference maker there. Optic got so much damage into those attackers that they weren't able to take out those straight gunfights. You do allow Optic to get in there on the second push. The second wave nearly you can't change the difference between the first wave and the second wave. Just one big hit there. Optic at the break. 15 seconds to go here. Chance they've still got firm control here on the map while this caster resets.
And Boston not watching the pinch. Dashi times it out perfectly, so he's on a 4 spree, and Boston, they win the rotation in the sense that they get there first, but they're effectively trapped on the back steps, and, well, Dashi there to hunt you down, him and Kenny for the first trade. So Boston, the early rotation for what? Didn't even bother to watch the flank. Get broken down instantly.
Fred eating bullets. Boston going for it. They're getting closer and closer. The trophies are working. Snoopy once again with a 49th team kill. He hates Priester. Hates him so much. Another team kill. And Pred's still alive in this life as he's dancing around. Shotzi backing him up. Whoa, a little bit windy there as Pred finds it. Trades again. Optic. They've got the kills, not the time just yet.
Yeah, and then Boston, like, you know, they're sort of playing like a default game. They're doing some standard stuff. A lot of the plays are fine, but they're never really giving you any bit extra. And obviously Optic, well, when they get the kills, they capitalize and, I mean, just take you down, pin you back and spawn, and just really a fully forced effort. And again, they'll make plays like this if Pred just going such a distant route to get behind you. So Pred willing to give you a little bit extra. And now Boston on the rotation of P1 just endlessly getting shot in the back.
Oh, yeah. Back to P1 we go, Optic Texas. Happy to be here. Really, really happy. Huge smiles across their faces. They soak this away. A couple of kills, though. The Shotzi finds himself in a bit of trouble. Holds it together. Bington, Snoopy, see you later, boys. Major Maniac with the final cleanups. And Boston with the break.
Yeah, Major Maniac nicely timed out there on the flank, or maybe just off the spawn. That's it. Closed door at the wrong time, and they're getting peppered up with nades and stuns. Priest, a good time to go on this pinch. Freebie there on Dashy, and a couple more players lined up. Number 2 there for Priesta, and well, then the chaos continues, and Optic come out on top.
They're right on top with 15 seconds to spare, Boston. You caused some problems, but you didn't cause enough of a problem. Bees with a rival 9, a problem in its own right. Can he get another one here? He can. Nice work. All 4 down. That's time, and that spawns for New.
In any pro team, you get 4 down like that, you take advantage of it, and you start running the score up. So a 70-point difference in these two teams at the start of this hill, and Priesta, veteran player, knows how to win, gets aggressive, picks up 2 spawners, and look who never blocked the back spawn. Shout out Boston. Optic might just get this break.
They should get this break, and that is it. The sting is in. Major Maniac can't win an impossible gunfight, and Priesta has to try and do it all. Well, that's Dashy. That's nearly it. There's 30 seconds remaining at this point as Boston scramble to try to make something of this bad situation as Optic just sitting at Hardpoint, boys, and keep smiling.
I mean, come on. Like, you get a 4-man wipe. Priesta does the right thing. Pushes up. He gets the spawners, and then you don't even block spawns.
So, look,
like, what are we talking about here, man?
It's the first day, man, all right? They've managed to get a map win. They're just looking happy.
They haven't won in over 3 months.
And here we go. It might not be the day today. 185 and climbing. Boston with a rotation to New. Can they find the kills?
And 1 player in the hill and 3 players sitting in the back spawn. Hey, to get the gim fights though, you absolutely can deal out some damage from the back, and they actually have the intel on Dashy as well. But Dashy doing a nice job, doesn't throw away his life, waits for his teammates to get in the mix, and gives you a little bit extra.
A little bit of extra sauce here. Dashy on a 3. Can't get the 4th. Beans there with the big kills. Kenny from upstairs, the last man here for Optic to cause any kind of problems. And he's done. So, Boston, Breach, congratulations on a lovely P3.
This is great too. Still though, 25 seconds to fight for, and again, you even want the spawns on this side for the new time. So Optic gonna keep the fight up. Dashy, the man trying to deal out some damage, gets caught in. Beautiful trades. That is an incredibly strong hill there from Boston. If they chained it together, could have been a tied up, but instead still down by 40. And Optic, they've made the adjustments. They have swarmed on this rotation, all 4 players near this new time.
Good news for Optic. You've got a lot of players on the time. Even better news for Optic, you have to worry about streaks, so you're safe from above. Trophies will be in place. Pred has got himself on the inside, over towards the site as well. Hardpoint, plenty of players. Trade's now starting. Bad time from Pred, gives it up. Snoopy flies on in. Last man, Kenny. Can he find any more? No, that's the break. Boston are in.
And I swear, watching it, it's almost like Optic are just like expecting things to be a little bit faster. Boston a little bit slower on the decision making, so the Call of Duty timing ends up working out in their favor. So big moment to get the break in 30 seconds. Maybe they're just gonna do it the hard way to tie this game up. Now Priesta cut off kills. Can't quite give you the second, but the trades are in.
He's looking fine out there. We're on the way to a lead change. Let's find out if it happens in this listen-in with Boston Breach.
I'm leaving. Okay, leave me. I want one fucking break right here. Let's take mid to each other mid. Talk to each other mid. I'm not sure you get. 3, 2, 1. Nothing you. You, run away. Head, weak. That's it. Okay, weak is on. I'll help you mid. I'll see him in front. Reset. You back him left. Let's work you, Eric. Yeah, I'm trying. I saw late time. You want me weak. Stop. Left corner. I'm dead. Mid bridge. You want you. Kenny, you. Hold bridge. Kenny, smash shit too. Looking for one. I'm looking for one. That's it. I'm a weak. Stand up. I'm one shot. You push it. One time. I'll get time. Yo, 3 times. I'll get time in a second. Watch my left. I'll get time in a second. Hold on. They're all front. I'm gonna chop top. They're all front. Done. Team left. I'm getting the lobby. I'm getting the lobby. Alright. First guy is
First guy's dashy.
Kenny, deep one shot, bro. They could go. Yeah, one's going info. Yeah, one's going info. Yeah, use deep one shot. Pitch me. Bridge.
I take time.
Yeah. You go wait and wait.
Yeah, I'm gonna go through box. Okay, I'm gonna streak in 2 seconds. I'm streaking in 2 seconds. I'm streaking now. Okay.
I'm holding.
Alright, yo, one's lobby, two. Take time and bridge. Take time, bridge lobby. Two new. I got one. More you and top.
I bridge. Lobby. It's you. I think I you.
Last two.
And lobby.
What a bat on the hard point this one is. Kenny gets brought down eventually. Priester, a man who knows how to win a map, fighting with literally everything they've got. Boston in control.
And Priester giving it the entries. He's baiting for his teammates, setting up on P1. They got the crossfires covered, and Optic now running into death. It was a 90-point deficit in this game, but Boston might be able to do it, might be able to force this game 5. It's going to come down to P2.
Got to be a great P1 and a big old rotation. Shotzi and Dashy in the feed, saving what could be a tough spot to be in. Can Snoopy sneak through? Shotzi spied him out. Big win. Shotzi makes safe the hard point, but here we go. One more break's all you need.
Yeah, never seen that gunfight before. Shotzi always teaching me something new, but there's the nade kill on Kenny, who should spawn out. No, still in the back, but Snoopy gives you an extra entry. Boston here to swarm Kenny off free spawn. Just trying to slow you down, but the Boston players, they're here. 5 seconds, they get the game.
Mix is in. Oh my God, we're going to a game 5. What a day of Call of Duty this is. The pressure has never been higher for Optic Texas. We were joking about it. 11th and 12th seed going toe-to-toe in one of the most competitive series of the day. And it does not feel like that for Optic. You better pull something out special here, boys. You can't win a major and then lose to Boston.
This is actually unreal. I think the most surprised person about that map win might have been Snoopy. His player came rash and went, oh my, like what? We're back in the game 5 situation again. And I don't know what to think at this point. You have Optic now on an 8 S&D loss spree, on a 4 series loss spree. I know it's against Boston. Boston, the biggest problem all year, it's been the clutches. It's been the map 5s. They were on a 15 map loss spree on top of a 15 series loss spree coming into this series. What a wild way to potentially end the online year for these two teams. I know they got just a little bit left, but it is the second to last day of the online gameplay. And Boston have made this so much more interesting than we ever thought they were going to. But there you see the gap, like 141 to 61 all the way up to 163 to 90, like an 80-70 point difference in the middle section of this game. In just a gargantuan comeback. What a masterclass of a P3, by the way. I know the first time they played, turtle up a little bit, sort of go 50-50, but absolutely capitalize and fix their mistakes the second go around. Really ricocheted them up and launched themselves back into the game. I cannot believe how much composure we just witnessed out of the Boston Breach camp.
Well, Major Maniac is on that team. Can we keep it going here for Boston Breach to end the run? You win a map. Can you win a series in front of a watch party as well? We've got a tweet here worth every penny. We got Tito, we got Smitty out there. I know Doug's there as well. And this has been the most unbelievable day for Boston Breach fans in quite some time. Really, we cannot stress enough how important this is for them to just find some success. I mean, does it matter in the long run? No, they're not going to champs, but they will be going to that major, and what a way to do it. Boston Breach, Optic Texas, Game 5, Rio, search and destroy after the break.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
The Champs Tracer Pack is available now. The bundle includes the Reaper Operator skin, Ripper Weapon Blueprint, Death Stare Weapon Blueprint, Cuts Deep Charm, 2 calling cards, 2 emblems, and 2 weapon stickers. Use these items in both Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3 and Call of Duty Warzone. Available in store now using Call of Duty points.
folks, in an unprecedented series of events, Boston Breach have managed to not only win a search and destroy, but also win a hard point against your major winners, Optic Texas. And now we find ourselves in deeply, deeply troubling waters. Game 5 here on Rio. Search and destroy has not been good for Optic Texas, and right now, Boston have just sort of rediscovered their ability as a professional Call of Duty team. And oh, Boston with the tweets as well.
Wow. Boston, though, lost 9 straight game 5s. This has been the biggest problem for the team all year. Boston have always been like maybe sort of middle of the pack in a bunch of different game modes, able to fight, get to the game 5s. But quite literally, if they were like going 50-50 in their game 5s, these guys might be going to champs. Frankly, might not have been like jumbling the rosters up too much, but instead, negative ice has been their issue, and well, an opportunity to clutch up really at the tail end of the year. And what a Kobe. Major Maniac from downtown catches Dashy. Unexpected in the S&D, but man advantage, Boston.
Yeah, that's top side of the minimap. That's from like truck to truck. Beautiful stuff. Beans, huge pressure. I saw that player as well. The bomb down at B. 2-1 split here for the remaining members of Optic Texas. Shotzzy has got to do something special. No, he is eviscerated. And Pred has been spotted as well now. Beans, the pressure applied. And Boston, an immaculate opening round.
That is, I mean, perfect. That is as good as it gets. Exactly how you want to set the tone. No trophies in round 1. I think Major probably got a couple extra tags on Dashy and then just lands it perfectly. And Beans doing his job on the flank as well. And keep in mind from Optic, if they lose this, I mean, it's like a guarantee. They're going to end up in loser's bracket come the major. Even if they win this, they still have pressure on them to win or make it to winner's bracket in the major. So there are certainly stakes on the line. Start loser's bracket at a tournament. That means that tournament is one and done for you. And Optic looking to respond on the attack straight over towards the A site. Beans on a crucial heady, but it's only for the info.
Priester on the inside of the bomb site. Rival 9 in hand. Or is it a Sorg? My God, the first kill was lovely. Here comes the attack on the trade. No one there for it. As Priester managing to just get away with his life. Oh, it's hella awkward, but he's still alive. 2v2.
Him and Major working together, former teammates. He talked about how Major used to play for the old Atlanta FaZe year 1 of the CDL. Yeah. Well, maybe they have a little bit of chemistry together. Do they make the read on the rotation? By the looks of it, they do. Or maybe they're just jumping back and forth. P-Dog and Major going to be working this together. See if they can isolate a kill. But with 40 seconds left, Optic yet to make a decision, and they have no info on this push.
Uh-oh. Catches one, trades immediate. Dashy now sending it. Priester, he jumps on it. P-Dog nips at his heels, and it's back-to-back rounds for Boston.
And Priester, always a player with a good mental. He just stays grounded in these moments. Excuse me, coughed a little bit, but that's a 4-0 start as well. So, talk about Priester, a player that just knows how to win. He's been popping off, making some ridiculous plays. I mean, he's showing off the good stuff so far in this series, but still for Boston, a very long way to go.
Optic on defense. Hard hit towards B. And so there they go. They send all they've got. The double, maybe triple nade towards that long street where Dashy was found in the first round. I'm pretty sure nobody home. So 3 members on B here for Optic. Priester still on the prowl for the kill, looking towards that bomb site. They've got it, but here's Pred.
He's going to have to back down, though. That's too many players, too big of a presence. So not even going for the bomb down, actually. Priester gives in a garage and maybe tries to see if he can catch a player slipping, but everybody's here for this retake. Optic, first man to fall, going to be potentially, I don't know who, Pred. So much damage just got dealt. A 2v2 split already. Now it's Major and Beans. The AR trying to get it done.
Trying to get it done. Tons of damage. Timing on this is going to be great. Major Maniac finds a corner. Dashy brought down. He and Kenny are there. It's all down to Beans. Can Kenny and Dashy clutch it? 1v1. Beans! Oh my God! What was that? 3 in a row for Boston.
And we're just, yeah, man, Optic mantling on Vans. We're just, it's a full commitment to the cause. And they are dying in vain as Boston picking them apart again, either bullying them out in rounds or clutching a 1v2 like this. I mean, a rare moment where Dashy not even able to hit a bullet, and Kenny accident or not, doesn't even peek through the window. Just hand delivers bow wrapped a gift to Beans. 3-0 lead for Boston.
3-0. Composure not currently in the vocabulary of the Optic Texas team. We'll see if they can discover it. Fast plant and a first blood as well. A great start here in the round. Can they keep it going? As Priest answers back.
And dances away as well, but the bomb is down, so now you're really having to hunt these players down. Time is not going to be on your side, but Priest still already in prime position. Catches Shotzi. 3v2.
It was literally a perfect attack here. Shoulder spotted. Snoopy guns Kenny. Pred, last man gone. 4-0 Boston Breach.
And a 4-0 lead and smiles on their faces. The first time Boston in a long time might actually be playing with a little bit of confidence. Optic tried to punch them. They went for the quick plant. They got it down almost immediately and just get finessed and picked apart. Priestess still making plays. Dashy not ready for the gunfight when he's laying underneath the window, and Priestess smooth moves, repositions. Next time they spotted him, he's jumping on top of the vending machine. 7-1. Priesta feeling good.
I mean, these plays from Priesta, the immaculate movement as well. Perfect slides. Stays out of the line of sight of the player there. Shotzi by vending machines. Could not have done a better job if he tried. 4-0. 7-1 for Priesta. He has absolutely taken control of this series.
He's trying to maybe leave the online stage with good memories for us in his name, but that's Brett getting active. He is jumping on for the first blood, and he does get traded. Honestly impressive. He was able to get that kill at all, and for the 3v3, Priesta backing down and is on a 4 spree. Maybe a thought in the distance to get cruise missile. Still, though, got to focus on the round. Optic squaring up down B Street.
Major Maniac, did he just throw the perfect nade to catch those players at the back? No, he does not. Dashy, lovely work there. Shotzi makes his way towards the bomb site, tagged up. A little bit of info. Major Maniac. Did he play patiently? He does, but it will not matter. Shotzi, what an unbelievable kill. All down to Beans, and Optic finally get themselves on the board.
Yeah, and just a disconnect between Beans and Major, it felt like. Like, Shotzi gets tagged up. Major is in a position where he can sort of see him on the cross, but Major just plays it passive and ends up getting picked apart. So, nice response, and Optic doing a good job to at least group up together when they have the man advantage. And Brad making a nice play for the first blood as well. But there go the streaks from Priesta. Maybe bought yourselves just a little bit of momentum, or at least killed it for Boston. Still, though, want to go back-to-back. Being down 5-1 can feel insurmountable. Got to strike quick.
Quick and immediate. Gets towards the middle there from Optic. They're taking complete control of this area, and that's going to be a plant as well. Major Maniac's got himself a corner, but the man will not be moving. Big wrap there from the Optic boys. However, it's on the minimap Kenny who spotted them all out.
Well, I don't know. He spotted at least one and got some shots in, but you're still working with basically no information of where Boston's going to be coming from. But here's the moves towards the middle of the map. Great reaction for Sassi. Trades rolling through. It is out and about. Players trying to hunt each other down, and Snoopy slides into death for the 2v2.
Major Maniac with a Rebel 9 gets his Kenny. Last man.
Damn.
Oh, it's done. 17 seconds on the clock. Boston Breach. Match point.
And the Boston Breach bang out as well of the site. You had Major Maniac lying in wait for when his team actually made the moves, and ended up being a great play, even just to have the rival in hand. I don't know if that was from the jump or picked it up off a corpse, but either way, nice setup there for the retake. And an interesting idea as well. 5-1 lead. I mean, if you're Boston, you can just full send. You can be as aggressive as you want and play with some freedom. They're looking to make this 9 loss spree. And search and destroy for Optic come to fruition.
Well, the 3% of our fans who picked Boston to win this match must be feeling pretty good right now. Optic Texas. Nades are done. They've vacated B. They're looking towards A.
And Boston also don't have any eyes on B Street, so they might have to be a little bit worried about that potential flank rolling through. Nobody's actually utilizing that from Optic, but they have just given up a pretty serious amount of map space, which I think means they're going to have to force this towards A.
Optic are committing towards the A attack.
Maybe not. Here we go.
They're in. B's open. A is full of Optic players right now. Here comes the plant.
And Priest's going to get it down. And, I mean, no one from Optic's in position for the trades. How do you want to retake this? maybe all 4 players grouping together and run it down through the front. Boston, this could quite literally be it. Your first win in 3 months.
Here comes Optic. 2 through the stairs, 1 Eski. Priester lying in wait for it. First blood. Oh my God! Peacock! He's pissed all over them! The most unbelievable upset we may ever see in the CDL. Optic have imploded. Boston Breach end the drought. Not only in the map wins, but in the series wins in a single day. And it's a game 5 against Optic. There is a new green wall. And Boston have just done the unthinkable.
And like, we're having some fun with the call, but like in all seriousness, this was your major winner against a 12 seed, and it's not like the 12 seed was on the uptick. It's not like the roster move was looking like you've like massively improved the squad. In fact, they got worse. Boston haven't been able to win maps. They were on a 15 map loss streak on top of a 15 series loss streak, and it's against the major champions that they finally get a win. I don't know. Maybe that's the gift and the curse of Optic. More eyes, more attention on you. Teams just hungrier to take you down. But the hunger now is maybe what's going to get called into question from Optic, because a 5 series loss spree bouncing back from a major win like that. I mean, now this is the panic button. You're going to be starting in loser's bracket come major time. In Boston, really the only thing they're playing for is to play spoiler, and at least they've made an impact. They found their way home.
As far as I'm concerned, Boston have just sort of won their own personal champs. I've never seen a team in worse form. I've never seen a losing spree like that. I've never imagined how painful a deficit could be as a player in any field, in any walk of life. So kudos to Boston on that incredible victory, and I certainly hope those Boston fans are celebrating right now. And Desk, you lot picked the wrong green team, you bunch of knobs. GG's.
I mean, I said it was the best match on the stage.
He was gonna pick the right team.
It's been gassing up this matchup for 3 days now, ever since we started our rehearsal. And Nate, we're looking at the numbers. This always goes to a game 5. This is the 3rd time they've met up this season. It's the 3rd game 5, and we mentioned it. It's been to round 10s. It's been to round 11s. Optic didn't even get to like round 8 in this matchup. What is going on here with Optic Texas?
I mean, anybody with eyes can see what's going on here. The search and destroy. 9 search and destroys in a row that Optic have lost. I mean, you're seeing 1v2s, egregious rounds, people chowing by themselves, mantling. Like the 1v2 that Beans had right there in a nutshell is Optic's approach to search and destroy throughout this entire split. Been lackluster, lazy in the comms, playing together. This is one of the all-time like stages for a team that just won a major. I don't remember the last time, Chris, a team won an event and then came in and got smoked this bad in the next stage. It's unacceptable.
Congratulations to the Boston social team every single time. They try and bring out the positivity. Allie, it took them 3 months, but they got their 6th dub of the season.
I mean, the vibes were cooking. And honestly, Greenwald, look at me for a second. You blame Ant. He has been manifesting this game 5 all weekend long for Boston Breach.
But I mean, they've been...
Or do you credit the Boston Watch Party? They just needed their fans to support them the way they did today with Doug Sensen Martin cranking out those pull-ups.
I mean, it's been so bad for Boston. I mean, everybody knows the stats now. 15 series. They've gotten 3-0 their last 4 series in a row. They come out today and, they're going up against a regressing Optic, and they see an opportunity. They see a little bit of blood. They go in for the bite, man, and they get that W.
Allie, we finally see the return of the world champion form from Priest. The man who won the title in 2023 is on the bottom team in the league, but he looked to be back to his old ways in this game 5.
And we've been waiting for it, right? This is the Priest that we expect to see. This is the one of the reigning world champions, and even though he gets stuck on Boston Breach, that does not slow him down a bit. And it wasn't just in the game 5 where he goes 10-3 on an absolute heater and with 3 plants as well. Call him a slayer and an objective player. He was doing it in the respawns as well. Map right before 29 and 24. He takes over the bridge hill to even allow them to push this to a game number 5. Just insane plays from P-Dog.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a massive opportunity for everybody in Boston Breach. They only have a couple of matches left this season. They're not going to be at champs. You have to leave your mark and find yourself a roster for next year. Either that is Boston once again or another organization looking to make a change. And Priest just sort of reiterating, like, I am one of the best in the world. I am a world champion, and I can take over games. He was in flow state, man. Every single decision he made in that game 5 resulted in a kill.
And
Kid's unreal.
And it's not just against, like, lackluster team, right? Like, it's not against any of the big slates. It's against Optic Texas, the major winners. Like, that's insane to me.
You know what's even more exciting? Optic is now in 12th seed, but it's not guaranteed. Boston would have the head-to-head. They would be the 11th seed if we were going to
Optic play Toronto,
tomorrow.
I think.
But if you look at the matchup for Optic, they draw Toronto, and if you're Carolina, you might be wanting to go back and watch today's footage because your last matchup is supposed to be a shoo-in victory against Boston in our match number 2.
Yeah, it's no longer a shoo-in victory, if you ask me. Boston are going to be very confident after that game. The way they got it done in the search and destroy, just mind-blowing.
Our predictions are absolutely terrible throughout the final week of qualifiers. You let us know who you think's got this next one locked up. It's the biggest match of the day when we return. Las Vegas Legion trying to stay alive. Can they take down Minnesota?
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. Start the season strong with the Call of Duty League pack. Grab yourself the CDL operator, weapon blueprint, and so much more. Check out the Call of Duty store in-game now.
Long,
I'm holding back. I'm pushing now. I have the door push.
Okay.
Wait. Stay left. I have the door. Use your 2 front door. Let's get front door. Watch your front.
Nice one.
Let's get long. Stay left, bridge left.
Oh my god.
Let's go.
Baby.
We're sweeping them. I promise you.
God. Oh my god.
Holy
Absolute love of the Rio edition to the asset. And you get into the Karachi SD just so.
No, he's mid-desk, laying down mid-desk. The long desk, snaking the long desk.
Nice play. Good
Let's go, Clay. Let's go, Clay.
Ran at him, bro.
Yeah, you should have with the Vaz for sure.
All good.
He just pushed you out. To your right.
To your right. Oh my god.
He jumped right in front of you, my boy.
That was unlucky.
He literally jumped on in front of you.
That's him.
Bro.
What is this
9 and 4.
spot? What?
Oh, that looks very uncomfortable. Very, very uncomfortable.
No, it does. Yeah.
You're basically balancing your nipples on a metal pole.
For some, that's a talent.
Yeah?
That's the problem. You gave them all the time in the world, and now Ultra have set themselves up perfectly for the barbershop hardpoint. The apartments, the alleyways, all the nooks and crannies are now full of Canadians.
And you have a BZ at 9 and 22, and this is only a 20-point game. You're looking at big plays in the final moments, but Envoy takes down 2.
Envoy the front line.
Tap out.
No, down.
Izquierda, en izquierda, tío.
Me dio una de izquierda, no ahora, están por medio.
Pícalo. Nice, I have 8. Guarantee that kill. Oh my god! Let's go.
They got one tick on B.
Fucking suck, dude! Let's get it, bro. We gotta win this out.
Oh my gosh. Subplay?
Standy will get free info here onto Assault. Quickly finds the kill. No. Whoa! He's going for the assassination. Didn't hold the button down long enough. And Assault says not so fast.
Let me tell you right now, these guys play every day. You should know you cannot assassinate someone when they are a little bit taller than you on the map. And unfortunately, the 1B doesn't work, but we know them hands from Assault. They are definitely warm. 2 punches right to the chest to take down Standy.
Incoming. I'm Sean. Stay up, bro. Man. Nice, man. Stay down. Just lay it. Live. I can help. I can hold the front. You're good. Stay down. Stay down now. Already front.
Let's get in time. Bust up that.
Absolute front.
London. Nice.
Boys, holy
A P5 was so Me neither. That P5 was.
No.
Do you think you could beat Kenny in a dance-off?
Yeah.
Oh, he's lying.
Wait, did I? Really?
Yeah.
In my head, I'm thinking he's unstable on his feet.
He's lying.
No, this is broken because I'm dead at not lying. I could smoke him. I'm just thinking about his front door porch where he was like trying to control his legs and he crippled on the floor. That's like the first thing I got. Damn, I'm lying on that? That's bullshit. What?
I mean,
I'd smoke him. Where is he? Oh, the shots from Cutlass are perfect!
I feel the power flowing, the flashing lights are glowing. I keep a steady focus, this is my glory moment. We burning rubber on the road, if you hadn't noticed. No, they ain't ready for the smoke, gonna let them know.
Welcome back, everybody. Before our Monster Energy matchup, we, of course, have to go to our Monster Winner Spotlight with the 2023 World Champion, the former subliner now playing for the Breach. Priesta joins the show live. It's been a while, buddy. It's been, what, 3 months since we talked with you. How are we feeling after tonight's win over one of the most popular teams in gaming?
Yeah, I mean, that win is something we needed really bad. I mean, we've been in a drought for the longest time. First time we've gotten some dopamine in like 4 months, so it's definitely been a struggle over here. Been sad vibes and just overthinking a lot and stuff. But yeah, getting that win feels good. Just finish the year strong for us.
Absolutely.
Yeah, of course. And Priesta, congratulations on just a phenomenal series, specifically individually for you against, obviously a team coming off a major win. Just to pick your brain a bit, like how have scrims been going, prep, like what has been the mentality for you guys for the past couple months? Because obviously it's tough, especially because for the longest time you guys weren't really getting blown out. It was really close series. It was a lot of game fives. Like what does the work look like behind the scenes for you guys?
Yeah, I mean, when we had Pentagram, we lost a bunch of game fives. And then going into this split, obviously I role switched and then picked up Major Maniac. I feel like our mental was still pretty good going into it, but as soon as we lost again, we started like doubting ourselves. We started overthinking a lot and just trying to figure out exactly what we needed to do to get the win. I mean, I know for me, it's a big change running a sub. So just getting more time to run it is definitely helping me out. And I think it's just like a pacing issue and just like figuring out what we needed to do as a team. And I think today we had a big mindset like switch and going into the series, it was just different, it felt like. So we just got to keep having that confidence going into all of our series.
And with the role change, how have you felt? Do you like it?
Oh yeah, I mean, I definitely like running a sub. I can make plays on the map and just kind of fly around and get loose compared to AR, a little bit more, irony and just stationary. So yeah, I mean, like I said, it just took me a little bit to get used to it and just knowing my limits, where I could push on the map, where I can't, and just kind of slowing down when I need to. So yeah, I mean, I enjoyed it a lot.
Priest, everybody knows you can run every gun at this point. It's been a long time. You've done everything frying. Congratulations to you on getting this win. I want to ask you, I mean, you're coming off a world championship. You guys won multiple events last year. You were unbelievable during that. And this has been an insanely tough year for you. How do you keep like mentally strong, like coming off of that, from the top literally to where you guys are now?
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely been tough. I've been trying to figure that out a little bit myself too. I mean, I was good for a while. And then I think going into this split, once we lost 3 or 4, I was like, damn, this is super tough. So like, I'm just trying to stay mentally ready and just, relax my brain a bit and not, stress out too much, because it's definitely a super stressful job to have, and especially when things aren't going your way. So, just kind of going in Zen mode a little bit, taking some baths, trying to relax and, get massages, do whatever I can to just not be so tense.
Feel that.
And Priest, a final question for you. I know a lot of people are looking forward to your last major here coming up at Burbank, but you probably won't be at Champs. If you're wearing a Boston jersey next year, do you think you'll be involved in the player selection?
Wait, say that again, sorry.
Do you think you would be involved in the player selection if you're playing for Boston again next year, or is that something you would like to do?
You mean player? What do you mean?
Picking your teammates, I think, is what he's asking.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not like super focused on next year as of right now. I'm kind of just you know, trying to figure out things going, you know, just going into the major and just finishing out strong. And kind of whatever happens after that happens. I just know I'm just going to keep putting my best foot forward and keep trying to do my best and show people, you know, what I'm capable of.
All right, I promised somebody on Twitter I'd ask you that. Thank you so much for joining us. Congrats on another Monster Winner Spotlight. Hopefully it's not the last of the year.
Hey, appreciate you guys. Thank you.
Remember, Boston still plays Carolina tomorrow. That's a big battle for both teams.
Yeah, and also, right after champs, I'm telling you, them phones start texting, plotting starts going down, them rosters start shifting literally 1 week after.
Yeah.
We got our final match of the day loaded up. The players are ready, so let's speed through these intros. Minnesota Rocker sees the return of the Iceman. Accuracy has been on the sideline with his family. Now he returns when they need him most. He's playing alongside Gunless, Standy, and Linz, a rookie phenom.
And they're coming off of a little bit of success as well. They've had some struggle in the game 5s without their Iceman, but they have been pushing and looking a lot more like they're on the same page as of recent. Their chance spot is still in the hunt, though. They are part of that 4-way tie, sitting at 140 points, and their biggest Achilles heel is going to be that control. For some reason, they just can't seem to figure it out, and at this point in time, it's a little bit too late to try and put too much work in that game mode. You are focused on trying to lock up those hard points and those search and destroys to secure yourself a spot in the top 8.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of people have been kind of like optimistic about Minnesota, but I just haven't. I mean, they won a lot of search and destroy. Like, it's gotten better. Lynn's been great in that game mode, but the Respawn's 4-13 has been great. Their control, they're like worst in the league. And then in Hardpoint, like, they're doing enough in this series that they're like winning one and then winning both S&Ds. So I haven't been too optimistic about them. Maybe with accuracy back, they'll be more, you know, sound in their fundamentals and take some.
I will say, when they play their best, it's when the pressure is on them, and there is so much pressure on both of these teams on the bubble. 140 points each. Who will break the bubble and get to 150? Attached, Gio, Nero, and Johnny are a squad that we thought could finish 6-1 on the major, but they've started to slip. And Nameless, you said maybe it's something got to do with their online play.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I feel like these guys, they don't have a facility, right? So they're already at a disadvantage. So I think that plays a little bit of a factor why they play up and down in their competition. But you can see for our Monster Energy pregame, champ spot, the pressure's on. I mean, absolutely. You're at 140 CDL points. You're tied with 3 teams, and a lot of these people look like, or a lot of these teams look like they're getting much better. And you've been losing to teams that we thought you would wipe the floor with. For Vegas, they have to figure out their control. I mean, you talk about their 12th on defense. They've lost 3 straight now, 2-9 round count in that span as well. So control just hasn't been there.
Let's see if they're playing Invasion. That's the map they lost to LA Thieves yesterday. Ali, as we take a look, Invasion Control is that game 3. Any other surprises across these 5?
I wouldn't say surprises. I can see how this map set came to be just because Vegas Legion does not have a very deep map pool. They do get a preferred hardpoint to start this series, but as far as everything else, the control doesn't favor them in the slightest. They aren't a very good defense team, and neither does either of the search and destroys. So this should be an interesting matchup.
If it goes to a game 5, you got to think Minnesota with the Iceman could finish, but I think we only get to 4. I'm going with Attached and Vegas Legion. Ali, you're up next.
I'm going with the Minnesota Rocker. Let's see if you take the lead this time.
No, I'm going with Vegas Legion. I think Vegas Legion take this one.
And the fans are also going with Vegas. Is Ali right once again? Where's Nameless taking the lead? It's time to hand it over to Maven and Merc. How you doing, Merc?
Hi. Hello. We got there. Listen, we're ready to go. Final match of the night. I have no idea. After that last match, like, what, anything could happen, right?
Yeah, no, there's a lot that has to happen, right?
Yeah. I told Joe, listen, I walked in, I'm like, Joe, I'll eat my meat if Optic lose the breach.
Hatu.
Let's take a look at the standings as we get ready to go. They are tied currently, 140-140. Legion, you got to think a good opportunity here to maybe get advantage in this, but we thought that the last couple of matches, they haven't been able to do it. Oh, what a day of Call of Duty it's been.
It's a massive one here. I think for Legion, yeah, I mean, you had 2, again, like similar to what we saw earlier with Seattle. Like, you had 2 teams in which, if they won those, you put yourself in a nice spot. Like, LAG and LA Thieves were definitely teams. I mean, you came off a stretch where you were beating Optic, New York, Surge, right? And then to lose the LAG and Thieves to follow that up, it's just...
Who are they?
Yeah, like what's going on here? I'm trying to right back to it, and the pressure is right back on it. So they're at 140. This is 6-star hardpoint, so not sub-base. There's sunshine here, and not snow.
Yeah, we take a look at Attach's stats. Been such a phenomenal player over this stretch, but we get ready to rip and roar now into the map 1.
Yeah, and for Rocker, this has kind of been their go-to hard point throughout the stage. Well, I think they're like 1-4, so hasn't been the best. As Nameless was talking about, their respawns have been struggling.
We're right into the fury and the flame as Gunless trying to dial back the clock and get things going to this, give themselves a good opportunity to get into champs, get a good foot forward for Major 4, but a tough task here. Excited, I'm sure, to have Accuracy back in the mix. There were some great plays from Spark, but, you know, Accuracy, I'm sure, from an England leader standpoint, how they want to play the game, he is important to this team. I'm sure he's excited to be back into it, and as we talk about him, he lines up 3.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, great news from him, and happy that he's back. But yeah, I mean, obviously Spark's a great player. It's just you've built up a foundation, a base for so long, and it's just tough to play with a sub, as we know it. They tried their best, but yeah, I'm sure they're happy he's back in a great start here for him.
Well, let's see if they can keep it going. Hardpoint lockdown. Gunless currently looking to hold down poolside. We'll look at Standys. He tries to deal with the other end of it, but Attach and Johnny able to bust on through. Now pressure going to come to the point. Really, it's just going to be Linz now. So he's going to back out of things, try to get to a position he can pinch this with his teammates. Because with 30 seconds still left here, you'd love to make a play onto the point, but they're ready and waiting for it. Still a scramble around the point.
Yeah, I think Johnny's play here is going to be big. He really struggled yesterday in the Thieves series. It just feels like he's such an impact player for Legion. Be part of, you know, why they're beating some of these top teams in the league. So to get him going here at 6-3 start, make it 73, he's able to find some nice shots there on the Standy. But let's see on this rotation, Minnesota, like, you'll give up that 20 seconds, you'll take the rotation.
Well, let's see what they can do with the rotation now. Still looking to get Linz involved. But you've got an early setup, all the pressure kind of building through mid for Vegas Legion. Narrow, there's an opener, still another person to get past. Prediction not there, Accuracy does drop 1, everybody else is dropping though. All cleared out of the point, crisp break there from Legion.
And it's Johnny again with the multi-kill. He was the one that pushed through on the flank at the P2, flipped the spawns, got them in the hill. He finds the opener, then the double to get them on the hill. Now Rocker's spawning out. But right back to it come Accuracy and Linz. So they're able to find 3 in a row, and Linz finally involved. He's had really a solid stage in respawn. He's been the one consistent thing for them, but a slow start here.
Slow start there, and you know, you kind of talked about Johnny getting the double to get in. He gets another one to like battle back through after the Rocker break. Already up to 11, make it 12. We'll see if he can keep this going, but after a flurry of multi-kills, looking to him to be the hot hand here within this one. Nice little reach out there from him as he wins the fight to get to number 13. Now next Hardpoint ready to pop over at Statue. It'll be an early setup from Legion. And you can see how you're playing this if you're Rocker. You're really fanning out across the map, looking to pinch this from all sides.
Yeah, you have to wait though. You really have to be patient. You can't get picked apart like this. You're gonna be staggered. But where do Legion spawn? That's gonna be the question. And it looks like Linz reads that, at least the first one. But because the timing was a bit off, because 2 players were dead, Legion still in control. He did not time that well enough with Accuracy.
Yeah, I mean, you were going for the super mega pinch.
Yep.
Like, it just takes so much time to develop. It's pretty efficient, the trade department for both sides, but right now it's Johnny playing from down low, trying to cut off the reinforcements and do what he can. The rest hitting from the other side of it, so they burst on through. Johnny will drop, Rocker will hold for now. And they'll get some of this late time, but I mean, it's just been, both teams have been able to break with relative ease, so that's why you're looking at basically a tie game.
Yeah, I feel like on 6-star that normally happens until like this second rotation, right? Yeah. From what we've seen since the map changes, it just feels like it's this back and forth battle. But once you get to this P1 now, which team can carry some momentum forward?
4 straight for Gunless. Waiting, lurking, number 5 through. No streak though, as it'll end there with the trade in from Legion. But now into our second set of rotations. Yeah, where does that advantage start to come? Up 20 when we get into it, really, if you are Rocker, but not a lot of wiggle room to work with. Linz trying to break on in, not gonna find it. Flurry of trades yet again, as no one can just get a big edge, big 3-4 down. But still standing tall on the point, it'll be Legion at least for now. Trying to bring this back in a lead change.
Yeah, actually tries to go in there a little bit late. He was the last player alive. Probably needs to call out that one is weak, but right back to it come Rocker. 10 seconds left on this rotation. Attach to rotate on over. Accuracy now trying to go on a route. So Johnny's gonna get this scrap time, or at least I thought he was. Gunless able to find it. Now you're starting to get some kills. This allows Accuracy to take such a long route. But now if you are Legion, that's 3 kills. This will allow Nero to get pushed up some big time here for Legion.
Yeah, I thought Accuracy was finding an angle. Geo just guns him. So now, exactly as you said, could be some big time. Right back to it, getting in his laps, burning those active calories. His Accuracy finding another, but still not able to find too much more beyond that. His teammates go huge though, and Gunless and Lins, they find the rest, they break on through, and similar to the first set of rotations, no one able to get too much behind an early hold. It might just come down to that, like who's finally able to stabilize and get like a 40 to a 60 point hold.
Yeah, now you have Nero going on a long rotation all the way through. Still 20 seconds left though.
Standy there to meet him.
Yeah, Standy's gonna have this one-on-one. And well,
Nice
Nero is gonna win it, and now you're gonna have Johnny here to help. So Legion, they tend to win on both fronts. You're getting some scrap time. Nero's also gonna win another one. Great life, great choices there out of Nero. He's up to 20 and 12. Now Legion have the lead.
Yeah, I mean, that first snap was clean. Hell of a gunfight win, and maybe this is that sequence kind of, right? Like, you're able to break in late. Great stretch across to the next point. Now, can you hold this first push or two and really start to open up this lead? So far, so good. Nero still locked in, not quite able to win the fight. So with that win from Gunless and the push coming into mid from Accuracy, maybe you could delay the reinforcements and apply the pressure with a close spawn.
Yeah, I thought Gunless maybe was going to give them the close spawns. Instead, they spawn mid. So they should do a good job finding all the kills after that and quickly trading. Geo's on 5 in a row now. We talked about maybe having that hold, and this seems to be the one here at P3.
Yeah, it was like a little like kind of a 2-on-2 skirmish there for a moment. They finally come out on top. Still able to rally him pretty quickly is Rocker, but yeah, that 40-point advantage, really the biggest lead we've seen throughout the course of this. Nice little flurry there from Rocker, but really just 10 seconds left on the point. So the race is now across the statue. You're fanned out pretty well if you're a Legion. Another chance to get some big points.
Well, this is what they wanted last time, Rocker. They're doing the same thing again. They don't have the rotation, but they can fight for some scrap time, trying to pinch both sides. Nero, though, he has been so good in so many spots. He does it again. Plus, you have the cruise onto Geo if you need it. But standing with a nice movement, great slide, hits the shots. Now Rocker trying to fight back in.
And just the multi-kills, like what? You get 2 from Nero, 2 from Standy. Then Johnny, I think, is able to pick up 3 as he gets back in. Some individual flash. Some great moments there, but yeah, where it was maybe a chance for Rocker to bring it right back. Johnny pops up. He's up now to 28 and 18. You wanted to see it from him, Joe. He's doing it now. Let's go to listen him with Vegas Legion.
Look office, look office, don't look office. Look office.
Another one, you.
Yeah, office and all time. Make sure we get towards you guys.
Yep.
Yes, sir.
One more stairs. I think, are you there? I still street. Water.
I'm looking to push you.
Yeah, come in with me, Johnny. Come in with me.
Got you. I stunned it.
I'm saying this. I'm sending you.
I'm needing DJ.
Child DJ, I'll tell you, okay?
Yo, water. Then I kill him.
I'm one shot.
Give me you.
I get time.
There's time. Two. Lamar. Absolute.
Yeah, good shit. Iron up.
Yo,
I have your water.
I got naded.
Good. I saw you.
Nice. Stay alive.
I need to back to time. I got
one water.
Let's get shit. Back to time. I got our studio. I
have water, guys. Focus in right.
I'm dead.
I get time.
Trying to get time, yeah.
I'm gonna hear you. I get her off. I
got him. One shot. I'm making a way.
Dead. I'm one shot.
I got naded.
You're good.
Top.
Time. Shit.
I got water. Blue.
I have you.
Another one blue. How do you been? Let's have blue.
Low.
Get time.
Yo.
I'm hitting your front.
Gold. I can call out gold across. One gold. 2 gold. One's on the step of gold. One's on gold. I got one on time.
Hitting gold.
One
still gold.
They're all there, boys.
Gold.
Come to the right. Gold steps.
Right back to it, right as they're breaking in, Legion gets in, another multi-kill from Nero. Johnny on 33, 34, 35, as he is putting on a clinic here on the map. Legion trying to run away with it late.
Yeah, Junless shuts him down, but it's sort of Johnny and Nero running away with this game. You still have Geo with the cruise. He's able to find a double, make it a triple, as we were talking about. Just so many multi-kills right now throughout this map, and Legion know they keep putting the pressure on. Rocker had to contest this time or map 1 is done.
Yeah, I mean, it was pretty close until now they're being outslayed by 20. Like, you just started to get real hot. If you are Legion, take over. You got to streak if you're Geo. You're close to, well, have another if you could. Just a great explosion there from the talent on Vegas Legion. They've got the rotation next, just need 5 seconds. This should do it. Big streak in the sky as well coming in from Geo, making it so they can't get close to the point. Picks up one mid as the final seconds tick through. You strike first if you are Vegas Legion. And yeah, I mean, kind of like you said, a lot of times you see it kind of tight on this map through the first set of rotations, then you start to see teams pull away, and you pulled away big time.
Well, I can't wait to see the map focus. What I think was about 30 points for the rest of the game after that P4, like the first 4 or 5 hills. It was not a lot for Rocker after that. I mean, Legion, they started winning those break battles. They started to have a couple of cleaner holds. And yeah, I mean, Lin's really got shut down. He's got a map we don't normally see, scoreline 20 and 32 for him. But it's on the other side, 38 from Johnny and Nero, right? That's who Linz and Stanley are running into, meeting in these one-on-ones with the subs, and he shut them down.
I mean, the moment for me was when you called out Nero on the rotation, and he snapped onto Standy. He got those 2 kills, set them up for next to kind of chain together 2 hard points. I feel like from there, they kind of took over. Like, they kind of got going and really started to dominate. Yeah, we'll take a look at the game flow there, but that's just like the moment in my mind where Castro was sort of like,
no doubt about it.
Here we go.
Yeah, they won it on both ends. They got like 20 seconds of scrap time. They had so much map control. You kind of forced Rocker to have to try and hit that pinch, but Nero was there shutting it down, and it turned into a clean hold.
Yeah, both times they try to set up that big pinch to statue, and both times you deal with that well if you're Legion for the most part. I know it gets a little messy and you have an opportunity to break, but at the end of the day, I think that's where you saw like a double from Nero, then a triple from Johnny, and you get right back in and you deal with it. That's hard when you know, sometimes when you're trying to pick up 4 different lanes as they're collapsing on the hard point.
So I think it was like 116 right around like the second P2. So just kind of run away with the rest of the game.
And then what, they score like 18 from that point forward?
A little bit more than that, but yeah, it wasn't.
What would you say it was?
116.
116, oh, okay. A bit more than that, like 30 more, but still, it wasn't a whole lot. You really get into your groove if you're Vegas Legion. Yeah, we'll take a look at the flow now. So we're basically dead even at the P2, as you mentioned. And then they score about 30 more throughout that, just dominant. And we've been seeing a lot of that this year, just in general. I mean, maybe not, well, maybe some a little more back and forth with the lead changes and stuff through the first part of it, but real tight games, and then they are not. Teams start to get momentum. They predict, or I mean, it's kind of have control through the second set of it.
Yeah, I think just obviously this is kind of what Minnesota Rocker have been struggling with, has been the respawns. They've been finding one in the hard point.
13.
Yeah, now 4 and 14, but their search and destroy has been fantastic. They've relied on 6-star. Again, it's been their go-to for hard points, but it's 1 and 5. So as well as it is their map choice, it's not a great map.
No, well, that's usually what happens when you're kind of in the position you are. Like a lot of these teams that have been struggling to find their footing, you know, solidify themselves for champs, and you're still in the thick of it. Like usually it's a weakness somewhere, whether it's the control game, the hard point, the search, like usually something. Like your pick one of them typically.
Yeah, the only difference is like we're doing the game 5s now for Rocker, and we're winning a lot of them, right? That's how they got sort of changed their year around after the tough stage 2.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I always think of as stage 2, is the utter lack of ice. They've had more of it, but can you get to a map 5? You kind of get beat up a little bit in that map number 1. We'll see if they can bring it back. But now to search and destroy, we get ready for Rio. You talked a bit about the search and destroy for Rocker and how they've been improving there and come up with some of their plays. Who's it been? How they've been getting it done?
Well, I mean, yeah, I just think it's Standy at moments. It's Linz at moments. I mean, yeah, they've had the ice, and that's a big part of what this team has been doing.
Well, yeah, no, Standy has dropped some bombs, but yeah, even, God, I mean, I felt so bad for Spartan. Yeah, we had like 9-0 start in the map 5. I'm like, oh, dude, the super sub is back. Then things slowly unravel.
Yeah, no, it happens. I feel like a lot of 6-star, like especially 6-star search, we've seen like 3-4-0s, and then it would flip.
Yeah.
But Rio, yeah, it was same thing here on Rio, where you've had sort of these leads, one mishap, one bad 4v2 retake, and then the comeback is on.
Well, we get ready here for the map 2 as we look to continue on, see if Rocker can bring it back or Legion or can continue to run away with this. We thought, like, Legion finally, you know, we've been kind of wondering, you know, they made the change after Purge, and it was just, oh, God, it was ugly, horrific, disgusting. And then, you know, Johnny, at first it maybe wasn't great instantly, but quickly they started to improve with him. We thought, like, finally this team is going to be back to maybe what they were with Purge, in the sense of they were beating the top 4 teams, but they were, like, beating everybody else, right? But then you have these back-to-back losses, and I'm like, well, I don't know.
But the good thing is they did beat.
That's true. That's true. And when you beat some top 4 teams, and maybe it allows for you to have some of those losses. But and also said, like, you know, they're not in the same place. They're not playing out of headquarters, some of the teams, and maybe that does account for some of the play down to your competition, play up to your competition, because it's probably a little easier just to have that base level energy when you're next to each other. It's camaraderie, boys are next to each other.
Yeah, I mean, that's what the big talk with Carolina has been about, right?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I think Legion are probably just hoping we have some good signs going into the major. Once we get there, we'll level up.
We got to. I mean, they need to find some success on land, that is for sure. Nero is going to get the first blood, pick it up right where he left off after that map 1. There is a flank developing pretty quickly here from Rocker, and Gunless is able to get one from the flank. So the gig is up. Now, how do you deal with this? You've got pressure on both sides if you are Vegas Legion. Just playing from bridge side, bomb plant in, a pick from Accuracy. So Gunless one on the flank, Accuracy one from the front. Now from a 3v4, you've got a 3v2 advantage. Nero's going to drop as well. Iceman going big in the map too. It's all on Johnny. 30 seconds to go. Beautiful 3v4 there out of Rocker. Is that, I mean, maybe a little too easy.
Well, I mean, that is just sort of, you set up that pinch, but Accuracy knows he has to stay alive, right? Because what Legion are going to try to do is push out one side. He's able to find the first pick, and then you have two rivals inside the lobby, and they can't take these long-range gunfights. Because you're just thinking, if you're Legion, the pinch is coming, the flank's going, let's isolate Accuracy on the opposite side of the map, but he finds both of his kills.
And sometimes we'll see with that quick flank, like, I don't know, sometimes he gets picked up, somebody gets a lucky, not like a lucky read, but lucky timing with the check maybe. Doesn't happen there. Gunless gets a freebie, ends up with 2 in the round, so does Accuracy, and that's one first blood. I mean, Nero gets the first blood, you don't get another kill after that. Those are like the dagger rounds, I feel like. You have first blood, you're in good position, then it's like a complete collapse, but we'll go right into the second round. Quick offensive hit here from Rocker, right up the gut. Nero, another first blood. This time, he's like, I'll take down 2, trying to do it all. Now he's like, boys, you think we can close this one out?
He's like, I got 2 this time, yeah, so trying to do that.
But it's Gunless and Accuracy. And dear mother of God, I swear.
Well, the problem is you just still had Gio over towards the A site, so he finds a pick. Does Gunless, but attach. Nice little cheeky spot there. Stays patient, finds the first. Waiting for the reach out. Buys enough time for Gio to get there.
Whew. Oh, I saw it was like Gunless and Accuracy alive as the 2. I was like, whoa, I mean, they got shot here. They got all the kills. Gunless starts out 4-0. But you'd hope, I mean, typically, I'll tell you, got Nero winning 2 gunfights mid-map. Like, that should be a round win 90% of the time.
Yeah, he kind of catches, well, both players with nades in their hand. Lynn's right towards the end of it. And then Standy's starting to bring another frag on over, get this bomb down, but just hits that timing. We see time and time again. Normally there's a trade, though.
Eventually it was, just unfortunately by the 3rd player. But still, great start from Gunless and Accuracy in the 1-1. Then the Nero show on the other side of it. Lynn's ready, lurking, crawling, popping, finessing, and I thought maybe a little 2 pop. But you basically stop Lynn's from doing what Nero just did. Don't allow him to get 2. Trade it out. Now what are you seeing, Joe?
Yeah, I mean, just right back to this flank, right? From Standy. Gunless is going to go back towards Accuracy, similar to what he did last round. Nero is worried about the pinch, but Standy's already so far through.
Oh my.
And now it's just a question of, can he find Gio? And on the other side of the map, Accuracy gets taken down. So now it's just back over to Standy. Pressure is on him, but the help is there.
Quick reaction there from Gio to skate out of that. The rival there, I thought he was caught. But he stays up, buys time. Now on the Gunless. Time is dwindling. Great shots there as Johnny gets absolutely fried. Gunless is shooting at 5-1. But just simply no time to work with. Nero backs it up, puts through another one for the team. But a Legion go up 2-1.
Yeah, I mean, I like the bit of an off angle there from Linz. I feel like players are getting very creative. Top middle, like we see that prone behind the bench a lot of the times. Right there, he's able to hop up top bridge, just lay right behind the wall, finds one. He's hoping for a second, or at least maybe to get some help, but they were really just trying to work the flank again.
I'm going to be honest with you, I thought in my head, like, I just, like, assumed that Nero picked up at MCW. And then, yeah, seeing the kill cam, it was just literally straight headies with the rival. Like, just zapped. Absolutely zapped. 5-2 from Nero. Some tags in early, but still alive. Pressure building on the other side. It's all going to be on Gio. We're going to hop over to his POV. He is hit hard. 33 HP. The nade connects, but the rotation's coming quickly here. The help is through for Legion.
They don't like what they see. It looks like Rocker.
No, I think this is actually the right call. Yeah, they just couldn't find Geo. So enough time goes on through. It's just sort of this cat and mouse game so far. Legion are following it correctly, and here we go. This time Lens doesn't have a nade in his hand, able to find the first. A quick trade, but it's Nero again with the help of his friends.
It's a 2v1. Gunless. He'll be part of the 1v2 if he can do it. 40 seconds left on the clock. Bomb down in a tough spot. He's got to go up against Attach and Geo. It's like a lot of time to work with, but not like a ton. Ooh. That would have been, I mean, God, if he could have just got like an extra tag in there, maybe he gets that 4 bullet. Well, he rips him pretty good, but...
Yeah, I think maybe like one of those was through the wall.
Yeah,
so
true.
It's not a headshot. Still given a chance onto Attach, but they play their life so well, and I think just that's what Attach does. Like, some of that round before when the 2-on-2, he's just playing prone, spots both. He's just sort of the... I'll keep things calm for this very young Legion squad.
Yeah. I mean, where they fell apart in that first round, like in the 3v4, you know, didn't handle it the best. But I feel like when it's been like these 2v2s, 2v1s, like
if Attach is alive.
Yeah, handle business. Yeah, okay, that might just be the point. Yeah, if Attach is alive. Yeah. From trying to wallbang that fence to one of the iciest players we've ever had.
Yeah, it's crazy thing. I still think of him as this young kid, but he's not. He's the leader. He's the vet.
Yeah,
he's been playing forever.
The longer I've done this, the older I get. It is wild.
But he still looks great.
You know, he does. This kid still looks 20. But
got great genes.
Yeah. Right back over to Attach's POV through the cross from bridge side. You're up 3-1. You're dancing, pulling off 360s and planting bombs. Nero does it all.
Linz and Stanley will be here. Maybe not going to hit the flank as much this time. They've been doing it a couple rounds in a row. So you have Geo and a Johnny watching that flank. That's what they're worried about. Now, what is that timing going to be for Johnny? He's going to find the timing on the gunless, able to win that one. But here's the big skirmish near bridge.
And Attach up to the test, connects with the pistol. Linz does take down one, so maybe a chance, but not anymore. As Attach shuts it down, it's all on Standy, 1 versus 2, sub 20 to go. And where he's had some insane individual efforts in Search and Destroy, not having one of them here, just one on the board right now. But I feel like a lot of them have been, I feel like High Rise is the one where I always see him just having insane maps.
Yeah, and I think for Rocker, you see the way they're playing this. They're giving up this bomb plant, and it's not that I don't hate it. It's just that, like, they're not trying to retake top middle at all. They're not risking nades, anything. Like, outside of the one Linz play, they're trying to work the flank this time. The last 2 times it has not worked, so they may just have to switch up, play aggressive on this B site on defense.
Well, we'll keep an eye on the next defense because, well, that might be for the map. And, yeah, if you're going to make adjustments, it's got to happen now. But first, let's see if they can do it on the offensive side of things. They want to hit it up mid-map. Johnny is there to greet him. He's getting hit by everything. Will eventually drop, but Nero there to at least get one. Just trying to buy time. Working up bridge side is going to be Attach. He's trying to get an angle. He is able to find one. So Attach gets one. Nero back to work as he is getting nasty mid-map.
And this might be the reason why they're trying to work the flank so much.
Yeah, I was actually going to say, when you first said that, I'm like, well, Nero's kind of having. He's kind of having.
They're allowing this bomb plant to go down. This time, Vegas just very aggressive. A 2-man hit from Johnny and Nero. Johnny goes one side, able to find it. Just by time, really. He was stunned up. Able to get behind the bomb, allows Nero to get to vending machine, and that's the round.
Honestly, it's a simple thing, but yeah, the fact he stayed alive so long, like, kind of sets Nero up to do everything that he did. He ends up with 3 in the round. Not to take anything away from Nero, but Johnny bought some time, that's for sure. Nero on 9, looking for double digits, and he checks it. Of course he does. Headshots through. Fries standing in the corner. It is dominant right now from Legion, but then Lenz makes himself known. Nade hits, Gunny's there. Suddenly, it's a 3 versus 2. So apparently what we need, I guess, is what? It was a 4v3, and then what? It's just a 4v3 scenario. Like, that's when you can bring it back, I guess, if you're Rocker.
Yeah, but what was the difference? I mean, they contested top 8 on defense. Yeah. I mean, they were there, ready for it.
That's what you wanted to see.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, is it a little bit too late now? Right, giving up that B bomb plan has not worked out for them. They get aggressive. Standing just some rough timing. He's got the stun in his hand. That's when Nero checks that corner. But Lynn's able to follow it up with a double.
Does Rocker, do they have a first blood?
I'm not good at remembering things.
Yeah, no, I should have even said that. They probably do, but I feel like I mean, the 2 rounds they've won, they definitely didn't have it. I feel like they might not have one, but I guess we'll see at the tail end. I'm trying to remember one where they did. They have 2. Okay, I was just told by production. Okay, so they have 2. I knew Legion had the advantage. I was just trying to think of like one from Rocker. But one more round now needed for Legion. And we'll see where maybe they look for the opening here.
Oh, boy.
Accuracy is calming, but the pressure is here early, but the timing, the chests collide. You know how awkward those fights could be? Accuracy somehow couldn't win that gunfight.
Well, I mean, he went from good timing to the worst timing to the slide in the best timing. Able to turn that one. I thought Johnny was going to catch them and then flank the team and the round be done. Instead, bomb is planted and Rocker's still alive. Great shots out of Linz.
Here we go. Linz coming alive in the last rounds. He was able to get 2, popping off here as well. And now your face went from like, oh, to oh.
That's just the fact he slides that door. Maybe he just kind of knows. If I'm going to go through a doorway, might as well slide through it.
And yeah, I'm sure from like Johnny's POV, that was just.
No, we saw his reaction. It was like.
I'm sure it was abysmal. Yeah. You know, sometimes like you chest bump, like literally Amos just like drags you. You look at the floor suddenly.
Well, and then one person gets behind you.
Yeah, or you just get cameraed out of your socks. Yeah, that could also happen. Linz on 4 straight, Gunless on 3 as well. Gunless putting up double digits in this one. But they have to win 4 straight if they're going to get this done. One part of that is through. Can they do 3 more? Standy hasn't had anything going. The stun check hits, tries to stun to maybe buy himself some time. Not going to connect, but now he wants to go. Trying to isolate maybe a fight in the back. He's going to work all the way through. The timing is there for Geo. He picks it up. Standy gets shut down. Another first blood to Legion. Bomb planted.
Yeah, I'm not sure if Geo heard that or what, but just the timing for him was on point. I thought Standy was insane for pushing that after the stun hits.
Yeah, heard us. Yeah, insane check. Just thinking.
And now Johnny's going on a flank through boxes. It's a 2 versus 2. Are they going to expect Johnny to be there, though? Didn't think so. Legion up 2-0.
Got interesting there for a moment due to some highlight plays from members on the Rocker team, but Legion were in control throughout. He didn't start off great. Nero got a first blood around. You lost it. He got the next, the first blood plus another one. The second round, you almost lost it. Like, it was a little sketchy early on. But once they got going, never really looked back. A pretty dominant effort there from Legion. Attach icy as ever.
No, yes, yeah, but I just think, Nero just... We've seen him have these moments. I mean, he did it in map 1. He just is such a momentum player with how quick he is playing. Just tell that his shot's on point. He puts up double digits.
No, I mean, I think Abizi's always been like the sort of the mark to hit for like entries. Just able to like hit something, snap, and win a gunfight. Like he's one of the best to ever do it, right? But there are people that at their peaks like look like that and can do it too. And Nero's one of those guys. Like when he is playing well, like he's disgusting. His POV is so good. I mean, it just feels like it doesn't matter where people are. Like he's good at predicting positions, hitting it, and just snapping onto foreheads. Some great stuff there. I mean, he had that snap in map 1 that kind of got them going in the Hardpoint. Here takes over. It's one of those series. And Invasion Control's one of those controls where if he gets going, we've seen him put on a montage.
Yeah, a couple of times throughout the year. And now this is just what the devs were talking about. The control has been the one mode that has been really bad for Rockers. So you've lost a couple in a row if you are a Legion, but you got to be thinking they're in a prime position to win this.
Well, it's a big part of why I think just over the course of the year, you've had a lot of map 5s probably if you're Rocker. Like when your control's not good and you're okay in search and Hardpoint, you get to a lot of map 5s typically. Yeah. That's how it's going to boil down. But right now, Legion up 2-0, looking to close this one out on Invasion. It has been the Legion show, the Nero show. The boys are frying. We'll be back after the break.
Upgrade your game with a Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
Scuff Gaming is doing an ultimate giveaway where you and a friend can win a chance to go to COD Champs this year. The giveaway includes 2 VIP tickets, travel expenses, and more. To enter, scan the QR code on the page or go to scuff.co/CDL and enter your email. Terms and conditions apply.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL.
Hello, we're back and very sexy and very happy for another map as we continue on the series. Final one of the day. Legion looking to close it out. Joe, you look handsome as always. And
thank you.
What a great day it is. Beautiful
it is. Day. It's a great Saturday. We're almost to another major, and then we're at champs. Boom.
It's the exciting time of the year. Things about to start popping off. Lots of money to be made.
Lots of cash.
Invasion Control, maybe to wrap this one up. The struggles for Rocker and Control we talked about.
Yeah, I mean, I guess even on the other side for Legion, the last like 6 or so, only 2 and 4. So hasn't been the best, but you'd see on Invasion Control, both right around 50-50. I think the difference there, the attack for Legion, can it get better in this map?
I mean, for me, like a lot of their shining moments was when Nero got going on offense. Like he gets in behind enemy lines, you know, like a Shotzi, is elusive, picks people apart. We'll see if he's able to do that in this one. Just be a threat at all times. So far, team effort on the point, though. Start to slowly make some progress. Waiting for Johnny to get back into the action.
Yeah, I mean, Rocker aren't like, they're pretty much just making sure nothing crazy going on over towards the A zone. Let's say accuracy is going to try to flank. And they should see how slow this point's going. So they're not overreacting. They're finding kills, allowing accuracy to hit that pinch, and Gunless is locking down blue. So
nice job.
Just, yeah, nice patience out of Rocker, allowing their players to get to their spots.
Just get a sense for working that flank and picking them out of it. Now you've got a pretty aggressive spot. If you're a Rocker, you're up to the tank. Got a little power position here to keep them at bay. Just milk the clock, as you said. Let time dwindle. Already 45 seconds, the only thing remaining. And now you have to look for your point of attack. Where do you try to go? Because you're kind of in the B Street blender.
Well, they're going to try to go through connector, but Linz is there. He's going to find too. So you're kind of right back to this. Maybe on this transition play from Linz, you're able to catch him. Trying to find those trades. You get 3 players up the B Street. Get B tank control. There looks like to be a trophy down. Now a second one. So some protection there for Vegas Legion.
Both are gone now, though. You shot one. One gets taken out behind the utility. Gonna be even trickier until they get another one to go. Trying to get in behind, maybe make a flank play like we saw accuracy on the other side is now Johnny looking for the opening. Doesn't finish the second, but thankfully Nero does, and that should lead to the minute extension now. Lives-wise, you're basically even. You're just only gonna have a couple of pushes on this. So this sequence here, really, with the forward position off of the point, this is a big moment here if you are Legion in the offense.
Yeah, nice shot by Legion there. Attach is able to find a big one-on-one on the pinch. I think Gunless was going for it on that full flank, but Johnny gets through here. Nobody on Rocker really knows here that he's in this spot. Now they're gonna start looking. You see Gunless and Standy. They're like, we need to find Johnny. Still hunting him down, and I think Standy will find him.
I think if his teammates got a couple of kills, this plays out very differently.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, they didn't get any, so they got the time to track back and start the hunt. Now you get some kills. A nice little snap, I thought, there for a second from Geo, but Linz up to the task and wins the fight. Nero's nade not going to hit, and Linz continues to cause problems and sort of stagger this push.
And actually, he's just been hanging out at Bridge. I mean, he's probably the reason. Okay, well, now card will explode. Now you have pressure A Street. All 3 Legion players just going to go for it. But I'd say he's probably the one common names, making sure they were hunting Johnny and the rest of the Legion down. Nero going to cross, but he's all by his lonesome. Nade is out, but hit some great shots.
You really just had to get one person across just to at least be a threat here. Rely on your teammates to hold everybody else off. Geo, I thought, maybe in a position to take down multiple. Just going to get one. Nero's still fighting. I combine Neo and Geo there. Nero's still fighting, but as he gets stunned, can't get back to a safe position. He will drop. At least you get a tick of progress. Could be the difference, maybe.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, I think you take 4 ticks 100%.
Considering how it started.
Yeah, how it started. You got accuracy off the A bridge, and you just sort of flooded it. You saw that the rest of Rocker were coming off with spawn, really weren't in great spots. We're trying to just get control of Cafe, find those angles. And Nero wants some big one-on-ones to get him there.
Now we'll see if Rocker can have any success on their end as they try to get things going offensively. He'll take the defensive round win. Accuracy, you can see sort of chatting through things with the boys as they get ready for their break off. Right up mid, 3 are gonna hit. Accuracy gonna be the one man working on that A side street.
I mean, he's just showing presence. I mean, he pulls 2 arrows for for Legion. Johnny with some great shots, but it's just really, I'm going to throw some nades here, make them think there's a presence over towards the A zone. The rest of you just go to B, get some forward position. You're hoping Standy finds one there. Because if he has blue control, they have to focus on Standy. Maybe B is done with. It still might be, but there's a chance Legion go for this one more time.
Yeah, nice drop shot there from Attach to win the gunfight. Johnny dealing with accuracy, who's been lurking on the other side of it. His trio, though, about to finish this point up. So you get it easily, barely any lives exhausted, and now the onslaught starts. And now you have a great transition. You've already going to have a lot of map control due to the fact that you're able to get 3 down. Is 3 players popping. The one is bridge side, though, in narrow, so it's going to be tough to really make a play onto A as long as he's in that spot. But hell, play a little TDM. Play a little TDM here in Fry. Oh, yeah, I didn't realize Nero dropped. I thought it was the other 3 off the spawn. Linz, what is he doing? My guy's snapping. 4 straight.
Some great shots there on a Linz. I mean, I think that player's weak, but now you're going to have 3 players on this. You're going to have 3 players on this. As soon as they deal with that player, a bridge, Legion have to go. Trying to fly on through Nero's the first one, but it does not matter for Rocker. That was so smooth. And the way Legion played that, they gave up the B point and said, all right, yeah, like, we're not even going to try to retake this, waste some of their lives.
And then with 3 dead instantly.
Yeah, it's like, that's just not how that's supposed to go.
No, you're setting yourself up to be in like power spots and have freebies when they're coming off the point. Not to all just get gunned to sleep and things fall apart. You get 2 waves of kills there, you're stacking the point. That was so good from Rocker. You got 5 straight from Lenz, and he's been a big part of it. On the defense, he had some brilliant moments. On the offense, just some snappers. We'll see if he can keep it rolling, but I mean, already you got a 2-0 advantage on invasion control. More often than not, you're winning that one.
Yeah, maybe now you can get an extra cruise missile on a Linz. See if he gets 6 in a row, gunless. Rocker doing a good job, always just keeping one here on B, putting pressure on, trying to get somebody to over peek. Accuracy there with the team shot. He puts shots into both of them, but a nice bait and switch. Now here you go though. Johnny put some pressure on A, and look at all the arrows for Rocker. They are flooding towards A. That will open up a pinch for Attach.
Well, this is how you throw away a 2-0 edge, is if you somehow end up losing a defensive round instantly, but now they're dealing with it for now. But Attach, he is still a threat in a position here at Gas, no longer going to be a threat. So you clear that. Yeah, you take like a 3 life advantage, but you deal with it pretty well for your Rocker.
Yeah, I mean, you have a street control. You have 1 player at the bridge. You have blue. So nothing to really stress about.
Yeah, I mean, if that ended up turning into a tick or 2 on A, maybe a little more to write home about, but now things get interesting, though, as Gio, Nero, Johnny, I mean, this is similar to what we saw Rocker do. Get the point, kill 3, now push up the map. You're spawning out Treehouse, really, if you are Linz, because the presence you've got from Legion. They have a great chance here to swing things right back. Well, not into their favor, but giving them a chance here in the map.
Okay, and then you have a big one-on-one going down to A bridge side. It's going to be Johnny trying to find gunless. Gio locking down the street with his teammate. Still only Nero on the point. Now they deal with gunless. They're able to find Standy. That's all 4 dead, and potential chance here for Legion to extend this map.
Yeah, just race across. At least get 1 more body on this. So they're able to get 2. The player that can get in shots at the cross and Taxo is going to drop. So you have a retake opportunity right now, and you're able to get it done. I thought they were just going to sprint for the point. Try to get like a 3-second as quickly as they can, or well, if Attach just gets 1 kill there, things likely go differently, but you win a big gunfight if you're Rocker, you're able to retake, and you're still surviving.
No, and I think that's at times some of the criticism around this Legion team. Like, they should be a little bit slow around the objective, right? Very kill heavy with some of their players, and it just kind of creates these timings where they're if they were a step or 2 ahead, the round would probably be done.
Yeah. And they're just thinking, you know, they're probably thinking you're more forward positions if you're Rocker. You know, it's easy for us to say we're seeing the treehouse spot and how far they have to trek across. I mean, it's a little bit different. You're clearing things actively as we can see it, but sheesh, they just play a little bit faster. Maybe you close that out, but we're not done yet. There's still 50 seconds to go. Rocker's lives are dwindling. You only have 5 remaining. You're back onto the point. Any time stopping the clock is great, and you're also winning every single gunfight. Every Rocker player we hop to is getting just laced as they try to cross the map. Gio's getting it done inside. Nice try, Challenge. That's 5 straight for him, and that's an offensive round win. So what looked to be, I mean, an inevitable Rocker win now changes completely.
No, it does.
As you get the offense through. And
yeah, because you had 4 ticks to your first offense, right?
Yeah. So if you can if you really shut them down here, you might be suddenly looking at a round 5 defense if you're the Legion side, which seems kind of insane just based on how things went. But usually we overreact to an offensive round when on Nvidia control because they can be tough to come by. But well, as the year's gone on, they've come a little bit easier. And now you got back-to-back between these squads. You carry that 5 straight if you're Geo. Streak could be huge if he's able to earn it. You'd love to set up a freebie. Similar kind of thing. Just attach, kind of showing a presence. The other 3 working over to, or sorry, not attach, accuracy kind of showing a presence. And the other 3 working up. They get all the kills. Unfortunately, Geo hasn't found his yet, but everybody else is eating. Nero's also on 4 straight, so chance for a couple of cruises.
Accuracy just lurked, though. He just lurked B down. He somehow got to a spot to find 2, and now he's thinking A. He's going to go right onto the A point. On the B street, though, Lintz is able to find it, so what a start for Accuracy. He's hoping to regen, though. Has a trophy down, but at least gets them over to B.
Gets them over to B, and I think kills both players that were working towards a streak, or at least Geo. I'm not sure we got the kill onto Nero as well, but he at least shuts that down. And yeah, he just, a heads-up play from a vet, just gets into a spot mid-map. Just patient.
Move.
Trying to shoot toes. Here is Nero. But now you're progressing. Brought to be the first tick, but you're showing far more of a presence here at B this time around if you are Legion.
Yeah, I say, like, they didn't go for this at all. With only, like, 1 player on it from Rocker. I mean, they didn't really have much control, but just felt like, all right, let's just set up our A defense. This time, they're going for it.
Yeah, I mean, Johnny's trying to, like, perform a robbery at Palace. Like, he is pushed up as they're all coming off a spawn. They'll drop him, but Attach is dropping bombs. 4 straight for him. Nero with him on the cross. Not able to take down the next, but you're real close to doing a better job than Rock were able to do on their 1 defense, but now it gets interesting. So now if you get this, assuming you do, you'll need, what, 1 more tick, at least for it to come down to kills?
Yeah, and the big thing here is just the 13 lives. 9 life advantage. So yeah, you'll need 1 takeover towards A if they get this point. And it's looking like they're going to get it. They're finding a couple of picks, so they try to transition this quickly. You're going to have close spawns for Legion, so they're going to need another set of kills.
So I think we're 10-10 in the tick department now.
9-10.
Oh, 9-10. Sorry, 9-10 now. Yes, you need the 1 more tick. But can they get it done?
They might need 2 anyways. If it's tied, it goes to kills, and I don't know.
Yeah, that's true, because they're getting fried right now. I mean,
they got fried last round, so they might need 2.
You can see the tick counter on screen now.
Accuracy starting to work over, and you're getting some kills middle of the map. This is where this man has made so many plays throughout the year.
He's going to need some help, though. More than likely, shooting at 1. Other hits the cross. Teammates drop at 3 kills for Legion. Now, I mean, this is it. This is really going to be your hit, because with 30+ seconds left, like, it's going to take 20 to get to A. And you're going to be in some ratty spots if you are Legion, just looking for any kill. It's going to help, and they are finding them right now. So from the depths, come Legion. Wait a second. Accuracy with a little snap-a-doodle-doo.
That just hits the slides. Great slides from him. Now trying to hit it again, but the stun was there. Standy's going for the cutoffs. The other players starting to work the point. This might still work out well for Rocker. Johnny gets caught. There's just 1 player left. Nero has been so good throughout this series. Has another big moment.
He's able to win the 1-on-1. Accuracy gets back into the action, but he drops. Now 1 player left. My God, it was close for Rocker. Accuracy giving him a shot. But you're able to get back in if you are Legion. They do not get the tick. You have defense if you are Legion now.
Yeah, it's accuracy middle of the map, and then Standy on the pinch, but it's Nero who found the 2 kills on the point. I don't know what the time was like if those players were weak, but even if there's 1 more, they may get us like 2 ticks. But Standy was just the last player left, and yeah, there was only 2 lives remaining.
Well, they had 1 really clean offensive round victory. Back in round 2, if you're a Rocker, you know they are capable of it. Can they do it again, though? Seems like the defense tightened up a bit if you're Legion. Well, for moments, and then it almost fell apart.
Yeah, and I think that's what Rocker are thinking. Like, let's just get B. We've gotten to A multiple times. The first offensive round, we got to A. If we have more lives and more time, they probably are feeling we can get this done.
Yeah, you don't show accuracy on the B or A Street this time. You just kind of send him over with the troops a little bit more as he's playing by dumpster there mid-map. Just needs the other guys to win their fights, and good job. Nero gets some damage in, but not able to find any kills. Pushing up, and maybe an opportunity to work the flank at some point. That'll be Gio's POV we saw for a second.
Well, I think Accuracy's just giving them the comm, like, yeah, you see number 3 turning. So he's just giving the comm, like, hey, make sure you pick this up. Like, I'm playing a bit of an off angle. And now Accuracy's going to start the transition, as we know he likes to do. He finds the middle of the map kill, now over towards the A Street goes Accuracy. Gunless on the other side. There's kind of a 2-on-2 near A. But Legion off spawn able to find the kills.
This time, though, at least, well, you're a little better in the lives department right now, despite that sequence. So you're up 1.
He's sprinting. He's like, you will not get to this bridge.
Yeah, right. He's trying to stop him, but he still got there. Attached, putting on the ice skates and cruising deep. And then put Accuracy away. Nice little play there from Attach. And yeah, they're going to have to deal with him at some point. He's got some help as well from Nero pretty close here. But they're mostly going to be funneled up mid and B until they can deal with that. We'll see if they can find an opening. Linz is trying to find it for him, but eventually traded out.
I still have to deal with Attach, so it's going to be up to Accuracy and Standy off spawn. Gunless almost with the drop shot to win that gunfight. And Attach is just doing such a good job finessing, wasting so much time. Now his teammates are pushing forward to help him out.
Oh yeah, they are in the blender now. They are pushed up. And this is going to be so tough. I mean, you're basically spawning and shooting right now if you are Rocker, or spawning and diving for cover. There is just nowhere to go. Nero is up close and personal. It's about deep as a defensive push as you're going to see. Now we transition over to the other side, and Gio dials up a triple. 4 straight for him, and where it was good in the lives department, it's not anymore. You've only got 11 remaining. You're up 9 if you were Legion.
And now it's just the clock. 30 seconds left. It's not attached. Now it's Nero in this spot. 5 in a row. Ooh. Won't be able to find 6. 30 seconds, 9 lives. Rockers somehow have to get to this 8 point. And pretty much not die.
Yeah, I mean, they were close last time at a similar spot. Maybe like 10 more seconds, and they also got kills from this position. This time, not finding the kills, not having the time. Gio is still hitting. Last player dropping for Rocker. Not enough time. They can't get there off of spawn. Legion, a little reverse sweep within the map at least. As they go down 2-0, they rip off 3 straight. They get the 3-0. And improve that tiebreaker. Yeah, that's true. That's true. That like 140 tiebreaker where we saw everybody. You're able to get ahead of that and, well, rebound maybe after some tough losses.
Yeah, I mean, bouncing back from 2 losses in a row against a big one, right? Both of these teams at 140 points. They're now up to 150, and now they're at 4-3. So should be winner's bracket for them.
Winner's bracket for them, and now just need to do something on land. You'd love to see them make some kind of run, see what they are capable of. Everybody ramping up for champs. Legion, you know, I was so frustrated after that first move they made with getting rid of Persians. Things fell apart. It looked so bad, but you've slowly built it back up. It's been honestly a wild stretch these past couple months for them. Like, they've looked really good, really bad.
Really bad again.
Everything
for a couple
like,
matches. And now, you're just, again, hoping to click at the right time. And if there's, like I said, I think just from a confidence thing for a young player like Johnny to have some big wins over, you know, an Optic, like over in New York, going to Major IV champs.
Well, look good when they beat Optic, then the rest of the league did too.
That's true. Well, they did win against New York.
There you go, Joe. So there's 2 of them. That's different, yeah. No, they have had some solid wins, jokes aside. They get it done, though, quickly in this one. I thought maybe Rocker, the ability to maybe push this one deep if they could get the win after they started out strong in the invasion control, but couldn't quite close things out. Vegas Legion get it done, and now, yeah, they get the extra 10 points. We had another day of matches, and then all hell breaks loose. For Joe and I, that'll do it. The desk, you guys are just great.
Thanks.
So if champs was tomorrow, yeah, she wants it back. She wants it back, Joe. If we could just hook her up real quick. Go ahead, Maeve. Congratulations on the correct prediction.
She lost. I got it. It's not for me.
Oh, it's the Sultan of Selections, young Anthony Wheeler with the correct pick. Congratulations, Anthony. You had faith. Did you see the 3-0 coming?
I did actually, yeah. I mean, I thought that, you know, Minnesota, they've been struggling in the respawns. I talked about it. People weren't buying people are buying into the Minnesota story. I just didn't see it. I knew the search and destroy luck would run out at some point. I gotta take this thing off.
Yeah.
It looks good now. This looks good, right? Clay, you put it on. Here you go.
Why would he put it on?
He's special.
But listen, with Vegas, like, this is a team that has so much potential. Like, in the middle of the pack teams, I've been talking about it for so long. Vegas is one of those teams where I feel like they can make a deep run because they can upset the top teams. And we saw that when they had that very tough split early on, where you played Texas, you played New York, you played Seattle, you came out, you won all 3 of those matches. I knew Vegas could be something special. Yeah, they slipped along the way, but in this series, it just sort of reiterated, like, they have playmakers. Gio's ridiculous. Johnny dropped almost 40 kills map 1, and then Nero in the search and destroy throughout the whole series, really, like, he just was untouchable. So Vegas Legion feeling amazing.
And Ali, with this win, you know that Vegas is in that winner's bracket most likely, as they will now finish 4-3. A very important matchup, not only for champs, but also their chances in Burbank.
This was a really big win for me personally for Vegas Legion, just to kind of prove themselves that they are capable to keep up this consistency, because they're beating teams like Texas, who we've seen has fallen short this qualifier, but New York and Seattle, those aren't teams to sneeze at. But losing to teams like LAG, LA Thieves made me kind of raise a couple of questions. So when it came to a match versus Minnesota Rocker, both these teams sitting at 140, both their veterans in accuracy and attach are looking to continue their streaks to go to champs once again. I wanted to see what they were able to bring to the table, and it was the surprising consistency out of Nero once again. Every single game mode, he was able to put up these numbers, and that's something I haven't been able to say about Nero yet.
That search was great.
Nameless, if you're looking at this Minnesota Rocker team, you're a Minnesota fan, is there a chance they can make an elimination bracket run come Burbank?
I mean, it's possible because we've seen them in the game 5s be excellent, right? Like, their last 5, I think they're 4-1 in game 5s. Their search and destroy has been fantastic. Their approach in that game 2 was terrible. They were just head smashing mid. That's not typical of them. That could just be because accuracy's just now re-entering that lineup. It's possible. I want the Minnesota Rocker fans to stay positive because I think they can.
Ali on land. Can Nero keep doing this? It's our Scuff play of the game. A 1.6 across the series. The man was frying.
Absolutely. We've seen Nero play on LAN already, but obviously this map 2 was absurd. I think the biggest takeaway for Vegas Legion right now is the fact in the search and destroy they were able to win so many opening duels. Nero himself had 4 of them, so I think that's going to be big ups when it comes to LAN time, because S&D does win championships, and that was their biggest struggle. They were 11th, they were 12th in the league when it came to opening duels, so they really needed that win.
On this map, on Minnesota Rockers' offensive pushes every time, they were just running down mid, and Nero's like, okay, bet. Like, just finding kills left and right, playing aggressive. And then, I mean, I feel like so many times when we've watched these guys in control, they've struggled to control lately, but there's been a lot of controls where Nero has single-handedly won them situations and moments. And on that one, they had no business winning that invasion. Nero makes some huge plays.
That's your Monster Energy matchup. It is a short and sweet one, but we get to continue our celebration with our Monster Winner Spotlight. Nero, the one and only, joins us live once again. Nero, another pop-off performance for you. Did you feel extra pressure coming in up against Minnesota tonight?
I would say yes and no. We know it was a really big match for us because we needed the 10 points, but we also needed to guarantee the winner's bracket. So I would say it did put a little pressure on us, but we just had to come out swinging.
And coming off of that, Nero, congratulations on another outstanding individual performance. Do you feel like you do better under the pressure?
Yeah, pressure makes diamonds, baby. You know me. But I was also using the God Gun more. You know, the MCW, absolute God Gun. So I've been nice to just fry.
4 bullets of fun.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Nero, I want to ask you, I was talking about the control before the series, how it's sort of been a pain point for you guys, where, all season long, that game mode has been your bread and butter personally. What's been the issue there? And do you think control's like the hump you guys need to get over to make that run?
Yeah, 100%. Because our S&D and hardpoints are there. It's just our control has just been iffy. It's just like we just don't know, like, essentially, like, our post-cap setups, and we just need to learn more like of that in like on our defenses and just praying more, essentially. Yeah. Stop running around so much.
Looking forward to Burbank. We don't know quite yet who you're going to draw in that first round, but I'm looking at some of the stats here. You guys dropped 0-3 to LAG, 1-3 to LAT, but then you're beating teams like Texas, New York, and Seattle. What is it about these matchups that we see you guys coming out with the dub?
Honestly, I think it was just, or like, when we lose like the like those first 2 maps, it's just like our momentum goes down the drain, and we just need to get over that hump of like, yo, we're still in the series, we can still make this comeback, we can do this, we can do that, and anything is possible. It's never chalked. We're the Major Mike.
Shout out KG.
Congrats on the win. You popped the bubble. You are now at 150 points. You're not safe yet, but you're looking more comfortable.
Nope. Job's not done.
Job's not done. We'll see you in Burbank next week.
Yep, thank you. Appreciate you.
That is Nero. That is our Monster Winner Spotlight, the 4th and final one. As we recap the whole day, though, Alley Cat, this was insane. And guess who got all 4 predictions correct?
Nobody.
Patrick Price. I don't know how Aches did it, but he nailed the craziest day of COD.
Never wrong, only
Did he
early.
actually?
Yeah, he went 4 for 4. Octane also called the Boston upset, by the way. Shout out to the old guard. Let's take a look here at the first matchup. Miami trying to force a game 5. FaZe says no.
It's the only one I got right. Atlanta FaZe taking the 3-1 victory over the Miami Heretics. I was very impressed with what Miami was able to show in this series, but naturally, as one of the favorites heading into Burbank, Atlanta getting the job done in their search and destroy is just absolutely disgusting. Control could use a little bit of a cleanup, but I doubt we'll see them spawning into high-rise too often.
And Nameless, this is a great bounce-back game for Celium. Last night, he caught all the blame after a propane explosion.
It was all his fault.
Tonight, he sealed game 1 with the 4K.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like this is just showing how tough these last 2 tournaments are going to be, because we're seeing teams like Seattle, Miami Heretics, Vegas Legion even just looking so good and contending with our top teams, you know, actually starting to beat them and take maps with them. I felt like in this series, Miami really should have forced that game 5. I mean, it was super close, map number 1, where I thought they outplayed Atlanta FaZe, but nevertheless, Atlanta clutch up at the end. They get another victory, now looking at top 2 seed.
A 6-1 finish for Atlanta. They are now done with Major IV Qualifiers, and so is LAG. Let's take a look here at the Gorillas, who had a chance to finish with a 4-3 record. They had to power through Seattle, but Hook, the nuke, was back in full force.
Man, when Hook is playing like that, it is really hard to beat this Seattle Surge team. They are already surging in the right direction during this qualifiers, but when Hook is slaying like this, it just makes it that much more difficult. Still some room for error in their search and destroys, but overall, Seattle's still proving why they are a top 6 team.
Nameless 4-3 is good enough for the winners bracket right now.
Yeah.
How dangerous is Seattle and Burbank?
I mean, I think Seattle can win the tournament. Like, honestly, like, yeah, I think we have six contenders coming into this next LAN. I think Seattle are looking good pretty much everywhere in all the game modes, and their players are peaking at the right time, right? So some good fortune would have to be involved, but it's not out of the realm of possibility.
Our third match of the day was between our 11th and 12th seed here in the Major IV Qualifiers, and it's now Boston who has an 11 next to their name. Optic, the worst squad right now in our qualifier after falling to the breach. They had a 120-point lead, basically. They let that come back as Boston takes game 4, and then eventually it was the Priestess show in game 5.
Unbelievable stuff out of that match number 3. We thought it was upsets galore, but this was obviously the highlight on the day. Priestess had an absolutely absurd series, and Boston Breach break all of their records that were ongoing, and not any good ones. 15 series losing streak, 14 map losing streak, 7 straight HP, 5 straight S&D. All of that got broken in this series.
Nameless, who do you think's more excited right now? The players or Zed's girlfriend?
Wait, did she tweet
Because he's growing out his beard, and he can't shave it until they won.
Oh, yeah, I saw that picture of him. He looked
I'm so sorry,
wild.
Lisa, but I'm also so excited for you now.
Shave that off,
My
brother.
The guy was looking rough, fresh to death as Boston does it with their watch party. All they needed was some pull-ups. And Boston Breach taking to Twitter to celebrate only their 6th win in 7 months.
Yeah, I mean, just crazy day, right? Like, Optic, your major winners, lost to the worst team in the league and potentially all time in the CDL. Gotta feel good if you're Boston Breach, finally.
They get to 60 points. Here's a look at our standings as we have just 1 day of qualifiers still to go. And then, of course, Burbank next week. As we take a look at our Major 4 standings, Nameless, who do you think moves up? Who moves down this list?
Yeah, it's really, really tough. I mean, tomorrow, LA Thieves are going to be going up against the New York Subliners. I think they lose that. Carolina will beat Boston, so they'll be moving up.
Carolina moving in. If they do, they will be right there with Vegas as we go into our Burbank 4th major of the year. But tomorrow, we open it up with a banger. Can Optic bounce back against Toronto, the team that just handed Atlanta their first L?
With a banger. That whole day is full of bangers, considering Boston got a win.
How is match 1 a banger?
Well, I think we're going to get out of it with the 3-0. We'll talk about that tomorrow, though. You can join us on
Last
Headquarters,
place team in the state.
2:45 Eastern. We love you. We'll see you later.
Yeah. You gotta hear, you can feel it right. Light it up till it's feeling bright. On the move like we feel a groove. Out of sight like we dynamite. Busting in like we finna fight. Get the pin it right, I'ma pin it right. Trying to run, I'm the winning type. Heat it up like some minute rice. Bet I beat you to the finish line. Cause we out to get it feeling fine. Keep it up or we'll be creeping up. Running up the mountain, sleeping rough. Jumping over hurdles, beat the rush. Hold it like a girdle, throwing out the burdens. I'ma keep believing till I touch. Get another level on the clutch. I'ma get up in your face, whoa. Steady keeping up the pace, whoa. Get the feed that you can taste, whoa. Squeezing by you like some pace, whoa. Feel you confidence and the beginning, ain't no way to spin it. Headed for the finish. I'ma get up in the wheel about to win it. Are you ready for the show? Now we caught up in the flow. We gon' give a little roll. Ready, set, go. Are you ready for the show? Now we caught up in the flow. We gon' give a little roll. Ready, set, go. 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 Are you ready for the show? Now we caught up in the flow. We gon' give a little roll. Ready, set, go.
He might not be pushes. Enemy looking. Keep it safe. Every shot, Kenny, one shot. Every shot, Kenny. Alright, sit down, sit down. Keep you up, careful. I'm seeing the bridge shot. Nice, Kenny was there, Kenny was there, Kenny was there. Make him shot, make him shot. Where you going? Oh my god! Come on! Hey, give me that baby! We needed that breakers, bro. That's the one win! I beat you again, you